Good afternoon, everybody. If you saw us start this stream twice before, no, you didn't. Big Hungry Phil and Dividing by Zero here to bring you the last day of the last ride Invitational Dividing. Finally, now that we can hear you, welcome to the broadcast. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the teams that we've got playing this day?
Man, we've got a banger of a match set up to start off the day, Phil, because this is a really intriguing matchup of what I like to call the old guard versus the new blood. On one side of the game, you have Team Peps, a team that's mostly comprised of former EU Overwatch League veterans, chief among them being Ben Best, FD God, Suna, Logix among them. I'm hoping we're going to be seeing all of them throughout the day today, seeing some former and, according to what you asked some people, current Overwatch League level talent. And then on the other side, you've got GeForce, which if you were to ask me to point to one tier 3 team that has really risen to prominence over the last 6 months, I would point to GeForce. They have been competing in literally every tier 3, tier 2 tournament that the community has offered them over this offseason, and thanks to their extremely scrappy Wrecking Ball based playstyle, led of course by the 15-year-old prodigy Strider, they have really risen to prominence in the tier 3 and even tier 2 scenes.
I think there's a lot to be said for the approach that GeForce have, not necessarily in a composition way, although clearly there is something to be said for that, but the fact that they are one of the few teams currently in the tier 3 scene who are not what you would call like a pickup or a pug team, or just like a group of friends getting together under a meme banner for a tournament. Like,
right,
we have seen GeForce in 5 or 6 tournaments in the past 6 months where they've performed better than all of their opponents. So yeah, they're coming through as a very consistent, very stylized group of players, and they are making a bit of a run here. I think they have a lot of competition in this tournament, and we're talking about them going up, as you said, against former Overwatch League players. That's always going to be difficult, but the scrappy, never say die style that they've developed over this past 6 months, I think is going to put them in good stead. But I really wouldn't want to put any money on where I think this match is going to go, because I think both teams have the potential here to surprise us with what they bring out.
Oh, absolutely. I think you look at the rosters from both teams going into it and say, well, obviously Team Peps has the advantage, right? Because they have the more recognizable roster. We've all seen most of these guys play in past Overwatch League seasons and honestly perform relatively well at that tier 1 level. That being said, if you have watched GeForce in any of the other tournaments that they have played in, of course, I have mentioned Strider as that main tank, but then you also have Ultima Wep and Pummy, which has been a crazy DPS duo. They're both able to play very scrappy, very individualistic, and are able to take 1v1s against just about anyone. And then you have their Zen player, Eugene, who is probably one of the more mechanically sound Zenyatas in the tier 3, tier 2 scene, just period. Basically acts as a third DPS for them. So their sort of playstyle of Strider disrupting the other team with the Wrecking Ball roll-throughs, with the pile drives, and setting things up for their basically 3 DPS to get picks off on them, it has worked extremely, extremely well for them. And especially for a team that plays a lot more structured like Team Peps, a lot... I would assume we'll probably be seeing a lot of brawl from them, a lot of double bubble from them, based on what we saw yesterday. There's going to be a lot of pressure on people like Ben Best and FD God to be able to keep the team together, keep them focused, while there's just going to be so much disruption coming in from GeForce, so much damage from so many different angles.
Yeah, Ben Best, while in his Overwatch career, has demonstrated that he is more than capable on all of the main tank roles, is one of these tank players that you think of, and you think of as a Reinhardt player. So where there is the opportunity to run a brawl composition centered around Ben Best as the tip of the spear here, I think they're going to opt into that. But they have to know exactly what it is they're running into here. They know that GeForce are probably not going to do too much adaptation into what they're being thrown against in match. Like, I think we've seen maybe a couple of flexes off the Tracer and onto the Echo from Ultima Wep, but typically it's been like that 6-man dive with the Sombra composition the entire time. And so that has its ups and downs against a Reinhardt composition, right? And so you've got to think, if you are Team Peps here and you want to come out top in the last ride invitational, that maybe opting into your strengths is fine, but opting into things that directly counter or mirror what we know for a fact, undoubtedly GeForce are going to be running here, might be the smarter composition.
Yeah, for sure. Just load up on the CC, honestly.
Yeah.
They're trying
While
to
you
cut
still
down
can.
on it in Overwatch 2. Take advantage of it while you still can. Strider's going to be trying to just cause as much disruption as possible. So go on that Brigida, go on that Cassidy, stun them up. Even that Ana potentially sleep up that Wrecking Ball, and then everyone with the coordination that I know Team Peps is capable of is going to be able to just melt down that 600 health pool instantly. And then once you lose Strider on the side of GeForce, you have it becomes a lot more difficult for their DPS players to be able to find openings when their Wrecking Ball is back in spawn. So that's kind of what we're setting up here for the Peps versus GeForce matchup. We'll see if that ends up coming true as we start. We're going to be starting off the series on Lijiang. Phil, do you think this kind of is going to work well for the kinds of games that Peps and GeForce want to play?
What we've learned over the years of people playing Wrecking Ball compositions is that you can talk all you want about optimal maps and poor maps for Wrecking Ball play. If you've got a strong Wrecking Ball player, they will just run that on whatever map regardless, right? So I don't think we need to think too much about what it is we can expect to see from GeForce. But I actually think Lijiang as a map pool plays really nicely for Team Peps because there are some very good brawl maps here. You can run the double bubble style on Gardens, and so there's a lot that Team Peps can do here. So expect a lot of adaptation across those three maps from Team Peps, and probably the same thing over and over and over again for those three submaps for GeForce. But let's put that to the test, and we're starting out on Control Center, and this has to be Team Peps' map.
You would think so, right? This is the closed-in map, Control Center. It's very closed-in corridors, closed ceilings. Strider is, of course, locking in that Wrecking Ball instantly, but you're going to have a lot less room to potentially work with to get those roll-throughs and those pile drives, and that's going to make things even easier for Team Peps to try and focus those players down. You have, of course, Suyo coming in on the Mei to start off, but other than that, there isn't any major CC coming out from Team Peps. I think they're just betting that their Brawl composition is going to be able to stay together in the face of GeForce's disruption. Interestingly, I also want to point out that the For Mercy coming out from Ultima Weapon, Magic Mate Ball, going to be coming in from the side and putting in a ton of spam damage.
Yeah, well, it's probably on cleanup duty to start with here, taking out the sentry turrets. That's Team Peps taking the approach up onto the high ground. GeForce spread out around the point for now. Nobody really yet making a proper engagement here. It's spam damage for now. We see Ultimate Weap's already halfway towards an ultimate. Strider struggling with run-throughs here. Of course, he's got to deal with the slow as he tries to get through on this high ground position. Takes a lot of damage there and has to back out here. Points unlocked and Team Pep starting to get a little bit on the better side of this one. So you'll find the opening frag and Magic Make Ball is down. It's a big advantage for Team Peps here, but Ben Best is down and they've already flushed out the Immortality field. And arguably, you don't want to be losing your main tank here over a support. Team Pep start to punch back and it's a 2k from Zirion that starts to wind things out here. There's the opening cap for Team Peps.
Great stuff there from Team Peps. First fight, trying to hold up against the disruption is a pass for Team Peps. They managed to hold strong against Strider and Ultima Weapon Pummy, doing their best to disrupt them and try and shake that core. However, this next fight is going to be even more of a challenge because you've got that Nano Boost ready. You've got that barrage from Ultima Web and the EMP from Pummy coming up very soon.
Nano Boost, Wrecking Ball, Barrage. What is this? Avoided? Let's see how this works out here, because that will be the big initiation tool here for GeForce. Team Peps need to play bulked up here. They need to play together. EMP starts things out, and that's going to be 4 hacked from Pummy. We get the Barrage in over the top with the Nano Boost. Only found 1 so far. Also gets the D-Mech, but the follow-up damage with the last lingering seconds of the Nano Boost, it might be what turn things here for GeForce. They start to get the kills. If you are Team Peps, you start to throw defensive abilities at this. We've got the Photon Barrier and the Sound Barrier here. There's anyhow down. Pummy out as well, and it was a good initiation here for GeForce, but it's not been the big knock off of the point here on the Team Peps that they really wanted. Then best able to land one. We get the Blizzard out from Suyo here, but this might be on a bit of a hiding to nothing, as Team Peps thoroughly knocked off the point now. We see the last D-Mech come through, taking Zerion out of this one. Suyo gets a parting blow, but that's GeForce with their position in game.
It took a lot, though, from GeForce in order to get it there. Basically, every single ult that they had in their bank was used to try and dislodge Team Peps. In fairness, they used pretty much everything that they had in their bank as well, but they're looking a little bit better going into this next fight. The Diva Bomb and the Amplification Matrix is going to do really well to try and zone GeForce off of this point. They are going to have to be wary, though, because ultimately it's very close to another barrage.
Yeah, but look at that, though. It was immediately hide-and-seek time as GeForce made their way out of the line of fire with the Amplification Matrix. Logix off the sim and onto the cast. Finds one here, and anyhow is in a bit of trouble. There's the D-Mech. We've still got Odin Weapon, Magic Maple up on the high ground with another barrage to play with here, but without the bulk of the team on the point to keep this contested, that barrage is going to be very difficult to find value with. But find value it does! Ben Best and FD got both taken out here, but it's a 2-for-2 trade. Strider gets in to take CU as well. We see the self-destruct trigger from Alex. We'll be able to get back into the mech. Hacked up immediately, though, and GeForce still have control here. They are happy to keep this going a little while longer. It's a long, slow sleep and a hack there onto Alex. And over the side for Eugene. FD God with the sound wave. Knocks him over the side. GeForce still in control now, and they are about to match Team Peps in terms of control. They need something big and decisive here from Team Peps to regain this point divide.
And this is what GeForce does. They draw out these fights. They trade back and forth, but the composition of GeForce doesn't care as much about losing an individual player as Team Peps does. They are able to sustain, they're able to subsist, and even though Team Peps have been fighting throughout this entire engagement, GeForce has stayed on top throughout just because individually their players are able to get more value. They have both support ults ready, and it's 98% and counting, Phil. Team Peps has to find something now with this beat and an EMP coming up from Suyo.
Oh, they've got to go into the Nano Boost as well as the Valkyrie here, and Logix is already down. Strider gets to the back and knocks them out. Anyhow, gets the run through, pulls the pin on the mech, and it goes high and wide. Doesn't find the kills, but it scatters Peps off the point, and that's GeForce going 1-0 here on Lijiang Tower.
It started off so well from Team Peps, but you could tell the second that GeForce was able to sort of get that core of the Team Peps brawl to fall apart, they were never quite able to recover, Phil. They were continuing to push in and try and get that decisive ult, that decisive push forward in team wipe that you want to see from those brawl comps, but GeForce plays so spread out, it is so difficult to win a fight like that. You try and engage on one person, and maybe you get the kill, but you have now pushed into the sight lines of the other 5 players of GeForce, and you just get completely blown up. So, we move now on to Night Market, and unfortunately for Team Peps, this map is even better for GeForce. Strider's going to have a lot more room to roll around at the speed of sound and just work these angles on Team Peps, even though they are taking first point control.
Didn't think Odin Web was going to make that one there. Has to use a blink to get back onto the high ground. Probably with a sneaky angle here. Lands the hack, sprays in, doesn't mind who that hits, just wants the ult charge for now. Team Peps in a strong position here, but GeForce, with all the mobility in the world, can keep themselves in this as long as they like. There's the initial unlock of the point, and Zerion's Immortality Field are down and ult. Wet Force of recall here, but still spraying and praying at it. Kill after kill after kill for GeForce. Alex able to get one here, but that's just Alex left on the point now. FD God and Zerion not to be able to keep that alive themselves. GeForce with a nice strong position on the point here with the first count.
And textbook stuff from GeForce. You let Peps take first point control, and while they are playing the objective, they have in a way sort of trapped themselves, forced to huddle in on this point and take Strider rolling in on them, Ultimate Weapon Pummy coming in from the back, and Eugene, of course, lobbing in those shots with the Discord Orb. GeForce could very easily have all 6 ultimates this fight, and if they play this right, they could just roll that through this entire round.
It's a miss on the stick, but as the TP comes through, the minefield comes out, and Suyo taken out by the run-through. It's an aborted push-in, and it's already cost them the sound barrier from FD God. And now Team Peps fighting at a huge advantage. The kills they can get here are nice. Sure, they look good on the trophy wall, but it's not going to be enough to win the fight. Then Best down. Alex and FD God trying to keep this going as we hit the 50% marker here for Team Peps. Is going to see them back into spawn for another crack at this one.
I've said it before, and I'm gonna say it even more throughout this game, Phil. It's disruption, disruption, disruption. That is the name of the game for GeForce right now, and they ended that fight before it even started by not allowing Team Peps to take the positioning that they wanted to take with that teleporter. Now, as we move into this next fight, GeForce 64% and counting. They have to find something here, Team Peps, to make sure to keep things somewhat even. Then Best with the Shatter knocks down Strider. Can they finish off that wrecking ball?
Wow, that was amazing that they avoided that one. That was real 8-4 corner pocket stuff coming out here from Anyhow. 1-for-1 trade, Strider down, Suyo forwards the pulse bomb. We see the TP come to point, GeForce continue to find kills, and they've got the EMP, out it goes. That's 4 Logics with no chance to get that photon barrier online, and dividing its last fight territory here. It's 90%, and Team Peps are scattered and floundering.
Wow, this is insane from GeForce. Peps has to try and get anyone on. It's FD God who manages to come in from the back and get a touch, but is immediately hacked out and taken out by Strider. The Blizzard is going to give Team Peps a little bit of real estate, as is the photon barrier from Logix, but now you have to deal with the mines from Strider, and Ultimate Weapon's very close to that pulse bomb.
Yeah, and honestly, the kills coming through so quickly here for GeForce that there's just no chance for Team Peps to solidify, and that is it. GeForce put themselves immediately at match point because we are still in the first to 2 format here.
Yeah, this is, of course, the last round of the bracket. That is that first to 2, but man, Team Peps just looks to be kind of countered here. Really tried to run this this brawl style composition that they are most well known for. I think most of their players are most well known for the Ben Best Ryan, the FD God Lucio, all of that. They just could not get into the positionings that they wanted. They could not get the engagements that they wanted, because as soon as they were ready to go in, GeForce was right on top of them instantly with the Wrecking Ball, with the Tracer, with the Sombra. It was brutal for them to try and get anywhere on that composition, and at this point, I would be thinking about how exactly are we going to try to adjust to try and lock up these flankers of GeForce and try and counter them a little better.
Yeah, it's honestly a little baffling to me that you see how that first point on Control Center went, where Brawl is probably its strongest on this entire map in Control Center. If it's not working there, I don't see how you can get that to work on Night Market. I know you've got Logix in, and Logix, despite being a phenomenal hit scan, has sort of become known as a Symmetra specialist. That's sort of the role that he was running when he was on Toronto Defiant, the last time we saw him in Overwatch League. Right. I think there are other things you can do here with this team, with those heroes, with this skill set that isn't so easily countered by the Wrecking Ball Sombra approach that GeForce have. And I know that Team Peps have the experience and the coaching to be able to make those adaptations, so I'd love to know what the thought process is here to stick on that.
Yeah, I think it's just generally they're playing what they're most comfortable with to start off the game. That being said, when we watched Team Peps yesterday on stream, they have shown the ability to play other comps, right? We have seen the double bubble from them. We have seen the Wrecking Ball Sigma from them. So they have the ability. They are more well-rounded than just being that brawl one-trick team. We know that from them. So this next map pick from Team Peps is going to be huge, because it's going to show where their heads are at, what they're going to be trying to do to try to adjust to the GeForce style of gameplay. Because we said this before, Phil, GeForce, win or lose, they're going to keep running the same thing and dare you to counter them.
Yeah, I think things have got to come to a pretty pass here to get GeForce off of this composition. And yeah, we've seen a little bit of variation here and there, a small amount of Ashe, a very small amount of Echo. Like, you know what they're going to run. You don't have to VOD review them. You don't have to scout them. Like, it's well advertised. They're not hiding what it is they're running. You've got to think a little better. about how you're going to counter that. And we did see some interesting variations out of Team Peps yesterday. And I think the reason we are going to Gibraltar specifically for our next map is precisely because they have a very specific game plan in mind. And I'm expecting to see the Winston Zarya double bubble approach here, at the very least for point A from Team Peps when we load into map.
Yeah, we saw them play Gibraltar against DICE yesterday, and that was, in fact, when we saw them come out with that double bubble composition. It is, I think, a lot better at trying to match the more scrappy, individualistic playstyle of GeForce. It isn't quite as devastating if you lose one player as it is in a straight-up Reinhardt Brawl composition. I think they're trying to kind of find the happy medium between going with what they know and they feel the most comfortable with, which is the Brawl, and then just trying to straight up mirror GeForce in their Wrecking Ball compositions. After what happened on Lijiang, I would not be super confident in trying to take up the mirror. So trying to find sort of a happy medium, play into them a little bit while also trying to continue to play to your strength, because double bubble does play conceptually pretty similarly to Brawl. It's just a little bit more more vertically
in a different axis,
friendly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it allows you to take that like historically very important blue box control on Gibraltar A, where we see the most time burned off of the clock in that particular map. And so, yeah, I really wouldn't be surprised to see that coming out. I think even during GOATs, like the Winston high ground approach or Winston D.Va high ground approach was very popular still on Gibraltar because of how important that high ground control was for this particular map. So, yeah, I think I'd be very surprised to see anything other than that. We have got our word here that we're about to load into map. It's GeForce starting on defense to go here. No substitutions on the side of GeForce, but we do have Suna coming in on the side of Team Peps.
Yeah, and that tells me probably going to be locking in that Tracer for the most part when Suna comes in for Peps. That is what he ends up playing, and that is, in fact, what we see. So Suna and benbest are probably going to be playing as a bit of a duo here, trying to get up onto the high ground and trying to disrupt GeForce, who are likely going to be sitting up on that high ground, sitting up on that blue box control. And this is exactly as we said it, right, Phil? We see the double bubble instantly coming in from Team Peps. This is their attempt to try and adjust to the GeForce playstyle. Will it help them out? If Suna, for example, can win that Tracer 1v1 against Ultimawep on the side, that would put so much pressure off of benbest and Alex and everyone who's trying to get up and run that front line. So if Team Peps can make that work, they will be in a much better situation on Gibraltar.
Yeah, I did think that's what we were going to see first. Suna with the instant pick over onto the Symmetra to get some ground covered. Pummy knew that was coming, but couldn't get in quick enough to secure that. In comes the dive from benbest. Alex gets a small amount of charge, but nothing great here. Some initial space gain for Team Peps as benbest resumes the high ground control here, but needs to be careful. There are 2 or 3 angles here where GeForce can start to pile in some damage. Alex takes a bit of wing on the way through, needs to be careful. Now has the bubbles to go in, and all this while, though, Suna keeps on pushing the cart while the fight is happening up here on Blue Box. Logix. Oh, what a headshot! Thank Mr. Logix as Ultimawep goes down. That is a big dink in the arm here for GeForce as the flashbang connects, and down goes Strider. I was wondering what good the McCree was going to do here, but already paying dividends for Team Peps.
Yeah, I mean, I think Team Peps are really trying to stick with that that flashbang. The CC that Cassidy provides for your team really helps out when you're trying to counter 3-4 flankers at once. So now GeForce have been forced back, trying to protect these last couple of meters before the end of point A. And when you take away the space from GeForce, they become a lot less effective.
Well, there's that nano booster, hoping that that can make up for the fact they've lost Suna here. Logic's forced to just use the high noon to reload here, getting pressured out by Strider. GeForce closing in with Puppy with the EMP, lands hits for both tanks on board and Logix, and in comes the follow-up. It's primary fire and stick down here for GeForce. Team Peps down and out for now. That's going to be the hold for GeForce. Let's see how Team Peps mount their re-engagement.
They're not in a bad spot here, Phil. You've got both tank ultimates coming up from Team Peps, and Eugene just used the Transcendence to make sure that G-Force could safely re-engage on that fight. So, you have a free grab here as long as Anyhow doesn't eat it, and you'll be able to follow that up with potentially a Pulse Bomb from Suna for that nice poke damage onto a lot of people, and potentially the Rally Armor from FD God. You're in a solid spot.
Okay, well, it's angry monkey time here for Team Peps. Benbest takes a huge amount of damage. You can see the Orb of Discord from Eugene. They're making like really hard, even with 1,000 HP. Grav comes in, finds one, just gets the break, but the damage has been done. Magic Maple and Anyhow and Ultimate Web out of the fight entirely as Logix rounds the corner and yet another high noon. Strider has already used the mines, can't survive through this last bit of brawl at the end of point A, and into streets now for Team Peps.
Well, if you can pick off Anyhow... Oh, Maypal actually is a much better stagger here. Yeah, you're going to be able to pick off that Brigida 100% of the time. That's actually huge. Magic Maypal had the rally ready, and G-Force is going to have to wait just a little bit longer to make sure that they can get that all-important rally armor on. However, Team Peps used 5 ultimates in that fight, Phil, to make sure that they could secure point A, and now you're playing into both tank and both DPS ultimates from G-Force, and they're set up pretty on this spaceship.
The high ground here for Team Peps. Everyone will have the nano boost ready to go, looking for an engage on that from Benbest to try and get a bit of space and hopefully a little bit more of this ultimate online. But whilst we're waiting for that staging, Suna beats Ultimate Web out in the 1v1 here. So G-Force may have ultimates, but it's the 5v6. They're playing Overwatch 2 a little bit early here. Team Peps go for the initiation, but it's a big EMP from Pummy that comes in and puts paid to a lot of the aggression from Team Peps. 1-for-1 trade so far. Alex with a lot of charge and closing in on having another Graviton surge here, but he's going to have to back out and try and survive with as much of this charge as possible. Will find the kill, and actually Team Peps might be able to turn this. They've got some big kills here. No, ultimately they've not quite got the numbers, and G-Force are quite heavily ensconced.
Yeah, Strider has just respawned. That Wrecking Ball is going to be back in just a moment, but Alex is looking for that grab right now, trying to get Anyhow out of that mech. Not quite able to do it, but Logix is able to find Ultimate Weapon in the back. That Tracer has been a lot less effective on Gibraltar.
And Benbest down to like double-digit HP before popping the Primal Rage in the middle of the stun there. Swings in, finds the D-Mech, pulls the pin on the grenade that is the self-destruct and pays the price. But on the other end of that receipt is the cap here on Hangar and into point C with nearly 4 minutes on the clock. But this fight ain't wrapping up anytime soon. There's a minefield out from Strider. Not finding kills with this one yet, but will at least slow down Team Peps as they try and push through into point C. And they are now finding kills. It's not going to be a definitive fight win, but they just want to burn time off the clock here, Divide.
And you'd love to try and force some ults out early from Peps. You have both a rally and a nano boost available from them. You'd love to be able to use them now when they've just barely started on point C rather than saving it for trying to get across that first or even that second corner. That being said, G-Force has backed off a little bit, and FD God is forced to use the rally to try and help him engage. And the nano boost. You've gotten both support ults out.
Yeah, this is a lot of value invested in from Team Peps, but they are converting that into a win. They found 3, now 4 kills, and they're finally out of the hangar. From G-Force, yes, it was a little bit costly in terms of what they threw at that, but Pummy is so quick at getting these EMPs. Like, this will be here almost in the next fight, 30%, like 10 seconds after casting the last one.
Yeah, it's actually insane how quickly G-Force as a whole are able to cycle through these ultimates super quickly. Actually, Tommy's gonna swap over onto the Ashe, and I actually really like this swap. Suna and Logix are not really gonna be able to counter that long-range DPS super well, especially if Tommy is able to set up on a high ground. It's a really nice kind of last stand character here for G-Force.
Magic Maple just straight up walked into that Graviton surge, right? You saw that like me. Knew there wasn't a threat. It's like, I'm just going to go sit in this big orange jacuzzi of an ultimate. In the meantime, Team Peps are keeping up the pressure. They find 1 kill here with the stick. Sooner keeping the roll on going as Magic Maple goes down. But it's not enough to win out a team fight. Ooh, okay. Strider and Eugene with a bit of valiant effort at the end there. Here's the hold for G-Force. Just under 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and these ultimates from G-Force, like we just said, they build them up so quickly. Strider has another Mines. Anyhow has another Diva Bomb. Eugene has another Transcendence. All this zoning and healing should be enough for them to sustain through, as long as you don't let Logix get a nice angle with this Deadeye.
Seems like there wasn't quite the kill value there that Strider was hoping for with the minefield. A lot of stuns coming his way as that initiation caps through. Anyhow, with the self-destruct can do a lot to pressure out Team Peps here and push out resources. And now there's not even a shield to deal with that as Best falls. And a high ground control maintained here for GeForce. Team Peps know when they're beaten, and it's back to spawn to regroup.
Yep, nicely done there from Team Peps. You've only got a minute left on the clock at this point, so you've got to be careful, making sure that you don't end up wasting time. Go back, regroup, go in for another fight where you're going to have 5 ultimates available from Peps. Everything except for the grab is coming up, and GeForce, they know they've got to strike early, and anyhow does it! Just launches it up into the high ground, finds the Ana and the Cassidy, and Team Peps might be forced to go back before they've even started, and they've committed the Primal Rage as well.
And now they've got the Bob to contend with here as well, so Team Peps already down in numbers now. Looking to deal with the 7v6. Pulse Bomb connected from Suna, and crucially that's Magic Maple down, who did have the rally online. And now a momentary reprieve for Team Peps so they can start to move forward a little bit. And now they've flushed out this ornament from Eugene. Gavin Toge comes through, and coupled with that anti-healing, it means nothing can be done by Eugene to keep the team alive, and suddenly Team Peps get another lease on life here. It's 10 seconds left to get this cap on C. We will get the last second contest. This is almost certainly going to be an overtime cap, if a cap at all. They've now got to deal with Magic Maple coming through. Pummy with the Bastion pick from Spore to the last second, receives the immortality, doing anything to keep this damage threat alive for Pummy on GeForce here, but Team Peps keep the kills counting on through, and there's the cap. Nothing in the time bank, but a clean finish from Team Peps.
You've gotta love the last second Bastion swap. 20% of the time, it works all the time. But that 20% of the time is absolutely glorious, and Team Peps, even though GeForce really made them work for it, are able to take the entirety of Gibraltar, forcing GeForce to have to do the same in order to end this in 2 maps. However, GeForce, I felt like did a really good job still of being able to cycle their ultimates really well. Their engagements, their really aggressive, fast ultimate usages really caught Team Peps off guard a lot. And it seemed like Team Peps were only consistently able to find wins when either 2 things happened. 1, you were able to find Ultima Wep early, catch them out either with Suna winning the Tracer 1v1 or with Logix finding them out, or you build up like 4 or 5 ultimates and use them all at once. And I'm a little worried. I'm not sure if that's a consistent enough win condition for Team Peps when GeForce is still playing at such a high tempo.
Yeah, it can be very difficult to respond to just like the constant 180 BPM tick at which GeForce are playing. And Team Peps are clearly doing things to try and slow that down. Like, just look at the amount of stuns that they have on this composition. Like, there's a lot that just says no GeForce, no Wrecking Ball, no Tracer, no Sombra. Let's see if they can leverage this into as slow a roll through as they were forced to deal with. Logo initiation here for GeForce. Team Peps are going to have to wait and kind of play at this tempo for GeForce. They need to get down and contest at some point, but for now, they're more than happy just to let this get a little bit of progress. GeForce starting to take some high ground positioning here. Eugene looking to get a volley connect. Can't find that as Team Peps rotate around the side out of the line of fire. See that payload now just about to go under this big car wash area in Gibraltar A. And it means that GeForce need to start pressuring Team Peps on the high ground and trying to flush them out here. So watch for Strider and anyhow to try and get big knockthroughs here. Up on the high ground, pushes out the bubble, doesn't give it a huge amount of charge and keeps them going, forces them down to rotate into server. Logic's able to find Ultima Wep, you probably forced the Translocate out, and not a huge amount of charge here for GeForce, but some slow and steady progress. Team Peps now going to have to go and play on the low ground, but they're going to stay here for now and try and force out a little bit from GeForce. Strider almost gets out of that one on a wing of a prayer, but one last whip shot from FD. God puts paid to that progress, and back to spawn for GeForce.
And I think Team Peps are slowly but surely starting to figure out how to deal with GeForce here. If you take the space away from them, you force them to fight for every inch of ground, don't give them anything for free, you start to make them struggle. That being said, that was a lot of point progress made there by GeForce by just a backcapping Tracer, I think. Is actually forced a lot of ultimates out of them to try and hold on to it, but Team Peps are actually still having to deal with Pummy in the back, continuing to inch that point closer. You might just have to have Suna hang on there the full time, which is actually big, because now you don't have that Tracer up there to help support your front line on the blue box.
Yeah, it's now 5v5 on the high ground if you're going to keep Suna down there. And really, you want this pulse bomb as an initiation tool as we see GeForce try and take this to the high ground positioning. Suna and Best now playing bodyguard on the point here, but they really don't want to give over this high ground to GeForce, and they might not have to now. They've secured a pick. The fight's almost certainly to go their way unless GeForce can find a big answer here. And I think GeForce are looking at Pummy and going, my guy, get this EMP and we win, because they don't have a support tool to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely not. And Team Peps know that they have to go in aggressively. Alex lobs in the grab, but unfortunately no real value is found off of it. Strider does go down, but Team Peps are still knocking people around with that Primal Rage from Ben Best. It's making things very difficult for GeForce to try and get this over the finish line.
It's a bit of a 2v1 there. It's hardly fair on Portal's Web, who nearly got the kill onto Ben Best. And probably now, finally, at nearly a minute left on the map, has this EMP. They will have the self-destruct. Always difficult to get that combo right, but this is now GeForce's fight to win.
Pummy has just been going into the back, trying to force Team Peps off of the high ground by inching that point forward, threatening the C9, but because of that, Pummy hasn't been in the fight very much, so hasn't really had much opportunity to build up that EMP charge, but this is now GeForce's big opportunity. Both tank ults, the Transcendence, and the EMP available.
Okay, well, it happened off to the side here of the server room, but that's a 3K for anyhow care of an EMP self-destruct combo. We were looking for this to be the fight that GeForce wins, and looks like they're going to do that. Zero pressure at the end here, and on into the hangar phase with 3 minutes to play with.
Yeah, and that's actually pretty big from GeForce. They're able to go into point B with still those mines and that Transcendence available for them to work with to try and push forward aggressively and pick off some of the members of Team Peps, but looks like they do manage to escape from those bad spawns. So we get ourselves a 6v6 fight here with a Deadeye and a Nano Boost on the other side. Ben Best is going to be looking to cause havoc when he's boosted up.
Ooh, interesting roll through and a whole heckin' heap of sleep onto Strider. Still gets the minefield off, survives, and finds the kill. That's Ben Best down here. Main tank off the table for Team Peps, and suddenly a bit of a rebalancing of the force for GeForce, although they lose Magic 8 Ball on Eugene, and that is certainly done and dusted here. I can't see a comeback from this when you don't have your supports to support you through the team fight. Team Peps on the chase, looking for some last-second ult charge, and there's the hold for Peps.
This is now really scary here for GeForce, because Peps are allowed to get really good and set up on these Gibraltar B high ground. That's some of the strongest high ground in the entire game, I would argue, because there are just these 4 tiny little doors that GeForce have to try and squeeze through to get into any space at all. Makes things really easy for Team Peps to focus them down.
And this is exactly what happened the last time we saw Team Peps come to Gibraltar against DICE. They just held these top 4 corners, these top 2 corners, top bottom corners, and just no entrance at all from the team they're playing. I think it was DICE yesterday. And they've got ults to play with. They've got both tank ults, they've got a support ult. It is so hard for GeForce to muscle their way through this. They're going to be again looking at Pummy to hit a big EMP here, but Team Peps are playing so distributed, it's going to be a 2-man EMP at best here, but we'll find the kill. Primary fire, that's Suna down. Ben Best forced into the Primal Rage, and just being 1-man, big beefy bodyguard on all 4 doors here. Popping up all over the place, but we've got a back cap going on here. We are almost at the end of the hangar phase. Care of a lot of pressure being put down by Pummy. There's the EMP and it's 4. Both tags, both DPS caught in that one, but we need a follow-up here from GeForce. And that's going to be Zarion down, but not before that Nano Boost came off here. And GeForce, with a bit of trickery, a bit of chicanery, a bit of backcappery, might just get this done here as we get down below the 1-minute mark for GeForce on their push.
Beautiful stuff from Pummy to start that off. How do you get G4? How do you get Team Peps, to group up and make things easy for you to get a big EMP off when they're playing so far apart? Just put pressure on the point. Try and get a back cap going. Force Team Peps to go all the way back to try and counter you, and that is when you unleash that EMP. GeForce now a minute 40 on the clock to try and complete this map. Team Peps, their defensive positioning is only going to get stronger and stronger as GeForce gets closer and closer to the end. That being said, with both tank ults and a pulse bomb available, it seems like GeForce are never at a loss for ultimates.
Not at all. In fact, they've got the mines, they've got the self-destruct. Logic's again using the high noon there just to reload. Both traces off the table, and Team Pep start to punch back as Logix finds Magic Mate Ball again, just less than 20% away from having that all online. Strider not in a position to commit the minefields just yet, partially body blocked by the bouncing of Benbest, and almost gets out, but Logix with the last second tag takes him out, and we are now down below 1 minute, and no back cap potential here for GeForce.
Yeah, at this point, Peps are very much on top of the point. GeForce is going to have a lot of trouble trying to get a back cap off on this, so you're gonna have to go in the old-fashioned way, try and break through, and you have 5 ultimates available to try and do it here. Pummy has a huge opportunity here with this EMP, is able to get 2 with it, and get to hack onto Benbest to follow up. This is GeForce's big chance. The rally from Magic Mate Ball is going to force them in. They're gonna round that last corner, rounding third, heading for home, goes GeForce.
Yeah, and Team Peps are coming into this one. They might get the Primal Rage. They've certainly got the High Noon. I can't see it finding a huge amount of value, but they need to get in and stop this now. They're going to try and use the High Noon just to get out of spawn. I think they're going to be allowed to get out in a fairly strong fashion here as GeForce give over a lot of space, and Suna and Benbest get both ultimates online, and it's overtime. We get a touch here. Magic Mate Ball just rallies his way onto the point, but gets deleted. It's Pummy on point. That's 200 HP. It ain't a lot to work with. Anyhow has the self-destruct, but it's got to be the mother of all self-destructs, and anyhow is any down. Will find one, but it's bitter comfort here. It's small comfort here. Not enough for GeForce as Team Peps keep their tournament life alive, putting 1 point on the board.
That is incredible from Team Peps. We have been visited by the Cassidy God Logix of Team Peps.
Can we get a thank you, Mr. Logix?
We have been visited by the Cassidy God Logix of Team Peps. Good aim and headshots will come to you, but only if you comment "Thank Mr. Logix" on this Twitch chat. Thank Mr. Logix.
Fantastic stuff. And it's a stay of execution now for Team Peps. Could have very easily gone the other way, but I think learning eventually from just the sheer amount of pressure that Pummy could put on the payload and adapting into it and suddenly finding themselves an advantage really did well here for Team Peps. So one more map here. We'll be going to a hybrid map next. And I said at the start, Dividing, that I don't think I want to put any money down on who is going to win this. I think it's unfair to call it a coin toss because it's it's unfair to call it a coin toss because it's not down to luck, it's down to ability. But I think there is not a lot between these two teams, from the sheer star power that we have on Team Peps, from the forged in fire friendship that we have from GeForce. Like, I still don't think there's a way to slide a piece of paper between these two teams.
Oh, absolutely not. I think this map pick from GeForce is actually going to be huge because they now get the opportunity to pick the hybrid map that they are most comfortable with, that they think is going to play the best with their composition. Instantly, I think my mind goes to Eichenwald. That is kind of the big, like, crazy map, but it's actually going to be Blizzard World coming out as the GeForce map pick, which I think that's actually a pretty solid map as well, other than potentially, like, Point C, where things get a little bit more enclosed. Blizzard World is a very open map. You have a lot of high ground to take advantage of on both Point A and Point B. This could be really good for GeForce to try and shut down Team Peps, who are going to be forced to cross a lot of space to get to them.
I do wonder if this is where we maybe see the double shield approach come through for Team Peps. I know that Alex on Team Peps, formerly of Sheer Cold, is a very, very strong Sigma player, like arguably one of the best Sigma players that we had in contenders in EMEA. And that feeds very nicely into that kind of style of play. And the benefit of that is it really allows you to double down on the CC no fun allowed approach that really shuts down what GeForce are trying to do. So I wouldn't be particularly surprised to see that come through here. I would be a little bit worried for Team Peps if we see them move back to the Brawl style, because I think we've seen from previous rounds here that it just doesn't really work as well as they might like into the kind of things that GeForce are running here. So almost to me feels like Team Peps' map to lose. Like, if they can get this comp right, I think they're in with a pretty good shot.
I think absolutely. I think Team Peps has shown the ability in their past games to play around those Sigmas, even if it's Ball Sigma or maybe Orisa Sigma you want to, I could definitely see, especially on defense, Team Peps running a sort of bunkery double shield long range composition to try and maybe catch out and chunk down those flankers before they can even get to them. I think that would be a really good way for Team Peps to potentially deal with the kind of compositions that GeForce likes to play.
Yeah.
That being said, I do have to give props to GeForce. They really made Team Peps work for that last map win. And for good reason. They are going to continue to just keep pounding away at the core, the compositions, the morale of Team Peps. And it is really going to be up to the experience from this really seasoned roster of players to see if they can hold up against that disruptive style of play, or if their core ends up falling apart.
I think a lot of what Team Peps have to do here is kind of what they were doing on Point A of Gibraltar, is just making life hard for Pummy. Like, I think 3 big team fights in a row for progress gained for GeForce were on the back of Pummy getting big EMPs, like 3 or 4 mana EMPs with a follow-up being there. But it took, 3 minutes for Pummy to get that first EMP on Gibraltar, just because it was so difficult to find an opening into what Team Peps was running. And if Team Peps keep up with that, then, that's GeForce's big initiation, big fight winner taken off the table entirely. And as we move into Blizzard World, it's going to be Team Peps starting on defense. So let's see if our Magic 8 Balls were correct in predicting here from Team Peps. And yes, it is going to be the double shield approach.
Yeah, especially on this defense, it makes a ton of sense for Team Peps to run this double shield. You're going to be able to set up on either the sort of forward high ground or the back high ground, up to Team Peps where they want to set up. Logix is going to be all safe and secure with that Cassidy tucked behind those 2 shields. Of course, Suna is going to be sticking onto that Tracer, trying to do duels with Ultima Wep. And I think that's something else I wanted to point out real quick before we get into this game, is that compared to the first game to game 2, Suna came in as the Tracer player for GeForce and was able to more consistently challenge Ultima Wep on that Tracer duel, was able to take, I think they probably traded pretty evenly, but just the fact that Ultima Wep was not allowed to just do whatever he wanted, I think was a huge reason why Team Peps was able to come out ahead in a lot of these fights. Interestingly, a slight change for GeForce here, a little bit different. Anyhow's going to be on that Zarya instead of the Diva here, trying to give Strider even more protection with those friendly bubbles.
Yeah, and of course, Pummy coming in on the Hanzo, a huge amount of shield break available to him into this double shield composition, but Strider just gets hit with every single stun in the game. But while Strider was buying attention, Pummy was buying headshots, and that's 2 down. And Team Peps just crumble under the pressure. Such a smart read here from GeForce. They send in the scouting and they come out with the right adaptations to just blow Team Peps out of the water.
That is so beautiful from GeForce. This entire game, Phil, we've been saying GeForce play this one comp and they play it really well, but you have to try to adapt to them. They're gonna run the same thing. Turns out, not quite true. GeForce are willing to make minor adjustments to their core composition in order to really try and disrupt what Team Peps was trying to do, which was just trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink at Strider as that Wrecking Ball went in, just gave them that much more space, that much more damage to work with. And now you already have the mines, the Dragon Strike, the Pulse Bomb from GeForce as they push all the way halfway through point B.
Mines is online first from Strider, but I think Strider's objective here is going to be knocking Team Peps down off the high ground. No, just goes to interrupt that use of the amplification matrix. We see a trade come through. Magic Mayball and Zerion both down here, both Traces alive and still causing trouble for now. Pummy throws out the Dragons, I think. Let's go ahead and call that a zoning ultimate. Stops Team Peps from getting back on the high ground. And it's interference time here. Ultimate Weapon Strider playing down on the low ground, starting to surround Team Peps. Team Peps denied the high ground here. Their composition really on a struggle now that they no longer have that advantage. And they don't have ultimates. Yes, they've got Logix's high noon, but that's going to struggle to find value into the mobile comp of GeForce as Strider rolls through and finds 2. It's up to the high ground looking to reinitiate here. And Immortality Field already out now for Team Peps. GeForce keeping on rolling with the rally at their beck and call, and we are close to the cap here on streak with 4 minutes going. And Best throws in that supercharger. Enjoy it while you can. And the kills come through in quick succession. DPS making names for themselves here. Probably with another Dragon Strike. Splits Team Peps away from the payload. And now they just get themselves back onto that. They trade out Strider for Alex here. And that's so much damage coming in from GeForce that they are guaranteed the cap here. There it is. 5 minutes to get through C for GeForce.
I thought for sure the defensive spawns from Team Peps were going to come in clutch and they were going to be able to restabilize, but the last second ultimates, the individual plays from GeForce are able to pull them through and gives them 5 minutes, Phil, to finish Blizzard World. This is a blazing fast attack for GeForce right now, and you have the mines again. You have the pulse bomb again. Team Peps, though, they're going to try and go really aggressive here with this Amp Matrix and this Gravitic Flux.
Well, that's 2 ults out, not a huge amount gained from them, arguably some space, but the minefield is the one that actually finds value here, and Zerion is off the table. Benbest is now down to the pulse bomb, and GeForce are just tearing a bloody swathe here through Team Peps. Get amazed, my guy. I want to know, DM me. What is the thought process here if I stick it on this team comp? Because it ain't working. Team Peps have to adapt, and they've got to adapt now, dividing.
There is the adaptation from Team Peps. Venbest is going to lock in that Wrecking Ball, trying to counter Strider directly with that mirror for the first time all game, Phil. I'm a little worried because Strider has consistently gotten so much damage, has got his sights locked on that other Wrecking Ball, but Suna has gotten in the back, taking out Magic Maple right before they have the rally.
Okay, look, they've made some adaptations, they've made some changes, and suddenly they dig deep and find some additional gas in the tank and mount a hold here. So Team Peps, again, a stay of execution, but they now have to play this perfectly because we do not have much space between that payload and the end of the map.
Yeah, and Alex has to be careful here, has the Discord on them, and is just barely going to be able to make it out there. The grab comes in from anyhow, is going to lock up Team Peps for a minute, and the Dragon Strike comes through trying to split down the middle of that grab, but just a little bit too late. It's going to continue to be that scrappy fight here, but I feel like I've been saying this over and over again. Strider has the mines.
Benbest has the mines too. We've almost... Oh, what a stick from Suna! 5 double Magic Maple down as well. Suna, one man saying, no, we are not going to lose here, and I feel like I cast a curse to a little bit there, my guy, but that will be the hold here from Team Peps. Benbest continues to take space up front.
Yeah, and Team Peps actually are in a pretty solid position ultimate-wise. You've got both tank ults, the mines, the Gravitic Flux coming out, as well as the Transcendence from Zerion if anyone is in a lot of trouble here. Meanwhile, GeForce pretty much just has the mines to play around, but you've taken out Benbest before they can use those mines. That's huge for GeForce.
And we get the hack coming through as somebody makes a swap back over onto the Sombra. It is already nearly 60% of the way to an EMP. GeForce now back in control of the payload and getting it nice and close to the end here. But they've got to contend with a minefield and Logix with a high noon and Logix with a primary fire, to be perfectly frank with you. Soon he gets the better of Autumn Weapon. That will be a hold again here for Team Peps, who, while struggling under the cosh on points A and B, have so far burnt 3 minutes off the clock on C.
Yeah, this has actually been a really solid hold here for Team Peps. It seems like every time GeForce are so close to breaking it open, but Team Peps managed to hold on. Actually, Benbest has swapped back onto the Orisa here and is instantly gonna get punished for it. Has gotten EMP'd. Oh, but Logix. Oh man, the savior of Team Peps this time around, I think, Phil.
Yeah, Suna getting knocked around like a pinball in the small room back there. Will survive through that KO of the recall, and Team Peps back in control, pushed up, feeling strong, flourished in their lane and unbothered, and they will have at the very least a pulse bomb to start off this next fight as Suna crouches around in the back room looking for this initiation.
Yeah, now if you're GeForce, you're starting to feel the pressure of that time ticking away. You had almost 5 minutes on point C. Now it's just down to 1, and Suna has a perfect vision onto GeForce, but is patient, decides not to pull the trigger just yet.
Yeah, I thought for certain we were getting that pulse bomb stuck in the back there, hoping they could maybe find one with the one clip. Instead, it's back to the rest of the team, finds the health back, and it's a 2v1 hit. Suna in a world of trouble. Doesn't have a clean line through to the rest of the team, but is happy for now just to burn up attention from GeForce. We're now down at the 42nd mark. That's going to be Ultimate Weapon with the Pulse Bomb. Zerion coming in clutch here with the Transcendence, because that was low territory here for Alex, but may have missed time. This is the grab from Anyhow comes through, but they are still finding kills here from Team Peps. Stride of the minefield, low and wide over the point. No kills through just yet. And Team Peps with the rally over armor, that big bulky over armor, keeping them alive through this one. This is last fight territory here for GeForce. They've got to get in and they've got to keep this contested. They're not going to have a full complement of players here. It's down to Strider to keep it alive.
And they are no ultimates either, Phil. They use everything that they had to try and get it across. And now you're playing into the Deta. You're playing into both Tankleds. The overtime wick is ticking away. And it seems like after what was an insane attack for points A and B, Team Peps have pulled off the 5-minute hold on Blizzard World Point C to prevent GeForce from getting the full cap.
I mean, look, GeForce is still throwing bodies at this, but it is done and dusted here. And that's got to feel pretty demoralizing here for GeForce. To have such a blistering A and such a blistering B to stall out on C when you were, I believe, 15 meters away from capping with a pretty good time back, to suddenly find yourself ground out at C. I think that's got to be a real thonker here for GeForce. They've got to rely, I think, on the knowledge that they had such a quick A and B that if they can keep Team Pep slowed down for the A and B push here, that they can at the very least match that pace.
And what are Team Peps going to do on their attack? Because we were talking about the double shield a lot, and that's all well and good on defense, but when it comes to Blizzard World attack, I don't really love any sort of double shield on any attack at all, and that is, in fact, going to be how I thought it was going to be. Team Peps going with the Wrecking Ball of their own, at least for now. Still have about 30 seconds to change it, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is what they roll out with. Which means, you are looking at what is more or less a mirror matchup here. The only real change up is Logic's on the Cassidy for Team Peps and Pummy on that Sombra. Other than that, oh wait, actually, Zerion and Eugene are going for a slightly different as well. But, well, Team Peps still want to think about it. They still want to think about it.
Trap here of talking about what's happening in the offensive spawn. Strider looking to get a bit of early information here, and potentially as a big knock-up set up here. Let's see how Team Pepsi want to do this. Okay, so they're actually using the TP to get past that initial setup, but Strider will be relaying that info back to Team that is going to be the double shield here. So Team Pep's hoping that it's slow and steady that wins the race. This one as they peep and creep forward behind these two shields. Let's see what happens when the rubber meets the road for Team Peps.
Yeah, I just don't love it very much because look at how little room Team Peps has to work with right now. They are forced to just try and sneak their way around. They're forced to use all of their abilities, all of their ults just to get a little bit further in. But Zerion has actually found Eugene. That's actually huge for Team Peps. You don't have the Discord Orb anymore to work around.
Okay, but that has been equalized as soon as it goes down. But yeah, losing that 20% damage buff that you had from Eugene is a big hole in GeForce's game plan here. But they're doing a good job of stopping Team Peps from gaining space. Ultimate Web almost gets the melee kill there onto FD God. The back avoidable healing of Zerion keeps them in this one. Zerion already has the amplification matrix, but again, we've seen GeForce can just get out of the way of that big square goalpost. So I don't know where that's going to go that particularly helps. Okay, momentarily forces GeForce back, and now Team Peps have a way to get themselves onto the point, and they can set up their own defensive, offensive bunker here. GeForce need to be quick about disrupting this and finding a way through. Ultimate Web had the post bomb but loses the duel, and Logix is keeping everybody else on GeForce in check here by holding this angle on the left-hand side. 1.5 ticks already gained for Team Peps, and GeForce will have ultimates here, but they've already given over 2 ticks. They're going to come in with Eugene at the back with that Transcendence, and Anyhow finds 2, and it becomes a shooting gallery for GeForce, and Team Peps so close to a cap, just get smushed.
And that one engagement from Team Peps, Phil, took 2 minutes off of the time bank. You've already gotten rid of half of your time if you're Team Peps for one good attempt at the point. And you got 2 ticks out of it. Theoretically, you have one more real good fight at it. And with that, you have 5 ultimates as well. Both tanks, both supports, and the Pulse Bomb from Suna are coming up here. Only really having to worry about the Pulse Bomb from Ultimate Web and the Rally from Magic 8 Ball. Team Peps should theoretically be able to do this as long as they're able to stick together and stay composed in the face of all of this damage from all of these angles.
Okay, Logic finds the opening frag here, and that's probably off the table. Supercharger down and immediately out again from here. Team Peps again have ultimates here, but GeForce back away from the amplification matrix. And it's going to be GeForce giving over a lot of space here. They don't have the ults to compete with this one. They don't have the numbers on the point to compete with this one. And FD God surges forward, bullies anyhow off the point, and there is the cap here. So considerably slower for Team Peps, but they are now getting on the streets.
I mean, I have been quite critical of the double shield on attack from Team Peps, but I will admit when I'm wrong here. Team Peps did a fantastic job of sticking together, staying composed, and just slowly but surely buying a little bit more space for themselves at a time until GeForce were forced back and had no more room to play with, no more time, no more ults, no more resources to try and contest this point. So Team Peps with a respectable 3 minutes on the clock, and interestingly, BenBest now is going to try and mirror Strider on this Wrecking Ball.
Anyhow gets the Flux out, and Zero was of course forced to use the Transcendence in the last fight, which means there are 2 kills pair of Strider getting in over the top with the initial damage from that Gravitic Flux, and GeForce come in with 2 kills to start things off here. Magic Mateball on bounty duty on that left-hand side, and that's going to allow GeForce to get in and mount a hold at the choke here. And it looks like we've got a technical pause coming through. That's unfortunate. Let's hope that's not a DC, because there are a lot of players here.
Oh no, it is a DC.
Oh no, that's
Anyhow
so
is
unfortunate.
off. That is so unfortunate. I don't fully remember how close Anyhow was to their
Anyhow
ultimate.
had just used the Flux, so that's
Okay.
not the worst DC, but look at where they were set up. Anyhow has to get back into this fight, and Sigma doesn't have any additional movement ability, so there's a 5v6 coming up for Team Peps dividing.
I would almost expect for Anyhow, when they come back in, to just disregard the Sigma entirely, just go for the Diva to try and get themselves back to the point as quickly as possible. But the rest of GeForce, I mean, how long are they going to be able to sustain so far forward without their off tank?
Yeah, I do wonder if we see GeForce acknowledge that they have this issue and just give over a little bit of space. They certainly have the option to reset a little bit and go and hold at one of those high grounds around the cafe in the center of the streets phase. But, you know, we've also seen GeForce do the never say die thing of just continuing to burn time off the clock, regardless of if they know they're not going to win the team fight. And their goal here really is just to get the... It sounds redundant. It sounds very obvious. Their goal here is to get the time bank as low as possible coming into C, because C is where they struggled. They came in with 5 minutes and couldn't complete the map. If they can force Team Peps to get in with, you know, 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes, then that makes life significantly easier for them on this defensive push.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've already gotten Team Peps to a much lower time bank compared to where you were at this point in the map. As long as you can just keep on ticking that time bank down, you are going to continue to just put more pressure on Team Peps to try and make something happen, make anything happen for this. But we are back into this game, and it looks like there was a bit of a momentary truce there as GeForce got Anyhow back into the game. Is back onto that Diva, as we said, and GeForce has tons of ults now to try and keep this contested.
Okay, now the Diva's back, and we've got Bob on the field. That will be the slowdown here for Team Peps, who only have Logic's high noon to play with, whilst GeForce have a bevy of ultimates to throw at this one. On the field, nothing out of the postman care of the Immortality field, nothing at the high noon either, so very close to even in the ult banks now for Team Peps and GeForce. The minefield is out from Strider, but Team Peps make the rotation on the right-hand side, but they're going to be making it without Suna, but they are already committed. There is no way to back out of this fight because Ultimate Weapon is guarding the lower door, and they are trying to engage with GeForce. Suna has now respawned and will be able to join them on the other side of this GeForce encampment, but Team Peps bully their way onto the high ground. Okay, with the rally, we're actually going to see them take a different angle here. It's, a little bit too slow on the pack, and BenBest is down. Without the main tank here, they're going to rely on just the sheer weight of value that they have from this rally to try and make something happen. But they are gaining progress here, but they are already down a player. Let's see if they can bully this forward into a win on this, because GeForce have the numbers for now. So with the full spawn, looking for somewhere to stick this for now, keeps the point contested, but can't find anywhere to throw that. An FD God goes down here. That's a stagger at the 1 minute mark here for Team Peps. Alex with the Flux, but it's countered by the Transcendence from Eugene. No kills here, and Team Peps suddenly find themselves deep in danger zone as Logic goes down.
Yeah, Team Peps are in a whole lot of trouble, and that clock is continuing to tick down, relentless on the mentals of Team Peps right now. 30 seconds left on the clock means this is probably the last really good chance they have for a fight to tick this over to the second point, to continue their run in the last ride Invitational. Logix has the Deadeye, and Benbest is somewhat close to that supercharger, but that's really all that you're working with right now. Meanwhile, GeForce has both DPS holds, has both tank ults momentarily away. They look to be in such a good position to keep Team Peps off this point entirely.
Okay, nothing with the pulse bomb, that's what I was afraid of here for Team Peps, but they now have to contend with Bob. Logix looking for something with a high noon, can't even find the kill onto the Bob, but survives through that almost entirely. But Suna is down to Pummy here, and it's the 5v6 for Team Peps. GeForce still have the self-destruct to play with here as well. They can buy so much space with this. But Logix takes out Pummy, and it is an all-out knockdown, drag-out brawl as the minefields come through from Strider, and the self-destruct connects, and that is it. The tanks are off the table here for Team Peps, and GeForce have the upper hand here. Rally from FD God might be nice in the middle of a 6v6, but it is not gonna be enough here. GeForce with a big upset dislodge the Overwatch League team, veteran team of Team Peps, and keep their tournament life on the line moving forward in the lower bracket. For Team Peps, that is it for this tournament. What a showing from them, but ultimately just not quite enough.
And what a huge win for a team like GeForce, right, Phil? A team that has been in that Tier 3 scene, that has been grinding non-stop for the last 6 months to a year to really perfect their style of play. And you have now, in this game, proven that you can hang with literally the best that the game has to offer. And with the switch over to Overwatch 2, to a 5v5 style of gameplay, I would argue, especially in the early days, GeForce is going to be a team to watch. This style is going to be, this like scrappy individualistic style is going to be even better rewarded when there isn't a second tank to worry about on the other side.
Yeah, when you've not got to worry about defense matrix keeping your Reinhardt alive or bubble or whatever. Yeah, I think this is going to be a very, very good look here. Obviously a bit of a rethink for players like Anyhow, because I suspect it's the Wrecking Ball that's going to be really in demand here in Overwatch 2, but a heck of a showing here from GeForce. Looking forward to seeing how they make the rest of their tournament run, but we have some more games to bring you over the rest of today, and whilst we get those lined up, we're going to throw to a little break, but come join us in a few minutes for even more action from the Last Ride tournament.
The Last Ride tournament was organized in an incredibly short time frame. With the team working around the clock to bring you this broadcast, we thought it was only fitting to show the team and behind-the-scenes action.
So we're going to have 12 RDAs, randomized bracket seating, and did you gamers get the proposal that I sent, about Justice for Infected? For DICE, they're going to have to roll a dice to see what server they get.
Sounds good to me. I don't really care, to be honest. But for the stream, I did want to ask Chase, what the are you doing?
Why the is this kid here again?
You're the one who asked for his help, so...
Yeah, because he has the coin and the money, and I probably shouldn't have asked Catnap.
I mean, we have a literal child working on this now, so...
Yeah, and he doesn't know how to eat ramen. He works at a ramen company and can't use chopsticks.
Not to mention his stupid obsession with rats.
And he can't clean his room. Look at that shit.
I mean, he's too busy to clean, remember? He works in Overwatch League. Oh, wait,
Maybe instead of all that time on socials, he could have spent it touching grass.
No feelings were hurt in the making of this video, except for Chase's. He's actually really, really hurt.
Welcome back to another interview here from Map 5 Podcast for the Last Ride Tournament, and I'm joined in avatar format by Whistle, coach for Regen. Whistle, welcome to the interview. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Hello, I'm Whistle. I've been coaching for Regen since 2021. I think it was like November or something. Been a Tier 3 coach since 2019. Yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Obviously, you've been in the scene a little while now, a lot of time to cover. In that time, what's been your favorite moment over the course of Overwatch 1?
I think it was practice open division with this 4.2 team called Mochi. Not the current Mochi. It's a different one. It was an EU, and because it was EU, I woke up at like 3 in the morning because I'm an NA, and like for an open division match, and we're up against this 4-5 team, and we like go down 0-2, and somehow we reverse sweep, like, and I'm like trying to keep quiet because like by the time the match is done, it's like 5 a.m. Or like 5 or 6 a.m. and I'm like so tired trying not to scream because we hit a reverse sweep. But just the people, the feeling of accomplishment you get from a big match is always probably going to be a highlight moment in any esport.
What do you think we can learn from the last 6 years and apply that to Overwatch 2 for like the betterment and improvement of the community?
If you look back several years ago, back whenever teams like Third Impact and Envious were like kind of around the time where they were really dominating in contenders, if you look back, like what made the players that are on a lot of those pug teams now are like the long-term teams. And I think that a lot of people get too fixated on trying to just get onto these like pug teams and like, make teams, play tournament, rinse, repeat. And then like disband right after. I think that a lot of people could just learn from getting together and being a real team, because a lot of the people who make up those big pug teams nowadays were once, on teams for months at a time, really bonding, really becoming teammates.
So looking forward to the future now, what are you most looking forward to in Overwatch 2?
What I'm sure a lot of coaches will tell you is that like meta from Overwatch since its release has basically been about the off tank. Like the off tank has been one of the most intricate roles. It decides if you're going aggressive, if you're going passive, right? Like a lot of what your off tank does can make or break the team. Like I guarantee you, if you were to pick any role out of a team in 6v6 and decide like, okay, I'm going to replace this with an owl player, you're going to get the best results from an off tank 9 times out of 10. It's an absurdly influential role in the macro of team comps, in the way that teams are run, and not having that is going to dynamically change the meta. It's not like you're losing a DPS. It's way different. It is impactful.
What are your hopes for new heroes in Overwatch 2 as it starts to release fully?
A lot of Overwatch right now is just like it's either burst damage or it's consistent. Like very few heroes are good at many things. For example, Soldier's never been bad, but Soldier's also never been good. Like I would like to see an all-rounder hero that can actually get stuff done, right? Like a lot of these heroes that are good at everything just don't make it. You have to be really good at burst, or you have to be really good at just like playing this consistent. You can't have everything and make it as a character in Overwatch, and I want to see the meta shift and like make those characters a lot more viable. Soldier's one that I already mentioned. Who's another good one? Like Orisa's not bad by any means, but it's also like Orisa can brawl, Orisa can spam, Orisa has like these big bursts of value with pull, but it's like unless she's literally on the verge of being broken, like everyone's like, oh my god, nerf this hero. She's only been like playable, but not really like good.
Okay, that's a really interesting response. Thank you. That's more of like a design philosophy rather than a specific hero. That's really cool to hear about. But that does, Wizzle, bring us to the end of the interview section. Thank you so much for joining us for this one. And for everybody else, thank you for tuning in. We're going to throw it back to some more action from the last Ride tournament in just a sec.
All right, friends, it is time for another interview brought to you by Map 5 Podcast. I am Jeff. I am here alongside Flutie from Illinois State University Redbird Esports. Thank you for joining us. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got into coaching Overwatch?
Thank you so much for having me. Well, I coached my first team in 2018 for a small tournament called Owlet. And this team rocked and, ended up winning and did really great. It was called Furious Unicorns.
Yes.
But I team hopped a little bit and had a short stint as a tier 3 player for a bit there, and with Team Nocturnal and Castaways, and loved that crew. And then ended up running some, on a larger scale, like a 15-game program for U.S. Army Esports before going back to my alma mater to help them out with their Overwatch program.
A lot has happened over the past 6 years with Overwatch 1. Tell me, what's one of your favorite memories or favorite events over the past 6 years?
I think it's like a tie between just playing GOATs at all, because I loved it, and I had just a grand old time in studying it too, and seeing Redbird Esports take off, and it's been a project, and it's gone from just club to, basically the students who were there ending up top 20 in the country, to getting the funding to build what Redbird Esports is as today. So those two things, just playing GOATs and Redbird Esports, are probably my two favorite memories.
What's some of the lessons learned over the past 6 years? What do you think is the biggest lesson that, as a community, we can take into Overwatch to improve the scene for everybody?
What I think the devs have done that is really good. Like, I think we finally realized that they're listening to feedback, so I hope everybody keeps contributing that in a constructive manner. We've made strides in against toxicity, and I'd like to see that continue. And lastly, I think we should continue working on our compatibility with the school year. Most of our players are students, whether it's high school, college, any age. And I'd like to see all of our scheduling and our thought process and all that kind of be school-centric.
What about community events? We've had a lot of spectacular community events, particularly over the past couple of years. Is there one that really stands out to you as a favorite?
Oh, definitely. I think that the Empowerment Cup was just spectacular. Great casters, great support, and such phenomenal participation. And I really hope that events like that continue. And I just think, there's been a lot of support for Brixie Cakes and her recent cast. And I think our inclusiveness and our diversity are just, when we really lean into those, are our strengths. So I hope that continues.
So let's look forward to Overwatch 2. There's a lot to be excited about. What has you hyped up? What has you ready to move forward and push into this new era of Overwatch?
Probably two things. Okay, obviously I'm just excited about the gameplay, but that aside, and what we're doing, what they're doing with opening up Open Vision, make it open registration, I think we're going to see some with a lot of people coming back, we're going to just see some phenomenal teams, some really great players rise up, and I think we're going to see some fresh talent, and that's what I'm really pumped about. And it does tie into, obviously, I got an interest in collegiate. Collegiate Overwatch is spectacular. It's taking off, and I think these two things are related, and I just can't wait to see what everybody does for that in the fall.
Well, hopefully the influx of people at the scene will just rise collegiate to new levels. Looking forward to it. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to come on here and share your insight with us. We're going to get back into some more action for the Last Ride tournament, and we'll see you around.
Welcome back, everybody, and after an intense 3-round match in a first to 2 format that sees Team Pep sadly out of the tournament and GeForce moving forward in the lower bracket, we're going to turn our attention now to the upper bracket. The upper bracket finals, Wisp versus Redbirds, and dividing, this should be a good one. This should be a really strong match today.
I mean, how can you not get excited for this? This is basically a contenders match we're watching right now. These two teams have played each other a couple of times in various tier 2 events that have been put on over the last couple of months. And of course, we all know Redbirds as a team that dominated contenders North America for a solid 3-4 months in a row. After picking up the American Tornado roster. All of those players have now gotten the call up to Overwatch League, so ISU have had to sort of rebuild their roster from scratch, have put together 6 new incredibly talented players, but they haven't had quite as much time together as a team like Wisp. And as a result, these teams have been very close every time they've played.
They have, and for Redbirds, it is a story of a rebuild, and that has been stymied a couple of times here because initially their off-tank player Iron was the only player that remained from that initial Contenders trailblazing roster. Iron has since moved on to other things. We're not entirely sure where Iron has landed. They then had React in on the off-tank role. And I believe React had already signed for a different team and was sort of playing on Redbirds as a stopgap. So today they are playing with, and I've got to double check this name because it is a little bit of a weird one, Moving Fish coming in on the off-tank role here today for Redbirds. And certainly a very strong performance on both D.Va and Sigma in yesterday's matches. But like you say, it's not a new roster, but it is a constantly changing roster, and that can have an impact on team synergy.
You say that, but the Redbirds run through the brackets so far has been pretty solid.
Good.
They have taken out Solstice, they've taken out G4, so we just watched beat a team of former Overwatch League players, and they also took out Solaris, who, funny enough, G-Force and Solaris are actually playing in the loser semifinals at the same time of this game over on, I believe, the ISU stream are streaming that game. That being said, the fact that Redbirds throughout their run to this point have taken on and beaten two of the other teams that are in the top four, that's insane. And I think it really bodes well for their chances, especially if they're able to keep up the team synergy and coordination that we saw from them yesterday.
Yeah, 100%. And I feel like that we've made this kind of the Redbird show. We've talked about their history and how they've looked over this tournament. But Wisp have had a similarly very, very strong run through this bracket. That's unsurprisingly why we're here at the winners finals with Wisp in contention, and a team that has a little more solidity, a little more time together as a unit, as all 6 plus players coming together, and that is one of the reasons why we are in this position. And Wisp is another team that has had some pretty good successes over the past 6 months or so. We're thinking to the Berry Blast, where they made a pretty good run in that. I believe they were also a pretty strong contender in Flash Ops, so ultimately that going to Solaris in the first and second place. But yeah, a team that we should absolutely be talking about here as a very strong contender. I believe, looking at their social media, this could be one of the last times we see this particular tank line playing together, and of course, because we're moving to a 1-tank game rather than a 2-tank game, what that means for the team, because we talk about like the disappearing of a tank role in Overwatch 2, right? But you are still going to want to have a D.Va specialist and a Reinhardt specialist, or like someone who can play both those roles. And you're probably going to want to hold on to your off-tank players because we don't know what the meta is going to look like. So yes, it's the last time we're going to be seeing J-Bubs and Corey in this particular lineup together. Hopefully that means that we still see them on this roster, just not on the field together at the same time. But social media a little bit unclear about that one.
Yeah, just a teeny bit unclear, but Wisp is still an extremely exciting roster that I believe, as you were listing their accomplishments, we should note actually ended up winning the Mayhem Winter Classic as recently as last month. That had a ton of tier 2 teams in it, so Wisp has kind of emerged as a team that really has been grinding over the last couple of months, and obviously it has paid off with that win, and of course making it all the way to the winners finals here. But we've got a banger of a game ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen, and once again we're going to be starting off on Lijiang Tower.
We are, and both of these teams, I believe, have had at least one win on Lijiang Tower so far this tournament. Just looking through the Redbirds lineup. Actually, no, I take that back. No, Redbirds have won on Lijiang. It was a 2-1 against G4, so again, we've just seen play.
Yeah.
And I think Redbirds have now played every control map except for Oasis so far this tournament.
Sounds
and
about right.
I guess they're going to be hoping to keep their winning streak alive on this one. We talk about like a clash of styles. We don't really have that here for Redbirds and Wisp. If you look at what they've played over the course of the tournament, it's been quite fluid. It's been quite map dependent. It's been quite matchup dependent. So
yeah,
until we actually get onto the pitch and see which particular set of boots our teams have strapped on for this match, kind of hard to say how this one's gonna go.
I will say, just looking at what we had yesterday, Wisp does seem, based on the limited stream time we saw them on yesterday, does seem to favor the Wrecking Ball compositions. It's not quite a G-Force level where they're like, this is what we play and we will not play anything else, no matter the map, no matter the meta. They will play other things, but it seems like if Wisp can conceivably get that Wrecking Ball composition to work on a map, they are going to opt into it because they have two fantastic DPS players in Doomed and Thunder who are really sneakily really good in the tier 2 level. And
Sneakily? How do you mean?
Well, I think Wisp,
they keep their talent hidden. They don't want to show it off too much.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Wisp has been a team that has always kind of been like a team that is, at least over the last series of contenders, a team that has always been there and been in the conversation, but has always kind of bowed out in that kind of 5th, 4th place kind of area, always being around the top, but never quite all the way there. Here in the Last Ride tournament, they have the opportunity to end their Overwatch 1 run on top. Really kind of going into Overwatch 2 on that high note with that first place that they have been chasing for the better part of a year now.
Yeah, I think I've got to be careful in this matchup because I spend so much time talking about the collegiate scene and doing work in the collegiate scene that, like, I feel like I have this inherent bias towards Redbird Esports because I spent so much time talking about them and talking to Flutie and talking to players. But this should, my biases aside, still be, I think, one of, if not the best matchups that we have, like in terms of closeness, in terms of this going down to the wire. And remember that we actually move on into our first to 3 format now rather than first to 2 format. So this has a real chance here of going to 5 maps. So we could be in for the long haul on this one, and really, could you ask for much more in one of the penultimate matches before we get the Overwatch 2 beta release this Tuesday? Fingers crossed our names are on that list.
Fingers crossed,
crossed.
Indeed. Yeah, I mean, and, well, I feel like there is no reason not to think that we would be going the distance in this series. These teams have been extremely close when they have played together in the past. I think the Gig versus J-Bub's main tank contest is going to be super insane. It's kind of a similar situation we had the last game, right? Where Gig has that Overwatch League experience, actually was fairly successful on the LA Valiant when he was on there. Meanwhile, J-Bubs has really kind of come up. I believe was actually like the main tank sub on Wisp for a while, was behind Jishua for a time. Then Jishua ended up moving on. J-Bubs kind of went into that starting role and has really kind of come into his own. So I'm really excited to see how that main tank is going to stack up to former Overwatch League and current contenders' talent.
I think the big unknown for me is, and I've got to be very careful about how I phrase this to still be permissible on broadcast, but how Gig and J-Bubs matchup on the Wrecking Ball matchup particularly, because Gig is of a slightly older generation of player where you are used to seeing them play some of the older tank heroes. You know, we're thinking like Reinhardt. Like, I've said this about one player already today, that because they are a player of a slightly old pedigree, we tend to think of them as a traditional main tank of, you know, Reinhardt, Winston, and Gig falls into that category a little bit, and that's not to cast aspersions on his Wrecking Ball play, because I think it's very good, it's very serviceable. But when you have J-Bubs, who maybe doesn't have quite that weight of history behind them on that classic Reinhardt, Winston, Orisa, and is more of a Wrecking Ball player, like, that makes that a very difficult matchup, particularly for somebody who is playing for their reputation as ex-Overwatch League talent. So I think that could be a potentially interesting wrinkle in this, is if this does default to Wrecking Ball compositions, how these two players match up.
Yeah, and I think also the DPS matchup is really going to be important here. I think you've got Aiko, who is a fantastic flex DPS player has been near or at some of the better ones we've had in NA contenders for a while, going up against someone like Doomed, who, like I've said, has not had quite the moment to really reach that peak. I think Doomed is someone who, with kind of picked up, I had never seen them before they got picked up on Wisp, and has really slowly but surely been rising the ranks in this tier 3, tier 2 scene.
Okay, well, it looks like some of our players are maybe a little bit shy about being on stream and aren't quite in lobby yet, so we're going to throw it to a little break whilst we wait for them to turn up. When we come back, we'll be ready with all of the action from the winners' finals here on the Last Ride Invitational. Okay, we're back. Looks like we are locked and loaded and ready to go into our first map, which is going to be Lijiang Tower. And we've already seen this today. There are a variety of ways that you can approach Lijiang Tower. I do hope that we get to see the full scope of that. I hope Control Center is in the lineup so that we get some of that brawl and some of the ball comps that seem to be so prominent on the other submaps.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be really interested to see how these teams are going to be attacking Control Center, right? Will Wisp be opting into the brawl? I think Redbird are probably going to be opting into the brawl themselves. Wisp, I believe, are the kind of team that likes to run the Wrecking Ball better, but on a map like Control Center, yep, you're going to be seeing the Reinhardt as well. Wisp will go ahead and opt into that meta comp. So this is actually something we haven't really seen yet today, Phil. The Rein versus Rein, D.Va versus D.Va, close range brawl, up in your face kind of map. J-Bubs versus Gig are going to be fighting in the front lines. Doomed and Echo are going to be doing just a ridiculous amount of damage with those Junkrat grenades. This is going to be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, and it should be, like, this is a mirror matchup. We should be even across this for space. Look at this, both divas up on the high ground, everybody meeting in the middle. What a glorious way to send off this map. And looking for the first split, it's going to be Moving Fish out of mech. First care of those turrets. Echo happy to spam in the damage here, not getting too close. No kills yet. A lot of constructs taken down, and it is Gigroup on the Moving Fish down incredibly quickly, and Wisp coming out on top on this first engage. Up on the high ground here, point unlocks. Wisp back their way onto it, and there's going to be the cap for Wisp.
And the big difference I see to start off is in those Baptistes. CJ has the amplification matrix up already. RuPaul was taken out just a little bit early on in that one, so instantly is it behind by 20-30%. It's gonna get back to it quickly, but is it too little too late?
Oh, Doom with the tire in over the top, and there's the double! Echo and Liar down. RuPaul not long for this world. Very clean and very crisp from Wisp.
Super clean. When it comes to these brawl compositions, tempo is the name of the game. Can you strike before the other team strikes you? And Doomed was perfect with that super early Rip Tire out before RuPaul could even put out that Immortality field. But now Redbird, I think, has a bit of the upper hand. Now they have the the Amp Matrix, they have the Photon Barrier, and a lot of other stuff to work with.
Okay, I thought we were about to get peak Overwatch 1 there, and there he goes. In fact, both Photon Barriers up at the same time, and Echo finds take Doomed down here, so an automatic advantage for Redbird Esports. Echo now has their tire online. If they can wait out this Sand Barrier, its kills are plenty for Echo, but takes a lot of damage there from the turret, and the dive comes through. Quarry chases them down, gets the self-destruct, and Gig goes down. Quarry finds one with the self-destruct. Echo able to find J-Bubs. Liar hopping around like nobody's business, keeps the team in live and in circuit. Here's the cap for Redbird, but it was not very clean, and it did cost them some ultimates.
It costs them some ultimates, but actually Redbird are sitting pretty right now. You've got 4 ultimates available. Meanwhile, Wisp used just about everything that they had to try and hang on to that. Echo is up on top with the Rip Tire, and oh man, gets found out by Crawley, or else that would have been devastating.
Yeah, and without that big initiation tool, they've not been able to... Wow, for Invasion, what a predict, and Doom's Rip Tire goes down here. No value from that one. Redbird still in control for now, and a big self-destruct. Looks like it might have gone a little bit high there. Doesn't find the kill. Only gets the D-Mech onto Croy. RuPaul looking to try and frag through that amplification matrix. But Wisp have made themselves scarce, and there's no kills on the back of it. Now desperately trying to keep Gig alive, but there's just too much pressure. And Wisp surge their way back onto the point and get the cap at 72% and rising for Wisp on Control Center.
What an insane little microcosm there from Wisp. Not quite taking the up-in-your-face kind of brawl gameplay. They sort of go for a bit of a flank around. They go in, and then when Redbird it goes through with their ultimates, they back up for a second, let those ultimates sort of fade away, and that's when they go in for real. 90% and counting now. Wisp could end this sub-map right now if they can hold on.
Yeah, 3 tanks on the field as Echo swaps over onto the Doomfist. Oh wait, not quite yet, but still looking for that punch potential to try and find a kill here. Wisp will have Ultima Sakura at this one. This could be the Photon Barrier up first, and out comes both the Shatter and the Rip Tire. Flyer, Vision, and Moving Fish's mech all down here. Wisp looking good to win this one out as J-Bub nails the fire strike onto RuPaul. Sound Barrier in celebration here from Vega. A team kill to round out Control Center as Wisp move 1-0 up in Lijiang Tower.
And the doomed Junkrat comes up huge for Wisp twice when it comes to those Rip Tires, basically winning them not two straight fights, but 2 fights over the course of that sub-map. Now we move on to Night Market, and this is kind of the happy medium of the Lijiang maps, Phil. The control maps is where you see the close-range brawl. The gardens is where you see more of the dive or the long-range poke comps. Night Market, you can kind of make either work, and that's why we see both teams default to what they know best. Redbird with the brawl, Wisp with the Wrecking Ball. We're going to be seeing a nice clash of styles here on Night Market.
Ball versus Ball, and it's the TP on point here from Redbird Esports, well ahead of Wisp, and they've got a lot of tools to lock this up between the turrets and the ice wall. Redbird Esports going to be very difficult to evict here. Wisp slow to engage, they don't want to give over too much ult charge to Gig, they don't want to get in brawl range until the point is actually worth fighting for. So it's setup time for Wisp. TNT out early from Thunder, no picks on that one, but look how well Redbird is set up.
Yeah, Redbird are already primed to just take first point control here. Wisp have to try and play in, do so much frontline damage, and they can't do it. The point flips over for Redbird, so no matter what, they're going to be able to get things started, and Wisp are having some trouble figuring out how exactly to poke into this. The Redbird defense is incredibly strong. Even though Thunder should have the long-range advantage on this Ashe, they're just having trouble finding the right sight lines. These Mei walls are actually doing fantastic to cut off those sight lines from the Ashe.
Application Matrix up. Echo through it, finds the pick onto Thunder. There's Doomed here as well. The res comes through, and that's just going to give more HP for Redbird Esports to farm ult charge on Wisp. Backing out again here, and they do seem a little bit lost here, Divide.
Yeah, a 3K from the Mei. Echo is going to have the Blizzard available in this next fight as soon as Wisp try and go in, try and get themselves. And you don't even need it. You freeze up J-Bubs, take the Wrecking Ball out of the fight, and Wisp has lost their main initiator, Phil.
Yes, Doomed will be... Oh, wow, Doomed just backs into a charged orb there from Vision. The Res brings J-Bubs back into the fight, but J-Bubs is having such a rough time of this that they haven't even got their first minefield online. Wisp are going to need something big to initiate here with.
And I'm not sure exactly what you have. I mean, you could try and zone them away with Crawley's Eva Bomb. That would force Redbirds to at least take some cover, get behind some shields, but they're still sitting really good if you can survive that. You have all 6 ultimates from Redbirds theoretically available here, but Thunder finally is able to find that opening pick onto the Mei. No Blizzard for Redbirds.
No, but they've got so many that ults to play with now. Rupau's already got the Amplification Matrix online. We get the Shatter out. That's going to force out the Transcendence. Sound Barrier from Liar, and Redbird Esports have committed into this in a big way, but they are finding the frags. Liar finds Fury, and it becomes Rupau's frag race as CJ goes down here as well. Redbird Esports have this completely on lock. Wisp can contest, but I don't see how they have the numbers to win this one out.
What a beautiful recovery there from Redbird. Even after losing Echo early on in that fight, they go, hey, we are going to win this sub-map if we win this fight anyways. Let's just pour all of our ultimates into it and hope that we can come out on top with pure firepower. And that is exactly what Redbird Esports are able to do, overcoming the clash of styles gameplay over Wisp. But as we move over onto Gardens, it looks like we might get some more of the same here, with Redbird kind of opting into that brawl composition once again. Vision and Echo are going to be swapping over onto the Cassidy and the Reaper respectively, which makes me a little bit concerned seeing Doomed on the other side on the Echo is going to be up above, just pouring in damage from the air. It's going to be a lot of pressure here on Vision to make sure that Doomed is forced to be respectful of them.
Okay, well, the TP and the speed boost get Redbird and Wisp to point at more or less the same speed here. And it's going to be Doomed looking for an initiation frag here. Nice big connect with the Stickies will set them up for a follow-up for the rest of Wisp. But Rory just gets absolutely deleted from the map. No mech available. And Wisp lose a good chunk of their survivability. See, there's a bit of Dome Echo. Gig with the Fire Strike takes Thunder out. So this is very back and forth here dividing, but the HP pool and the survivability favor Redbird Esports in the long run. J-Bub gets in with a nice initiation, gets them a good chunk of the way towards having that ult online, but Rupal is already there with the Transcendence, and CJ goes down. This has been very good from Redbird Esports. I think this has been a great read on what to run here.
Yeah, incredibly good read. Are able to take point first thanks to the Lucio speed boost of Liar get into position. And then it comes down to Wisp to try and find their way in, try to poke their way inside Redbird Esports defensive front. And they're just not able to do it. Crawley goes in a little bit too fast before there's really a good opening, gets immediately melted down, and now Wisp are kind of forced to do the same thing, right? They've got to try and play a little bit slower, try and find an opening out of Redbird, or create one themselves with the bevy of ultimates that they have available.
Yeah, they're about to hit Q all in quick succession here. There's the minefield. Doom has the duplicate. Shatter out from Gig, puts Vega on the floor. CJ a little bit too slow here with the Transcendence to keep the team alive through this one. Doom gets the duplicate, picks up the Diva, but it's not been enough here. Redbird Esports, they bend, they don't break, and they bounce back and bomb Wisp out of the fight entirely, only trading over Echo and Vision in a fight that they are winning overall. There'll be plenty of time to regroup. That's a shame, Moving Fish. I admire the dedication, but yeah, let's see it when you respawn.
Listen, you take Doomed out of the fight, you trade 1 for 1. I think that's overall worth it for Redbirds. You know what's even more worth it? The fact that Wisp used 4 ultimates in that fight and weren't able to get the win. Now, of course, you are without your Diva. If you're Redbirds, you have to try and give respect to this rally from Vega, and it's maybe Wisp's good chance to try and flip this around.
Okay, 1 for 1, 2 for 2. Moving Fish with the self-destruct finds one, and CJ sent over the edge again, but Vega getting in on that action too, sending Echo down into the pit. Echo couldn't get that ultimate online. Looking like it's going to be the cap here for Wisp, but Redbird Esports still want to keep themselves in this, but they have lost possession of the point. Now they are throwing HP to the walls of Wisp, which they will convert into ult charge. Thunder comes out of this with the Pulse Bomb, can probably afford to hold on to that one to the next fight.
Yeah, great stuff from Wisp, the patience from them, especially from Thunder to hold on to that Pulse Bomb, not try and thirst for those stagger kills, but you need a perfect defense from this point forward, Phil. 92% from Redbird means that one more point take will almost certainly guarantee themselves the victory here on Lijiang.
This is a difficult one. Nicely done there. And Vision somehow finds 2 with the Deado whilst we were all eyes on that self-destruct. There's the flash and the fan, the hammer, and it's out of the mech for Crotty. Vega with the rally running, looking to keep the team alive through this. Echo finds a kill with the focusing beam. Echo down care of Doomed, but Redbird Esports still coming out top here. They're finding kills. Doom picks up the duplicate onto the Diva. There's the self-destruct with the flashbang, and the headshot from Vision takes Thunder out, and it looks like it's all a hiding to nothing here for Wisp. Redbird Esports just have the survivability, and down comes the hammer. Down goes CJ with the Transcendence, still in pocket. Crory out of the mech, and the flip almost certain to come through here for Redbird Esports. One last tag on from Thunder, and now Wisp have their life on the line here for this map. 97% and rising for Redbird.
Yeah, if Wisp are able to try and get a good recontest here, they do have the Transcendence from CJ to try and keep things going, try and keep that things contested. I think Thunder might have recalled over the pit there, ended up going down. CJ is here with the Transcendence along with a couple other members of Wisp, and J-Bubs is going to be able to use the minefield to cut off half of the point for Redbirds.
Yeah, that's very difficult space to work in, and you've lost Vision, which makes it easy for Thunder and J-Bubs to storm into this one uncontested, and they've got ultimates coming into this fight. Thunder closing under the Pulse Bomb. This could completely turn things around for them. It lands, it finds Echo, but whilst it was landing Echo and Gig, it would take 2 out of the fight here, and we get another Coalescence online from RuPaul. This is so scrappy here, dividing, but Redbird Esports just need to keep their claws gripped onto the point, and it will take over. Overtime is so deep. It just ticks back over, but the kills are here for Redbird Esports, and that's 1-0 in the series. Wisp not able to retaliate.
That was an insane clash of 2 different outlooks of the game, the brawl versus the ball, as we have said, and Redbird Esports come out on top. I'll tell you what, Phil, watching how near the end of that fight, how Redbird was able to get past that pile drive self-destruct combo without losing anyone, and then immediately after getting 2 with the high noon from Vision, you could not have told me that this is a team that's only been playing together for 4 or 5 months at this point. These guys look like they've been playing together for years.
My favorite part of that was that Echo actually wasn't behind the shield, but Echo was mid-teleport when the bomb came off and just got out of the way of that one. So
wow,
that was almost very close. I kind of wish we'd seen where Vision was to pull off that Deadeye, because the rest of Wisp was so mobile, you'd like to think there was nowhere really for them to be caught out in the open. But yeah, very close stuff here. I think this is a good indication that this should be a very entertaining series over the next few maps.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely entertaining, but Redbird seems to really want to stick onto that brawl as much as humanly possible. So if you're Wisp and you've got map pick now, you want to try and take away that composition from them as much as possible. The pick is in. It is going to be Route 66. I think that's a solid pick. That's kind of a double shield, divey kind of composition. Brawl tends to get picked apart by the high grounds that the defense is able to take advantage of. So taking Redbirds off of their most comfortable composition, at least based on what we saw from Lijiang, is going to be huge for Wisp heading into map 2.
Yeah, I think this is a very smart read. But of course, we know that Redbird Esports, from the maps that we've seen from them in the first day of gameplay, we know that they have some of these options available to them in what their tank lineup can run. And they are going to be opting to run the defense first. So let's see when they load in what exactly it is that they plan to do to get this one running, and what it is that Wisp think they can get done here against Redbird Esports. Because it's your map pick, you've got to think, as much as you want to think what is bad for my opponent, what you also want to know what is good for me to run, and they are going to be coming out, I think, with J-Bubs on the wrecking ball. That just makes a lot of sense here. But Redbird Esports also opting in for a very similar style.
Very similar indeed. This is something we haven't really seen from Redbirds yet in this series, so more or less going to be a mirror here, assuming Wisp stays on this for the next 20 seconds. Yeah, I think that you're going to be looking at Gig to maybe get around to the side in the back, try and disrupt some of the DPS support players of Redbird Esports, and try and set things up or Vision and Echo to come in with the pulse rifles and the Ash shots respectively, as well as RuPaul also being able to get that Discord orb on them. The only big difference here, actually, never mind, there is no difference. This is straight up a mirror matchup from both sides. So it's gonna be really interesting to see how they interact with each other.
High ground rotation here for Wisp, just keeping a couple on the cart so they can get some progress. Allows them to take a high ground position and hopefully get some TNT in over the top. Redbird Esports for now, up behind Big O's, and that's going to allow Gig to get in with a big power drive initiation, and J-Bub's matching them there. A lot of damage coming through. RuPaul already in trouble, Liar also already in trouble, and this backline attack from Wisp, care of J-Bubs, almost puts paid to the Redbird Esports defense. Vision takes a lot of damage from their own TNT. It's J-Bubs 12 gets in with a roll through, and Redbird Esports starting to crumble under the pressure here on top of Big O's.
There's just too much there for Redbird Esports to try and deal with. Too much damage from too many different angles and not enough defensive ability to try and counter it. Wisp was just on top of them before they could do anything about it, and because of that, they roll straight through to the end of point A with barely any resistance whatsoever. 5 minutes, 20 seconds currently on the clock, and with slight advantages in most of their ultimates. I mean, with that kill onto RuPaul, CJ is going to have a huge advantage when it comes to Transcendence Charge. Redbird are forced to sort of back up, try and get their Zenyatta back in the fight before they can really go for an engagement, and the longer this goes on, the more space that Redbirds is going to be able to get, the more point presence they're going to be able to push forward. Could possibly already be around that first corner by the time we get a real recontest here from Redbird Esports.
This has been a very rough start here for Redbird Esports. We need to see something fairly decisive from them in this next engage. They are going to press in on the back of the TNT from Vision to try and find the pick onto Vega, who will escape from that successfully. Vision comes in first with the Bob, Transcendence from CJ, and the rally from Vega, stacked one atop t'other here. Keep Wisp alive through that, and whilst there is some pressure coming the way of Thunder, it's taken a long time here for Gig to find that pick. And Wisp still have the numbers advantage here. This is still Redbird Esports' fight to lose, and lose it they will. Echo going down here means that we are very close to a cap on B with almost 4 minutes in the bank.
I mean, when you've sort of corralled the Ashe by herself in a little tiny corner as a wrecking ball, you should be able to kill her faster than you were able to do so. Having no wrecking ball, I mean, Redbird just ended up losing the overall fight, even though Gig did end up coming on top in that 1v1.
Okay, one of the advantages of losing your support so early here means that late into the fight, they are going to have their ultimates. Alaya and RuPaul did a lot here to keep Redbird Esports alive through that and frag through the fight so close to get. It's being capped! Someone's touching! Doom's able to find Gig, but we are less than 2 minutes away from a cap here for Wisp. Redbird Esports just getting back in to keep that contested. And Wisp
Oh,
That's
did it!
That's it. Doom tags on, and there's nobody contesting cart. That was a real bad moment there for Redbird Esports.
That's a heartbreaker, too, because they committed both of their support ultimates. They had pushed forward so far. They just did not account well enough for Doomed in the back, just slowly but surely inching that cart closer and closer to its destination. Now as we head on to point C, things get a lot more closed in, so both main tanks are going to opt over to the Orisa. It's going to be a lot more of a double shield, long-range poke kind of composition, with both Tracers trying to take each other out on the sides.
Yeah, two separate fights going here, one on the cart and one between Tracers. Doomed and Echo both with the pulse. Echo throws theirs out and will find Jacobs here. That is a lot of defensive capacity taken off the table for Wisp. Redbird Esports now have a chance to solidify this hold here. They can trade out with Echo for Doom, which they don't mind so much. And this is big, actually. CJ comes in with the Transcendence. And moving because she was able to get the Gravitic Flux out there. We get the bob in from Vision as well. And this has been very chaotic. And I was ready to call to Redbird Esports, but Wisp, on the back of the Flux, on the back of the sheer never say die attitude, keep themselves in this and keep the payload moving, Dividing.
They keep it moving, but they use absolutely everything to clear Redbird off of the point, and they're going to be coming back in.
Liar?
Well, without Liar, and without the Ant Matrix, but they still will have the Transcendence from RuPaul to try and sustain through this point. Wisp have absolutely nothing, and they're going to have to just rely on individual play if they want to finish the map right now.
Yeah, Vision's going for the Fleder special here, makes a swap over onto the Widowmaker. A big range advantage over Thunder here. Nothing coming from it just yet as Echo dies in the smallest of angles to Thunder. Flyers a bigger Daybubs out of the fight here, moving back onto the Wrecking Ball and away from the Orisa. Sees Gigs pretty up there behind the Amplification Matrix. Crory gets caught in the Hulks and takes a lot of damage, survives through that, but still is not safe. Backs away, finds Vega, keeps them alive through this, and now retakes the high ground. But Wisp no longer at the offensive advantage that they were. Vision going down to Vega. A good start. A great EA from Crory. Takes Echo's thing down. Doomed down. And again, very scrappy. Very hard to track what is going on through this team fight. Redbird Esports throwing things as they come off cooldown into this fight from Wisp. Wisp need to come at this solidly, and they've got the ults to do this. They've got people up on the high ground with the Amplification Matrix. They will have the defensive ult from CJ ready to go, and out it comes. Down onto the point to keep the team alive through that. Down goes Moving Fish, and it is Gigalone on the point. Down to the Pulse Bomb. I think we've got the Tracer on there as well in the form of Echo. Vision comes in and finds Vega. Minefield out from Jacobs. You ain't contesting through that one, and in goes the cap. 2 minutes and 11 seconds here at the end of Route 66.
And Wisp did a fantastic job in that last fight of just existing and sustaining and being a constant threat to Redbirds. They were in a constant state of panic, just using ultimates as soon as they came online, trying to do everything they could to achieve some sense of stability, and it looked like they were almost ready to get there, but Wisp just did not give up. They kept on just existing in the fight, being nearby, being a threat to Redbird, and when they had both of their support ultimates available finally at the end of that fight, Redbirds had absolutely nothing to deal with the absolute outpouring of aggression that came out of Wisp. So, the outcome of that is that Wisp do finish Route 66 in a very fast 2 minutes and 11 seconds. I think over 2 minutes on Route 66 is a really, really solid time here, Phil. And Wisp are saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We're going to go with the exact same composition on defense. It seems like they had the advantage overall when it came to this mirror. It is up to Redbirds to try and figure out how to adjust to it, either with a hero swap or with a sort of gameplay swap.
And I like this initial thought from Redbird Esports. If we do see Vision come out here on the Widowmaker, if Wisp aren't ready for that adaptation, they can very quickly find themselves down a player that was looking for a similarly good angle to start. I'm looking at Thunder and CJ in potential here. Nice angle here, very safe, but the shield from Crory will keep Thunder alive, and I wonder if we see Vision swap onto something with a little more utility. Yeah, there's the Ash, a bit more burn on that one.
So we're going to go ahead and get right back into the mirror. Redbird not changing anything about their composition, which means we've got to be seeing them play a little bit better with a little bit more conviction, I think. They've got to be a little more aggressive. Now they're going to be the ones on attack. They're going to be the ones that are going to be in charge of sort of setting the pace here. And you can't be having Gig get stunned out. That first engagement doesn't really work out too well for them.
Luckily, Giga managed to get a lot of adaptive shields in that one. And again, in the chaos, Redbird Esports are able to find a pick. Obviously, do be back relatively quickly here, but if Redbird Esports move and capitalize on that gap in the defense, they can very quickly make their way through this. They've already forced Wisp to take a little bit more of a defensive position, backing away from this forward position on Big Earl. Can't currently not moving particularly quickly, but Redbird Esports have such a good position here. They're so entrenched that Wisp are just dying on their way into the point here.
Yeah, this is great from Redbirds. They have now completely taken over all of the high ground on point A. There's nothing that Wisp can do right now other than just sort of hang out at the very back and try and see if you can catch a member of Redbird Esports slacking, try and get a quick headshot, but it's just not going to happen. Wisp are going to reset and refuel for point B. And Redbird finishes point A just about as fast as Wisp did. A really good start for them to try and even things up here on Route 66, especially with the Pulse Bomb available from Echo. They have advantages when it comes to both supportal charges. They're looking pretty good as long as they can keep this momentum up.
Yeah, both teams kind of going, no, it's okay, we're really more of an offense team. We don't care so much about the defense as they continue to make a blistering route to do this one. Echo's on the hunt, lands the stick, it hits the pole, it hits the shield, but Vega still goes down to it. Gig gets put out in the meantime, and this high ground position for Wisp is really paying dividends for them because Redbird Esports were all clustered around the point, an easy target, and Wisp knock them off and retake the defense.
Yeah, that's just the strength of the high ground. You've got Crawley and Thunder able to just lob down shots down at Redbird Esports, who have very limited cover, very limited shielding with their attack. It's kind of on them to try and knock them off or at least move the point far enough so that that high ground doesn't become quite as potent. They're going to do this by going on this little right side high ground, try and force them sort of pick on someone at your own altitude.
J-Bub's just waiting for the right second there to put in that minefield. Waits out the Transcendence, but Vision finds the opening, frag throws to the box. In fact, I believe that's Bob for Bob, so we've got a Battle of the Butlers somewhere on the field here, but so far only one of them actually doing something as Vision takes Thunder off the field. Redbird Esports with a pretty big advantage here. They now have control of the high ground, and they've got the rally here. Very difficult for Wisp to break their way through that. They do have their own running, but that will go very shortly. Flyer pops at the shield, manages to dodge the rock and displaces Wisp. But the mines come out and split the team and find the pick, and down go Redbird Esports. Gig, the last of four. We still have Echo in this one, we still have Moving Fish in this one, but they ain't winning. There's too many Wisp players on the field. Hold still strong for Wisp.
Incredible stuff from Wisp to be able to just barely hold on to that one. The mines from J-Bubs were absolutely huge in that fight. Just put so much pressure onto Redbirds to try and keep things Oh my gosh.
Disgusting stuff. That's a full reset. You ain't going nowhere without your supports. Holy heck, Doomed.
That is one of the most insane Tracer plays that you can do. You see both of the supports just huddled together in a small room, and you go jackpot if you're a Tracer player with Pulse Bomb. Doomed did a fantastic job there. And while Wisp doesn't have any ultimates in this fight, they don't have a ton to work with as far as firepower. They have taken a ton of time off the Redbird Esports clock, and they're going to continue to do so, make them fight for every inch of progress.
God, these TNTs from Thunder have been really meaty. Like, listen to that tick through, 75% of the way to a bar, well ahead of Vision here. High ground control so important for the way Wisp are playing. Redbird Esports struggling to one-up them here. They're going to have to rely on ultimates. They're about to get the Gravitic Flux online. Rupal has the Transcendence. Out comes the Flux. CJ has the Transcendence to match. Doesn't think, pops it right at the last second. Just like a chicken deathmatch between Moving Fish and CJ as to who was going to blink first on that one as CJ comes out on top. Next is Gig with a minefield. They now have good grasp of the high ground, forcing Wisp backwards, pressing forward Rupal's Transcendence. No minefield, no kills with the minefield just yet, and Jacob's coming in on with one of their own. Crawley now with the Gravitic Flux. Vision finds Doomed here. And again, a big exchange of ultimates here, dividing a very tradey fight. Jager's going to come in with the rally, and that should keep what's left of Wisp alive through the primary fire damage. Payload has gained some progress here, but Wisp have everything they need in their favor to win this one out. Liar traded for Vega, no Briggs left on the field, and still incredibly traded, but Moving Fish with one big right hook takes Jacob and CJ out of this one. Gig almost secures the back cap, and might even get it. 1 meter away, Vision takes Crawley out of the fight. We're down below at the minute. Vision has it, finds Thunder in the sights, takes them out of this one, and I mean, what a chaotic way to round out streets here on Route 66.
And that was the big thing here, is that Redbird do eventually get the point across, but it took them almost 90 seconds to do so. Wisps challenged them at every rotation, at every single position that they tried to take, forcing them to use abilities, forcing them to use ultimates, and even though Redbirds come out on top eventually, Wisp takes so much time off of the clock. They're guaranteed a greater time bank if Redbirds is able to complete the map. That's huge for them, and that just goes to the mentality of Wisp. They are just going to exist. They're going to be a problem for you, no matter how confident you are. Nothing is free when you're playing them.
Both teams back over onto the Orisa here as well, matching each other in ult charge. Redbird trying to take the high ground, but a lot to dissuade them before with TNT from Thunder. Out comes the Flux and Moving Fish is down. Rupal doesn't have the Transcendence to match. That Liar threw in the Amplification Matrix there, but the team died around that, framed as if in a macabre portrait. And Wisp will eventually find the kills here, which means the next attack for Redbird Esports will happen down below the 1 minute marker.
And they're looking kind of iffy in terms of ultimates. Rupal's coming up pretty close to that Transcendence. Echo is pretty close to that Pulse Bomb, but you're playing into the Pulse Bomb from Doomed, the Bob, the Amp Matrix, and that is such a huge Pulse Bomb early from Doom. This is, again, this Tracer. Doomed has done such a good job of going in super early on Redbird Esports and putting in a bunch of damage on them before they're truly ready for it. And because of that, Redbird, they have to back up again. This is now last fight here for Redbird Esports, and they have so much ground to cover to finish the map.
Oh no. CJ with the volley takes vision out of that one. We get the TNT over the top from Thunder. And Redbird Esports, yeah, they're going to have some ults in this next fight, but they've got a long way to push and not a lot of time to do it in.
They have one real good shot here. You've gotten the chance to build up a couple ultimates now if you're Redbird Esports. You have both support ults, you have the Pulse Bomb, but you've got to make it last about 50 meters worth of distance, and you've got to do it while dealing with everything from the other side. And I think Echo just took himself out with the Pulse Bomb. That's brutal for ISU.
Oh, that's really, really damning here for Redbird Esports, and CJ's finding vision. Liar's already committed the Immortality Field, and Wisp just light up the kill feed, and that is it for Redbird Esports. Not with a bang, but with a whimper here on Route 66, leaving us at 1 apiece after 2 maps in the winners' final.
And what a good map pick from Wisp. It was their map pick at the end of the day, and it worked out extremely well for them. You force Redbird to go onto those Wrecking Ball compositions. You force them to go onto those double shield compositions. You force them into a battle that you are more confident in, and you come out on top. A great map pick from Wisp, giving them the upper hand from the starting gun.
Yeah, but it was incredibly scrappy most of the way through that, with the exception of point A's, which were quick for both teams here. I think more than 5 minutes for both teams as they move through A.
Right.
Like the Streets phase in particular on Redbird Esports push was just team fight after team fight, where it was almost 1-for-1 trades, and Wisp still holding on to the advantage by virtue of holding on to the high ground. So whilst it was a win here for Wisp, it was not easy. It was not easy for either team. This is an exhausting way to play. You have so many places to throw your attention, so many things to think about, so many angles to consider. I don't mind telling you, as a caster, this kind of Wrecking Ball play is very difficult to follow. Imagine being in the match, having to make those decisions in real time. Like, this is really difficult stuff.
It's really difficult, and as we continue to move forward in these best of 3 games, the team's stamina, their ability to stay together and composed as we go through the winners finals, the losers finals, the grand finals is going to be paramount. So with that in mind, we're going to give these teams a short break to recompose themselves before map 3, but don't go anywhere, because the conclusion of the winners finals between Redbird Esports and Wisp is coming up after this.
The last Ride tournament was organized in an incredibly short time frame. With the team working around the clock to bring you this broadcast, we thought it was only fitting to show the team in behind-the-scenes action.
So we're gonna have 12-hour times, randomized bracket seating, and did you gamers get the proposal that I sent, about Justice for Infected? For dice, they're gonna have to roll a dice to see what server they get.
Sounds good to me. I don't really care, to be honest. But for the stream, I did want to ask Chase, what the are you doing?
Why the is this kid here again?
You're the one who asked for his help, so
Yeah, because he has the coin and the money, and I probably shouldn't have asked Catnap.
I mean, we have a literal chai working on this now, so...
Yeah, and he doesn't know how to eat ramen. He works at a ramen company and can't use chopsticks.
Not to mention his stupid obsession with rats.
And he can't clean his room. Look at that shit.
I mean, he's too busy to clean, remember? He works in Overwatch League. Oh, wait, no.
Maybe instead of all that time on socials, he could have spent it touching grass.
No feelings were hurt in the making of this video, except for Chase's. He's actually really, really hurt.
Welcome back, everybody, on into map 3. Still nobody at match point just yet here in the winners finals. And moving on to King's Row for our hybrid map today, dividing.
Yep, you have to think that this is going to benefit Redbird Esports here. These guys, when it came back to Lijiang, they were really insistent on running the brawl-based composition on all 3 maps. They were able, though, when it came to the other 2 maps where Wisp ran the Wrecking Ball composition, they were actually able to beat them out. But Wisp, I think, when it came to Control Center and the sort of Reinhardt Brawl mirror compositions, I think they actually held up pretty well. I think that Redbird obviously thinks that this is their sort of home base, their kind of meta. They have the upper hand here. I think they might get a little surprised by how much of a fight Wisp has in this mirror match.
Yeah, I think mirror match is about the right way to call this. Whilst we haven't seen Redbird Esports on this particular hybrid map, we have seen Wisp already play this in one of their matches yesterday against Team Peps. And yeah, it was what you'd call, I guess, a very stun-focused brawl composition.
Yeah.
And it's exactly what we're seeing here again. Yes, they're on the offense, but I with maybe a couple of alterations, maybe we see CJ make a swap. This is what I'm expecting to see for the entirety of this map.
Yeah, I would actually be pretty surprised if CJ stayed on the Ana. I think that Baptiste just offers you so much flexibility with the AoE healing and the immortality field, is able to get you out of some really sticky situations. Unfortunately, we do have a pause. Teams are not quite ready to go back in just yet, but I think we're seeing probably what we're going to see. It's going to be those brawl compositions. It's going to be on the Maze, try and section off the teams from each other, and then the Lucios' speed boost in and just bash into those people against the Mei walls and get themselves the upper hand.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of the historian in me and the purist in me that would like to see a Rein Zarya matchup here, but the Diva just offers you far too much utility in terms of taking and denying high ground. That again, I suspect we're going to see that for the majority, if not all, of this particular matchup. But yeah, that's how this game is played, right? You are setting yourself up as a pincer, like the jaws of a steel trap. Up comes the Mei wall, in comes the rest of the team, and the leg gets caught off the other team in the middle. And it's really down to, like, as much as it is the maze to make the correct read on when to throw up the wall, it's on the team that is the victim of the trap to try and bait that out and, like, just put a toe in the trap and get it out nice and quick. And, like, that's very detailed, very high precision, very high level Overwatch. And to come back to our point before the break, a lot of things going on here, a lot of attention, a long game day potentially for those down in the lower bracket. That sort of split-second decision-making is really what's going to separate these teams here.
Yeah, and we saw it on the last map on Route 66 when we saw these wrecking balls just trying to direct their teams, trying to get them just that little inch of space, that little bit of advantage when it came to their positioning and their ultimates. So we're going to be seeing, even though the teams are going to be playing a little bit bigger characters, they're going to be playing closer together. It's going to be a lot of the same of trying to sort of out-chess each other and try and create opportunities for themselves.
I always like to think of, you can use the chess descriptor for Overwatch because it's about move and counter move. The description I prefer is fencing because there's a lot more at stake because both people have swords, and in theory that's a lot of damage coming your way.
Yeah, you of course love to see. To make it really worth it, though, I think you've got to have Genjis on both sides because that's the only character in Overwatch that has the swords.
And you know, we have already seen Genji mirrors in the last Ride tournament, right? I believe it might even have been Redbird Esports yesterday. I need to go back and check my notes, and I do have some fairly extensive notes here. But yeah, on Havana, I think as like a trick to try and get out of spawn and set up the dash resets. We did see some Genji on the table. I think it's a little less likely here. I think spawn holds in King's Row are pretty unusual. You occasionally get them on the point B attacking spawn, but not particularly frequently.
Yeah, don't worry. We do our research, or Phil does it and then shares it with me and goes, "Oh wait, we were supposed to be doing research. Okay, I'll do some research too."
I mean, look, you could have kept the veil up on that one. You didn't have to give away the mystery of, like, you know, we all do our research. We're all very deep into this one. We are just trying to get to the bottom of what is potentially a tornado warning here from one of our players. Which I've seen a lot of things interrupt play previously. I don't think I've ever had a game I've cast interrupted by a tornado, and I'm not going to give anybody any grief over that one. There's not a lot you can do to counter a tornado.
Yeah, absolutely not. Of course, as we saw last year with American Tornado, there wasn't much that anyone could do to counter that team. But of course, J-Bubs, hope that you are staying safe, staying secure as we wait for the Team Wisp main tank to return. We're going to go ahead and throw to a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon with King's Row.
Money world. Money world.
Welcome back, everybody. And it seems like a tornado is no match for the force of nature that is J-Bubs, and it seems like we've got him back in lobby, and we should be ready to go in shortly to, again, Kings Row, starting with Redbird Esports on the defense.
Hey, first of all, before we get into anything, super glad that J-Bubs is okay and everything is fine, and we're able to get back to what has been a fantastic matchup so far. We're seeing mirror matchups here as Wisp come out on their attack on Kings Row. Like we said, it's going to be an in-your-face brawl between two Reinhardts, two Mays, all that.
That is a phenomenal wall, and Gig barely survives care of the immortality field, but it is Redbird Esports that actually come up top here, taking Plunder out of the picture entirely. Doomed with the May wall, buys some space for Wisp to get out of this one. Redbird Esports win handily on that first engagement. Look at the ult charge here for both Baptiste. That's crazy.
Yeah, both Baptiste doing a fantastic job just throwing in that AoE healing. Now both of them are going to have the amplification matrix available, trying to get themselves maybe that Fire Strike amplification matrix combo. Both Reinhardts are also very close to their respective ultimates. The big difference right now is Vision, who is almost double on Deadeye over Thunder.
Classic May walls to interrupt the amplification matrix, but Redbird Esports will have the upper hand here. RuPaul still has theirs, and there's no May wall to mitigate that damage, but Redbird do give over a tick here. Shatter comes through, that's 2 on the ground. We get the Blizzard early from Eiko, but Vega has the sound barrier here as well. It's not going to be enough, however, as Redbird Esports surge their way forward, wings are flapping, and find the kills they need onto Wisp. CJ, I think, going to get staggered out pretty badly here by Liar.
Oh, yeah. In a solid couple extra seconds. During his time with Valiant, Gig was well-known, characterized himself for that super aggressive Chad Reinhardt play style, and it comes up huge there for Redbird Esports with an early shatter. However, this time around, Wisp, I think, have the slight advantage, both DPS ults and the shatter available for them to work with. Liar can use that beat, but it can only counter so much.
Oh, that's big through the amplification matrix. Vision finds the pick, and J-Bubs is down. And unfortunately, we get another DC here. So another pause. That's a very unfortunate way to come into this one.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate. Kind of sad, but I assume that it's pretty similar to what was happening before. There isn't much that anyone can really do about what's going on right now. So hopefully everyone's okay. Everyone's doing all right. It seems like they're doing a pretty good job, though, holding on to point A.
Yeah, I think they've given over, I believe they just gave over that second tick on that last push here. So if you're Wisp, whilst it's not been particularly quick, they are gaining progress here. If they can have one more good push like this, and yes, they are losing this one more good push like that will see them get the kill.
Yeah. And they have a lot of tools in order to get them there. They're going to have that Blizzard from Doomed that's going to be the main one to try and freeze up Redbird Esports, take them off of the map. They'll also have the Amp Matrix from CJ to work with. RuPaul used his in that last fight, so that's an advantage that they're going to have over Redbird. However, Redbird does have the beat. If Lyra can get that off, can really mitigate a lot of that CC from the Blizzard.
Ooh. Doomed nearly went down there, and this is the big interaction we're looking for. Okay, so that Blizzard does come online, but a little bit too late to save Thunder, who dies as part of the exchange. Self-destruct out from Moving Fish, all into the Lion Shield, but Gig is now down, and this is a big opening for Wisp, particularly with the self-destruct coming off here. Nothing out of that one, but Redbird Esports now a little bit on the back foot, particularly as they lose Vision, and the CC and pure damage output of the McCree goes down here. This is almost certainly the cap for Redbird Esports. Eiko will be in this with the Blizzard, and gets it in and gets it off here, but it's not enough to survive the Moving Fish. Almost gets the cap coming through here, but Gig is back and lands the shatter. We get the Amp Matrix up from RuPaul here as well. We get the sound barrier out from Vega. Both teams throwing everything they have at this one, and it is so close to the cap here for Wisp, but Redbird Esports want to drain every last microsecond of control of this point, and they're grinding out the win here. This put Wisp at one last fight here to get this unlocked.
Eiko was absolutely fantastic in that fight, uses the Blizzard early on to get Redbird Esports the space, is able to just barely survive a flash fan from Thunder, and then gets 2 more kills to finish off the fight. Crawley's going to swap over onto the Sigma to offer Wisp an extra shield to work with here, and you need that in order to try and counter this Deadeye that's coming out from Vision.
It's high noon somewhere in the world, and apparently, even though it's nighttime, it's here on King's Row as both of those high noons come out. See the sound barrier out for Redbird Esports. Light gets that online. Shadow comes out onto Echo. And Doomed gets the Blizzard off here, so it looks like it might finally be the cap here for Wisp. Gig able to find two. Thunder rolls through. Fancy the Hammer takes moving fish out, and it is just Gig and Rupo trying to keep this alive here. On point, they force Wisp to invest a whole lot into this fight, but that will be the cap here for Wisp. That was so close to a done deal for Redbird Esports.
Rupo is actually still here, still fighting, is able to get Thunder out, finally is taken down, so... the silver lining here is that because the Baptiste has been staggered so much, you're probably going to be able to get the cart past that key archway. That's a huge defensive stronghold, so good on Wisp for being able to get it past that. But they're on such a time crunch right now. Redbird was able to get them all the way down to overtime before point A was unlocked. So now just 2 minutes to try and get all the way through Streets phase. It only gives you maybe 2-3 chances. That's not super great, but, I mean, that being said, Redbird is giving Wisp a lot of space right now.
Yeah, oh, that's very unfortunate. The wall comes up and the Blizzard comes out. I thought that was going to be a bit of a misstep here for Redbird Esports as they couldn't get over the wall, but they will find kills on the back end of that as Jacobs goes down to Echo. Gig holds on to the Shadow, and now they've got to deal with Crow, who very quickly generated that Gravity Cloaks, and what a combo! Up into the skybox, down into the grave, care of the High Noon. Self-destruct will find CJ, but the damage has been done here for Wisp. Larger than charge at the point for now, and they will almost certainly get a good deal of progress on this card.
And once again, the never say die attitude from Wisp. You're down 1-2 members, no problem. Just pull off the Gravitic Flux Deadeye combo and instantly Wisp seem primed to be able to take the end of point B. Now it looks like Redbird will have enough time to get one more good contest if they want to, and it looks like they will. They're going to be able to use the Amp Matrix to try and get a lot of healing for themselves, to get themselves that space.
Okay, but amp for amp, and now they've got to deal with the Blizzard as well here. Like, Wisp, unless Moving Fish can get this eat here, and they can't because Moving Fish is out of mech, they've got to contend with the Blizzard. There's no way they can touch successfully. And J-Bubs is free to swing for the fences here. There's the cap and on into C for Wisp. And they're winning out this fight. This is going to be another 10-20 seconds before Redbird Esports can properly get on the defense.
Yeah, and they use that amplification matrix as well, which means you don't have it for this next fight. Whisper in such a solid position. You have the Shatter from J-Bubs, you have the Beat from Vega, you have the High Noon from Thunder coming up really soon. Redbird is going to have the Photon Barrier from Vision coming up as well as the Blizzard. But Wisp is very wisely just going to back up. They're just not going to let that shield have the power that they want it to have. It does take some time off of the clock, but not as much as it would have if you ended up losing anyone to that aggression.
For dividing, here's the big thing. It gave chance for Echo to get that final few % on the Blizzard. Now they've got to wait out the High Noon. Amplification Matrix, and interrupted by the freeze here from Redbird Esports. Out comes the Shadow from J-Bubs, but still on the ground, but it doesn't find Liar, who pops on the sound barrier and keeps the team alive through this. But that's going to expire as the Flux comes through. Vision, Liar, Gig, all down here, and Wisp at the 1 minute mark gets around this corner, and it's going to be stall time for Redbird Esports.
Oh my gosh, Redbird Esports now Vision onto that emergency Widowmaker, trying to find a quick headshot, but is not going to happen. Wisp coming in towards the end of the map. Doomed has the Blizzard available to try and freeze up Redbird as they come in.
Oh, shattered down, but it wasn't enough to interrupt Doomed. Self-destruct in over the top, but the barrier there to stop that finding value, but it does mean that Wisp have been able to weather the storm. Sorry, Redbird Esports have been able to weather the storm of the Blizzard here from Doomed, and they keep themselves in this, and there's just so much brawl potential on the point here from Wisp that Redbird Esports can touch, but it only buys them fractions of a second, and there's the cap. 15 seconds in the bank for Wisp.
It really felt like as soon as Wisp was able to get the momentum in their favor with that overtime fight on point A, it seemed like the momentum was with them for the rest of that attack. However, the repercussions of Redbird Esports able to hold them at the beginning for almost 4 straight minutes shows itself in the fact that even after a very strong point B, a very strong point C, Wisp only has 15 seconds in the bank. Redbird are obviously very confident in their brawl compositions, so you should feel pretty confident if you're Redbird Esports of being able to top that time bank.
Yeah, this is not insurmountable. Obviously, we've seen Wisp stall out Redbird Esports on a similar map type. So once we're into the payload phase, might get a little bit Redbird Esports, but we know it's going to be a mirror match. And had the edge on the upper hand for a lot of this map. It was largely momentum based. Like it took them a very long time to cap A, and that allowed them to just keep up the pressure, keep up their ult rotations. Redbird Esports, now that they've got a bit of time to sit and plan and a chance to push back here, there's no reason at all why they can't make as good a run here as Wisp.
Oh, absolutely not. I'm actually really interested to see what Redbird is going to be coming out here with. Is it going to be the mirror? Is it going to be something just a little bit different, a little bit off of the meta? Wisp, for their part, they're going to be running the exact same thing that they ran on the attack. And as they come out of spawn, yes, it is going to be Redbird, at least to start off. We're going to be seeing Vision on that Hanzo. A little less consistent damage, but the one-shot potential is absolutely there. And Moving Fish is going to give them a second shield to work.
Being bullied here, but can't connect though. Dies in the middle of the charge, care of Thunder, and yeah, good try from Redbird Esports, but back to spawn to rethink about that one. I actually really like this pick from Vision. I think the one pick potential and the shield pressure, the burn pressure, is really, really strong. So let's see how it works out.
Yeah, it is incredibly strong, especially just putting that Storm Arrows into the Reinhardt shield is going to be so much pressure on the J-Bubs, but you have to wait a little bit longer for that damage to build up as you would on the Cassidy, which is able to give you a little bit more consistent damage.
They all out of Echo. Amplification Matrix from Powell, and Wisp back away from that. As that open Application Matrix comes up, Echo goes down, and Gig just gets hit with everything there and sent back. But this is shades of what we saw here from Redbird Esports on their defense. This is a very hard nut to crack into this composition.
Yeah, we're now starting to get up to the ultimate phase of the game, so Redbird Esports are going to have plenty of opportunities to crack that nut. The chief among them is going to be the Dragon Strike from Vision, as well as the beat coming up from Lyre, but you've got to deal with the Blizzard from Doomed. Really not even close to it on Redbird's side.
Yeah, I think you just take the L here, acknowledge, okay, we got Blizzard out, that's a success. Oh, back we go, and at the back of the fight, Vision actually threw in the Dragon. That got eaten by Croy. I wonder if that signifies a change.
I would hope so, because it really feels like you were just throwing that into a lost fight. I really would have wanted to save that for the next fight when Echo does come up on that Blizzard, and Vision isn't changing. Just seems like I think that was a bit of an error there from Vision. You still have a lot of tools. You still have the Blizzard. You still have the Gravitic Flux. Honestly, everything other than the Dragon Strike actually is coming up in this one.
Oh, it was such a good rotation. They all made it through perfectly. And then, as Moving Fish rounds the corner, the headshot lands. And now they've got to back out. And they're either stuck here, or they've got to make a rotation into the line of fire from Wisp.
Had such an awkward position here from Redbirds as they try and get Moving Fish back with the rest of the squad. And while this is happening, the timer is ticking away. 90 seconds left on the clock. And this is giving time for Wisp to get an ult bank of their own.
Okay, Flux comes through. I actually don't see the sound barrier connect. CJ good enough there with the Immortality Field to render that not an issue. So Wisp still holding on to some defensive power here. Out comes the High Noon with the sound barrier in over the top, but hit by a rock, hit by the Shatter, hit by the Blizzard, hit by everything here from Redbird Esports. And yeah, they're going to get one pick. They're going to take Gig down with the self-destruct, but Redbird Esports now have numbers advantage on the point, and that's going to be the cap down below the 60-second marker.
Yeah, just about a minute faster than Wisp up to this point, and Wisp actually used just about everything that they had to try and hold on to it. It did not happen. Redbird Esports, great job being able to sustain through that ult, and what a shot from Vision. This is what Hanzo gives you with that shield pressure, that one-shot potential. All of a sudden, Wisps have to turn tail and run without their Mei. That's one of their main engagement tools just out of the fight.
Yeah, this is great from Redbird Esports, and Wisp just need to take a second to regather and regroup. They've got to make something happen here with just a Shatter, and that is very hard, and there's a lot Redbird Esports can do to make that difficult, and just to make even getting to the point difficult. We've got the Dragon here, the Sonic Arrow is out, so Vision knows exactly where they're coming from. Vision has vision, and out goes the Dragon. He knows they're all deep in that alleyway, but they somehow managed to back away from it. And that's allowed Redbird Esports to push in and find some picks as Vega goes down. Amplification Matrix up with the wall, blocks that one. Redbird Esports momentarily back away from the amplified damage, but they keep control of the cart and they keep moving this through. Amplification Matrix down, and suddenly it's a lot safer for them to progress through here. Wisp can slow this down considerably, but Amplification Matrix goes up. There's no combo here with the Fire Strike, but Vision and Moving Fish are there to pile in the pain through the Amplification Matrix. They're finding the kills slow and steady, and it's another very quick streak phase here on King's Row.
Just like we saw on Wisp, right, Feld? Once the first point was captured, Redbird Esports are able to get themselves in a favorable position when it comes to their ultimates. They're able to use the momentum of that first point win in order to get themselves through streets incredibly quickly. Now with 3 minutes on the clock to try and finish this out, you still have Shatter, you still have Blizzard, you have another Dragon Strike coming up from Vision. He has it now.
Oh, no!
It's been like 30 seconds, and we get our third pause of the map here, Phil.
I mean, it's, yes, I guess it kind of adds to the drama for today, but I'd really rather these guys just be able to play this under normal conditions. We actually see their Wisp forced by circumstance to mirror what Redbird Esports are running, and we're just about to get 2 Blizzards online at the same time, and like, I think that's where this entire round is going to go, is on who gets the most value out of that Blizzard. It's usually the second May, but if it's quick enough, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, if you can get a quick Blizzard and just get that focused fire onto the Reinhardt or whoever ends up getting frozen up by it, the first May could absolutely end up coming out on top. But I do agree, especially if the defensive ultimates of supports can kind of evade that Blizzard and get the other team into a fantastic position with the amplification matrix or the beat, they would be, I think, generally the second May would come out on top in that one. But man, Vision, I think, has been a huge player when it comes to this Redbird Esports attack. When it felt like when Vision started really popping off, Redbird has just started gaining more and more and more momentum.
Yeah, it's not traditionally like a boom or bust hero isn't your Hanzo. Like, it's not like a Doomfist where, like, when you're doing good on a Doomfist, you take over the lobby, but the rest of the time, you may as well just have not shown up to the fight. Hanzo is usually very, very consistent, but it took a little while there for Vision to actually find some good angles and some good positioning to allow him to find some frags. But yeah, once he was in that mode, it was sicko mode the entire time.
Yeah.
And feeling a little bit bad for the guy that, you know, we've had another pause here and maybe a little bit of a dent in the hot streak. And it seems like we are continuing to have J-Bub's problems here, which, for how well this has been going for Wisp overall, is pretty devastating. Like, if you have to swap mid-match to a new tank, I don't know how you adjust.
That really sucks. Yeah, so we're getting word from the production that J-Bubs has completely disconnected from the match, is absolutely gone. Unfortunately, Wisp might have to bring out the rest of this match with a new main tank, which is absolutely brutal for them. It's really unfortunate that the weather just cannot quite work in J-Bubs' favor.
Okay.
But we do have, I think we have what looks like what the ringer is going to be. And Phil, why don't we introduce Team Wisp's new main tank?
Yeah, it's a pretty good main tank ringer. They're actually getting Doge in. Doge, formerly of Team Doge, and I believe Commander Doji, or Commander Doge. I'm not quite sure on the pronunciation of that one from earlier on in this tournament, sadly out on that one. But that's cool. I haven't seen Doge play in a little while. That should be nice. But man, adapting into an entirely new team, that is hard work here.
Yeah, and Wisp now have to back up completely in order to get Doge back into the fight and get their Reinhardt up, which is just going to give Redbird Esports so much space. They're pushing up basically to the end of the map right now. 2 minutes and 45 seconds, and they have the positioning advantage.
Oh, and they've got the Blizzard online. Doomed and Aiko actually both get that on, but Vision throws in the Dragon. We get the Shatter from Gig. Sound barrier out from Vega might just save this. Yes, Wisp at the final few seconds, so close to the cap here for Redbird Esports, just have enough left to make this one go their way. Doge with a real reversal of fortunes here. Vision still finding frags, but it's not going to be enough here. What a turnaround from Wisp.
It was a great turnaround, fueled on by the double support ultimates of Vega and CJ, able to sustain Wisp through the barrage of ultimates coming out from Redbird Esports. But this time, it is Redbird's turn to have both support ultimates available, as well as the Gravitic Flux from Moving Fish. If you can't get stunned out by Doomed or Crawley, that is going to be free damage, as Wisp have no support ultimates to try and counter that.
Okay, Amplification Matrix buys them some space, but Wisp throws up the wall and allows them to get around for most of that. Oh, Thunder with a beautiful headshot takes Rupal out of it. We get the Flux out from Moving Fish, and that has equalized things. Doge is now down. Sound barrier from Live might be enough to make up here for the fact that Rupal is no longer in this one. Blizzard again from Doom to the Dragon from Thunder might just be what turns us around. So close here for Redbird Esports, but Wisp 0.3 meters away from the cap. Stop it in its tracks.
The second time in a row, it seems like Redbirds are so close to being able to get this across the finish line, and Wisp are able to stop it just before they get there. Now Redbirds, they have really, I mean, it's pretty much just the Dragon Strike they're going to be having up in the next couple of seconds, and Wisp are going to have the Amplification Matrix probably a little bit quicker. Crawley's going to swap over to the Diva to maybe try and eat that Dragon Strike from Vision. That would be massive if you can get that done.
Yeah, Vision has that now. I think currently playing at the range where the E is unlikely to have a big effect. There it goes. No! That was amazing from Crawley. Surges forward, pops the defense matrix, and Vision no longer has the Dragon to play with. We're now down below 40 seconds here for Redbird Esports. They don't have ults. They need Echo to get this Blizzard online ASAP, or they're going to find themselves moving into match point. Echo desperately looking for the headshots here. Finds it. Now has the Blizzard. Just needs to dodge the defense matrix, but Crawley has been hungry, and Echo is down to the shatter from the sub. Doge finds Echo and puts a big old dent in Redbird Esports' hopes. They are floundering. They've got 13 seconds left to go, and they don't have the player advantage. How are they going to come back from this one dividing?
They have the DPS ultimate available. The Dragon Strike is coming in through the point, but it doesn't get anything. Doomed with a 2K, and that is going to do it. Wisp somehow, with a substitute main tank, hold at the end of King's Row for 2.5 minutes and move to map point. What did we just watch, Phil?
Oh my god, that was... I feel like Crawley was a huge part of that. Dragon Strike, not a thing that you normally associate with huge value, but Vision having a lot of success with it here, either as zoning or as finding kills. And Crawley just goes, nah buddy, I've got your number, and it is gone, and it all fell apart after that.
And you could tell that was the plan too, right? Crawley was playing Sigma that entire defense, instantly goes, hey, their Hanzo probably has ultimate. I'm gonna go Diva and eat it real quick. And just goes, boop, just goes forward and takes that power away from Vision, who was really, like we said, on a bit of a hot streak up to that point. And after that, Wisp, it just felt like had the momentum back in their favor. And man, I cannot believe the events that have just transpired. We had a main tank that has been having internet issues throughout the entire map, ends up having to leave again. To J-Bubs, hope you're staying safe, hope everything's okay on your end. But you get a ringer in mid-map, has to readjust to a new team after Doge was playing for Commander Doji earlier today. Just an update, that team went out in losers round 5 to Solaris, so it's not like Doge has any obligations for that team for the rest of the day. But you somehow are able to hold for 2.5 minutes at the end of King's Row and take the win. That's insane. That's just insane.
I've been doing this now for nearly 5 years, and I think that is the most dramatic end to a map I have ever seen. And probably one of the more dramatic maps in general. I can't think of a single match where so many eventful things happened in such a short space of time. Feels like a very fitting thing to happen here in the last Ride tournament, but that does mean that Wisp are now at match point. If they win this next map, they're on into the grand finals, and it's down to the lower bracket for Redbird Esports.
And it should be mentioned, in preparation for Overwatch 2, no assault this tournament. No 2CP. We're going back to control for map 4. Which, if you're Redbird Esports, you're actually feeling pretty good about, because your other map win so far was that map 1 Lijiang. Maybe just a more of a control-based team.
Maybe. But I think, again, we've got this wild card in the mix, right? So we are going to Nepal for our next map, but we have the wild card of Doge coming in, and we don't know like how much. Well, okay, some of that success clearly was care of Doge in that final fight in King's Row, but again, we're looking at a main tank coming in and adapting into new players, into a new style of play, into this map where they're not already defensively established, where they don't have ults to play with as they load into the map. And so, going from scratch here on Control into a team you've already lost to in Control, how do you start to secure success in this one?
I mean, I think it just comes down to these first few minutes while Wisp is trying to reintegrate Doge into their game plans and trying to figure out how they're going to move forward as a team, right? I think they are running high on adrenaline right now and are kind of going through that sort of honeymoon phase. How is that going to be able to last long enough to get them through Nepal? Because I think that once ISU are able to sort of take control back and momentum back for themselves, the lack of familiarity with this main tank will eventually take hold on Wisp, and Redbird Esports are going to have a massive advantage. Oh, wait! J-Bubs is back! J-Bubs is here!
All right, well, throw all that analysis out of the window, because we didn't mean any of it.
Yep. Hey, we're back to normal here. Wisp is back with their main tank here. Doge, of course, came up clutch for this team in King's Row, but hopefully J-Bubs is going to be able to stay with us steadily for this Nepal map.
Dividing, that has to be the shortest substitution in the history of Overwatch, right? For 1/2 of 1 point on one map.
Literally 2.5 minutes. Does that mean that we have to get the Wikipedia page updated? Is Doge technically a member of Wisp for this tournament now? And also Commander Doji?
Yeah, that's
all right.
Padding the stats here. Padding the stats for Doji.
No shades of Lijiang here. We're getting to see this clash of styles once again here, Phil. It's the brawl for Redbird Esports, the Wrecking Ball-based competitions from Wisp. Redbirds are going to be able to get their Symmetra turret set up in this little microwave of the village point. Can Wisp poke in with the For Mercy from Doomed, with the Wrecking Ball from Bubs, with the Trace from Thunda, and be able to break apart that core?
Well, they were able to defend successfully against just this composition from Dice Gaming yesterday. Let's see if they've remembered how that works. They are taking a lot of splash damage here, but they've got the positioning on the point. We've seen them do this already. It's a very oppressive composition to play into, and they know how to do it. Immortality Field out from Rupal already, very close to destroy, but it has allowed Barrage to get back in. But that was disgustingly quick. We lose Doom, but Vega is there spamming revive just as it happened. And Wisp just cracked this one like the softest of nuts.
They get through it with the barrage from Dune, but Redbird Esports were able to take first point control. They were able to get about 22% of the point to their side, and that's a brutal stagger on the moving fish, actually.
Sweet kill as well.
Is going to, great stuff from CJ, actually. That's probably not the most, not the easiest thing to hit. I probably would have missed it. So, good stuff for CJ. And Redbird Esports, even though now they have to cover so much space, taking poke damage from Doomed all the way in, they do have both support ultimates available from Lyre and RuPaul.
Oh,
and
they don't anymore. Down goes RuPaul. Yeah, the TP came through, but hey, you are missing one of your supports, and it's the one with the bulk healing capacity, so you ain't winning that one. Great stuff from Doomed.
Yeah, this is now the danger of running the Brawl composition into the Farmer's on Village, because just look at how much vantage point Doomed has over the Redbird Esports comp. It's basically free. Just fire in those rockets as much as he wants to with nothing doing about it.
Oh my days! Doesn't connect with the most of it, but does a lot of damage into that one. And we see J-Bubs come in and capitalize on that in big style. And I'm pretty sure Vega's still got the raise here, so Dude back in the fight quick as you like.
Redbird was just read like a children's book there. Instantly, Doomed was ready and waiting for the teleporter to come in from Redbirds, and they just got destroyed. Again, not as many kills, but so much damage done. vision is so low. Redbirds should have all 6 ultimates, which is the good thing. The bad thing is these fights have been ending so fast, they haven't been able to use ultimates.
Oh, that's unfortunate. The TP comes through, but J-Bubs once again read them, did the pile driver, did the mines, found the kills, and Wisp have just made this look so easy.
That's just gonna do it. Wisp,
Yep,
I don't
it's
think
done.
anyone's
It's
even
gone.
gonna touch from Redbirds. Nope. That
What
is
a
going to
masterclass.
be it. Wisp is now 1 round away from winning this series and securing themselves a spot in the Last Ride Invitational Grand Finals, Phil. Redbirds, it feels like they've lost some momentum. It feels like they just, after what happened on King's Row, they're just not sure what to do anymore.
This is the Team Peps problem, right? We saw this with Team Peps. They kept running this brawl style in a control map into something not designed to take down a brawl, but designed to thrive in a brawl counter.
Right.
And they just didn't swap the entire time. They could have read this and gone, okay, we'll mirror, okay, we'll run some direct counters, and no, they just kept running it again and again and again. It did not work for them. They need to be more adaptable here, because it's about to happen to them again if they're not careful.
Yeah, the Pharmercy backup once again from Doomed. Got so much value from them last time. You do have Echo on the Tracer. Is going to be doing a lot more, going to be trying to help out against Thunda. And actually, J-Bubs, stunned up, taken out. Good stuff. Good adaptability from Redbird.
Good adaptation from Redbird Esports. Vision lands the flashbang. And with J-Bubs down, with the main tank off the table, the main initiation tool no longer in the offing, Redbird Esports are going to win this one out, secure the initial cap, and put themselves much better position-wise to keep winning this one out.
Yeah, Redbirds are once again going to be able to take first point control here and force Wisp to try and poke into them. Of course, they are not at all sad about that. That's what their whole composition is designed around. But Redbird Esports are doing a lot better this time around at being more aggressive, jumping in on top of Wisp before they can take the positions that they want. And I mean, Doomed is able to keep on lobbing in those rockets, but is so far up, the actual damage happening is pretty minimal and is healed up pretty quickly from Lion Rupal. You need to have more than just that far damage.
Nano online, we're about to see the Nano Barrage, but J-Bubs is already down. We're not going to see the Nano Barrage, the Nano is already out. I believe that was onto Doom, that health bar is flashing, but help them get the Barrage, didn't find any kills with it. Isn't going to work as an initiation tool here because you are already down one of your other players. I really want to see Wisp reset here because they're not winning that anytime soon. Doomed went for the Barrage there, gets punished by Vision, gets res, but Vega's down. And so, wait, Whisper doing this. Crawley on an absolute tear finds 3. It's just Moonfish left and no longer in it. What a turnaround!
That was that was just 2 players. It was Doomed and Crawley just destroying absolutely everyone on Redbirds. I'm not even sure how that happened. I would have to watch that fight back to understand how Crawley was just able to get into the back and take out the entirety of the Redbird Esports backline. But the result is Wisp do get the point. They have 20% in counting, and they have both tank ults. They have both support ult and the pulse bomb available to them to hold on.
Alright, everybody smash Q and let's see what happens here. Sound barrier, self-destruct, J-Bubs holding on to the mines, and Vega currently sailing high with the Valkyrie running. Self-destruct out, but it's going to be Wisp. Even with that stun connected onto J-Bubs, Wisp hold on strong here, and they actually come out of that with 2 ultimates still.
Yeah, that's super huge for Wisp, the fact that they don't have to use absolutely everything. They still will have the nano boost and the mines from J-Bubs in order to keep themselves moving forward. In fact, I wouldn't be shocked to see this nano boost go on to Doom to make sure that you can get that last 15% to the barrage. Redbird, for their money, they have the amplification matrix and the shatter.
It looked like he was going, yes, I will shatter through the amplification matrix. That'll double its power. And instead, that's going to be nothing on the back of that one. Now they've got to deal with the barrage, with the immortality field, and Vision with the high accuracy gun takes Doom out of this one. Minefield out, and it's a Tracer in the cabin on the side. Gig swinging through, trying to keep track of J-Bubs. Can't find him. J-Bubs keep on swinging through. Vision from the low ground with the high noon. Slipped out of it just before the trigger can be pulled. But Redbird Esports coming back in here, looking to secure the cap as they take Vega out of it. They are not out of this one just yet, Divided.
Yeah, the amplification matrix from RuPaul was huge in order to keep everyone sustained through that barrage and keep everyone sustained through the nano boost as well. Doomed is now going to swap over onto the Echo, give themselves a little bit more of that maneuverability through the air. Is going to be able to help a little bit more directly to J-Bubs' attack. Both Tracers have Pulse Bomb here. That's really all of the ultimates online at the moment. We have a few coming up soon from the supports, but really, whichever Tracer is able to get that opening kill with this Pulse Bomb is likely going to open things up for their team.
Even a 1k with a pulse bomb would be great, but they don't need it with the primary fire. They take Eiko out of the pulse bomb, still online, and now Wisp have a massive advantage here. Thunder still holding on to the pulse bomb, dodges out of the way of the amplification matrix, looking to get around the side, but is marked there. Vision tugs around the side and stops them coming in. In comes Moving Fist to try and keep them out of the fight still from that direction. Sound barrier out from Redbird Esports, who are still in control as the overtime wick starts burning. Self-destruct out, Doomed just able to get around the side.
How does Moving Fish live?
Trapped inside the resurrection animation, can't get out of the way of the self-destruct, and Redbird Esports regain control, and overtime starts to take on down. J-Bubs might have the adaptive shield, but it's not going to be enough because the flashbang lands and the overtime takes down. No, just gets back on. Lines the power driver, but destroyed. Just enough time for Vega to get back on, but the High Noon immediately erases his very existence from the map. And whilst we're getting some tags on here from Wisp, it would need to be a phenomenal self-destruct here for Wisp to win out this fight, and instead gets taken out of the mech. Will find the remech, looking for kills, won't find them, and Wisp so scrappy here, want to keep themselves in this one, but they just can't find the kills they need. It's got to go the way of Redbird Esports dividing.
It's almost certainly going to do it. Gig is so low on health, but there just isn't quite enough to take out that Reinhardt. And Redbird Esports holds strong and is able to take us to Sanctum. My goodness, this has been so scrappy, back and forth from both of these teams. As we move on to Sanctum here, we actually see a lot of swaps here from Redbirds. They're actually going to, assuming Wisp stays on to the Wrecking Ball of their own, it's looking like they're actually going to opt into a bit of a mirror, at least on the tank side of things. That's really interesting. I feel like based on what we've seen so far, Wisp are more comfortable on the Wrecking Ball Sigma compositions. And with your backs against the wall, map 5 or going to the losers finals on the line for Redbird Esports, do you really want to mirror Wisp in the comp that they're most confident in?
Well, let's see how this works out for Redbird Esports. They've got to win this one or they are down into the lower bracket and a much longer game day ahead of them. Wisp just need this one and they are forward into a reprieve and into the grand finals. Doom force the recall early as Redbird Esports make their rotation over down the central chimney onto this particular map of Nepal. No engagements just yet, point not unlocked, nobody wants to engage too hard on this one, and for now it's level petting across the board in terms of ultimates.
And interestingly, I didn't think they were going to stick on it, but Vega is sticking onto this Lucio right now. Maybe trying to boop some people into the Sanctum pit, but it's just such a low healing composition from Wisp right now. But again, it's so scrappy, it barely even matters. People are basically surviving off of health packs right now. And hey, I mean, Vega killing Liar, that's about as direct of a rebuttal as I need.
This from Wisp, right? I love the approach of let's unlock the point and then worry about the fight, because they got that and then they just dragged out this fight with Redbird.
Yeah, just dragged it out, and as a result, Wisp are already 25% of the way to winning this series before the second fight even begins. CJ did so much damage, by the way, 85% of the way to a Transcendence already. Absolutely huge, and Doomed already has a Pulse Bomb, is looking for a quick
there
stick,
it is!
And gets it on Liar!
Liar down, there's the 5v6, Wisp with a massive advantage. CJ still forcing to using the Transcendence, but that's been generated so quickly, I can't imagine he minds. Just time to generate another one. Great shot there. Eiko out of the fight, and we are halfway in this map to Wisp locking this one down.
Chef's kiss on the Doomed, a perfect engagement from them onto the most vulnerable member of Redbird Esports. Liar over 2 fights is only 60% of the way to a rally because they've just been going down so early in these fights. And now Wisp with 70% and counting, this might be Redbird Esports' last really good chance to get this, and they have to play into both tankles.
Oh, RuPaul just got that ultimate in time to survive through Corey's dramatic floods. Dragon out, Sand Barrier out from Vega. The stick lands from Eiko, but Doomed gets one over on them, and it's Eiko down. But Ultimate come up trump, and Moving Fish, the latest addition to Redbird Esports, just takes over the kill feed, takes over the map. Once this last one can't quite land the finishing blow, Gig gets it, but what a turnaround here from Redbird Esports. So close to the end.
96% for Wisp though, Phil. Redbird Esports have to hold this perfectly. They cannot allow a single fight win from Wisp, or else they will be the ones moving down to the lower bracket. For what it's worth though, Wisp do not have a lot to work with right now. With the pulse bomb from Doom going south, it's not going to be anything anymore.
Rally from Liar and Mines from Gig means this is on a hiding for nothing from Wisp. They ain't winning that one. It's got to be the reset. Just get out with as much ult charge as you can, but Redbird Esports not afraid to play that aggressively.
But it was so much though. They used both tank ults, they used the rally. I don't think they had to commit that much into that fight when they still have to defend for 2 or 3 more in order to get themselves to a map 5 scenario. Now we're into this situation where neither team really has many ultimates online. CJ and Eiko are the ones that are closest, I think, on both sides, and actually J-Bubs is closer to those mines. But you're kind of in a neutral situation when you really could have easily been up in ultimates if you had just had a little more restraint.
We're looking from a Wonder Depicting Thunder here. That'll really open things up for Wisp. Good high ground control. Vision not currently marking or matching him. And pressure being put on the point by Doom forces Redbird Esports to make a rotation, but Vision just domes Doom with the Sonic Arrow. And that's going to be Redbird Esports with a huge advantage. But Moving Fish is down. Crory is able to get the Gravitic Flux off. The Flux itself doesn't find the kills, but Crory does. And now just have the man advantage. They have the Transcendence, and that makes them technically more or less invulnerable through this. But Eiko gets the burst damage through that one and takes Vega out of it. This is still so back and forth. And Wisp actually have the numbers. They surge onto the point, and it's 97%.
Someone's got to touch.
Redbird have to touch. They've got a contest. They can't get onto it. Redbird Esports to the last second, booped off of it by Wisp, and Wisp move forward into the grand finals.
I cannot believe the game that we have just witnessed, Phil. That is what a scrappy ending to a scrappy game from 2 scrappy teams in a matchup that we might be seeing later on in the day, honestly. These 2 teams are so well matched, so evenly matched, and my goodness. Wisp, though, get a huge advantage. They move on to the grand finals. They get to sit back and relax while Redbird fights it out in the losers finals. Hopefully whatever's going on with the weather on J-Bubs will clear up by then, and they will be refreshed and ready to go for the grand finals matchup.
Yeah, really couldn't have asked much more from an upper bracket finals, but we still have 2 more matches to bring our way. That's going to be the lower bracket finals, and of course, at the end of the day, the grand finals. So we're going to go and get some stuff ready for you for the final 2, but don't go anywhere because we're going to be back in just a few minutes.
The last Rod tournament was organized in an incredibly short time frame. With the team working around the clock to bring you this broadcast, we thought it was only fitting to show the team in behind-the-scenes action.
So we're gonna have 12-hour days, randomized bracket seeding. And did you gamers get the proposal that I sent, about Justice for Infected? For dice, they're gonna have to roll a dice to see what server they get.
Sounds good to me. I don't really care, to be honest. But for the stream, I did want to ask Chase, what the are you doing?
Why the is this kid here again?
You're the one who asked for his help, so...
Yeah, because he has the coin and the money, and I probably shouldn't have asked Catnap.
I mean, we have a literal child working on this now, so...
Yeah, and he doesn't know how to eat ramen. He works at a ramen company and can't use chopsticks.
Not to mention his stupid obsession with rats.
And he can't clean his room. Look at that shit.
I mean, he's too busy to clean, remember? He works in Overwatch League. Oh, wait, no.
Maybe instead of all that time on socials, he could have spent it touching grass.
No feelings were hurt in the making of this video, except for Chase's. He's actually really, really hurt.
What is up, my friends? My name is Jeff from Map5 Podcast. I'm here alongside Aqua, owner of Region, and general content creator for many outlets. Thank you for joining us. For people out there who might not be familiar with what you do and your role in the scene, why don't you give us a little background and tell us about yourself?
I do content for, obviously, Regen, the team that I own. I do some content over there. I do content for Reflash during Contenders Trials and stuff. I do content for some tournaments sometimes through Haven Socials. And I also do content for the Florida Mayhem, which is the best team in the Overwatch League. So
I want to hear what are your favorite moments or memories from Overwatch 1?
I think one of my favorite moments from the community was when Jeff Kaplan left Blizzard. Unironically, it really showed the amount of support the community has for people that actually care about the game and care about the title. People that like genuinely are good people and like genuinely care about the fan base and care about like the emotional impact that the game has on people. Not just like, is the game good, but like, does this game promote good ideals? As depressing as a moment as that is, I think it really showed like, hey, look, as a community, like we actually care about our game. Like,
what do you think is the biggest lesson learned from the past 6 years that we can take into Overwatch 2 as a community?
As a community, I think the biggest thing that we've learned and we need to keep in mind is that if there's problems with the game, like, just be honest about it, but don't be dickheads. Like, people are learning, like, especially at lower levels of the scene, like tier 3, tier 4, even at tier 2, like, people are still learning, right? Like, nobody holds perfect events. People are constantly changing. Like, perfect example would be the Toronto Goats tournament that just happened, right? Like, it had an SR cap for like 3.5 for some reason, and they changed it, right? They realized that's what the community wanted because we were respectful about it, right? Things that we need to take into the, into Overwatch 2 is like when we have people coming into the community that like genuinely want to contribute, like, just be mild mannered. Like, if there's problems, be honest about it, but like, don't derail the train, So,
over the past 6 years, what do you think has been your favorite community tournament?
I'm biased. I am a big fan of the Florida Mayhem Classic. I'm genuinely unbiased. They go, hey, look, tier 2 is the lifeblood of our community, and tier 3 is fed by them. Let's hold an event that fosters both, and it's always ran well. They've done multiple of them. The prize pool is pretty decent, and at the same time, like, they interact with the community. This was before I was even hired by them, but they interact with the community. They have a good time doing it. They do tons of giveaways. They bring in, they do something that no other tournament really does. You need to have these events where it's like, hey, look, we're bringing in the casual Andes, right? Like the normal people, like the people that aren't degenerates like the rest of us. And they come in and they watch it and they go, hey, look, this isn't bad. The casters are good. It's funny. It's supported by a team that I like, like the Florida Mayhem, or like, Toronto does events from time to time. And it blends all of that together. And it also provides a stage for players to like show off their talent. It's the best of both worlds.
Move on, final question. Okay, what are you looking forward to most moving forward, moving into Overwatch 2? What excites you the most, Aqua?
I'm genuinely excited for the vast amount of content and the amount of effort that Blizzard's put into it. Like, it's very clear that they said, hey, look, we need to get the multiplayer out. We need to have this ready to go for the general public. And I'm genuinely impressed. Every single friend of mine that is not involved in Path to Pro has pretty much quit Overwatch. And they all signed up for the beta. Every single one of them, like all 20 of them, all signed up for the beta. And that alone is the thing I'm excited for the most, is the fact that it's bringing back the general population of the band. Like, it's going to be a game again. Like, like people are, the fan base is coming back. It's coming home, right? Like, and I'm excited to see where that goes. I'm excited to see new people. I'm excited to see new people to the scene.
Well, Aqua, thank you so much for... No, I love it. I love your passion, my friend. I love your passion. And I really appreciate you taking the time to sit down and talk with us. It's been a blast.
What's up, everybody? Chef Billy here. I am with Shade, that is playing with the UGA here at our Last Ride Invitational, formerly of Last Hope, also known as Noxious. Shade, how are you doing today, my friend?
I'm great. How about yourself, Billy?
I'm happy. It's been a long time since I have seen you on the screen, and you just got out of a scrim, so I am totally happy that you were able to join us today. So let's get right to the nuts and bolts of this. What is your favorite memory or moment from our first Overwatch?
Well, you actually casted my last game, I believe, Billy. But that was when I made trials for the first time, Contenders Trials. I think it was beginning of 2020. OD from August or September. Yeah, that was the greatest moment of my life, honestly, playing Overwatch. I was with a bunch of my teammates that had never made it before, and just the hype and all this energy we got after that last game, it was amazing, really.
I remember you guys clutched that out very nicely, and it was a beautiful moment for us too in the casting booth. We get really excited when you guys do well as well. So, what are you looking forward to moving into Overwatch 2? Like, are you looking for a fresh start? Are you looking for new heroes? What is in your mind as our new game comes out?
For me, it's really coming down to, obviously I'm hyped about all the new stuff that's coming out, all the new content, because we haven't had much the past couple years. But it's really a fresh start for me as a player. I want to start doing content. I want to start, getting into things outside of just professional play, even though that's still my main goal and that's still what I want to do. I want to it's basically a fresh start for me. I haven't been in the scene for a while, and for me, it's going to be great. It's going to be a time, to experience different things, get a fresh start. Really, you said it. It's literally what it is for me.
Community events. There's been a ton of them throughout the years. What is your favorite one that you ever participated in?
My favorite one would have to be Frank Cup, the second one, actually. I didn't get to play in the first one, unfortunately, but Frank Cup really, I think, brought the community together in a way that no other tournaments did. There was so many people watching. I remember having like 5,000-6,000 people watching consistently. Like, that tournament really, really, really did well for Overwatch. And to me, that was the best tournament of my life. So that kind of adds on to it. But it was really, really fun. I would say that was by far my favorite community event in Overwatch.
I tell you what, I think everybody said, "Yep, fuck," all the time.
Yep, fuck, yeah.
And everybody thought, my kid was like, "Oh, are you cussing on screen?" I'm like, "No, I wasn't cussing on screen. I'm saying, yep, fuck." So, if you were any hero in Overwatch League or an OWL, the whole pantheon of heroes that we've got. Last question: who would you be?
I definitely think I would be Tracer. I'm someone that's very outgoing and always bring a lot of energy and is super happy all the time. And I feel like Tracer kind of matches that. She's super hectic, super like all over the place kind of character. And I think it just matches my vibe perfectly. So I would say Tracer, no doubt.
I can definitely see that, because you are a bit all over the place, and that's why we love you. Shade, thank you so much for joining us here today. Anything you want to say to the rest of the community before you go?
Actually, well, thank you for supporting the tournament, guys. It is a last ride, a last tournament for everyone. Thank you, guys, and I'll see you in Overwatch 2.
All right, everybody, that's me, Chef Billy, saying goodbye from Shade and myself. Have a good day, and we'll see you in game.
Welcome back, everybody. Yes, unfortunately, in a change to our scheduled broadcasting plan, unfortunately, Dor is unwell at the minute, which means he and Hurix are sitting out their grand final slot. But that's fine. Myself and Dividing are here to bring you all that is left of today's action. That's going to be the lower bracket finals and the grand finals. And you just saw them barely miss out on continuing through into the grand finals. We're continuing our coverage of Redbird Esports, this time up against Solaris. Dividing, how's this going to go?
Your guess is as good as mine here, Phil. I will say Solaris, this is our first time seeing them on stream, but man, they've really been going through it over on the ISU stream where they've been getting followed up to this point, coming off of a 5-map victory over GeForce to get themselves to this point. First of all, claps to GeForce as the only non-contenders team that made it to the top 4 and put up a really good fight against what has been a really, really solid contenders team than Solaris. But Solaris does end up getting past them and getting to this point and coming off of a win, which I think gives them a really nice boost of morale going into this losers final matchup against a team that is coming off a loss.
Yeah, and when we talk about GeForce earlier, we were talking about them being a team that has been around for a little while now, competing over the past few months and having some pretty good successes. Solaris is another one of those teams, right? They took first and second place in the most recent Flash Ups.
I remember that.
Sure, they had Custer on the roster at that point, but now that the weighted training bracket is off and they're performing at full speed, they are one of the teams that is properly, strongly in contention here to make it forward into the grand finals.
Of course. I mean, as of right now, I mean, you've got Redbird and Solaris, and then Wisp waiting for you in the grand finals. You have got a gauntlet to get out of this top 3. That being said, by getting into the top 3, these 3 teams have guaranteed themselves into the money, into that cash. Haven't brought it up to this point, but we've got I think it's a $2,500 total prize pool, with third place getting $250, second place getting $500, and first place getting $1,750. So obviously, as you climb up that totem pole, there's some big cash prizes awaiting these teams. So now that there is genuinely some pretty solid money on the line, I think that's just even more motivation for these teams.
But here's the rub, right? Because we know first or second place in this is going to be going to Wisp. They are waiting in the grand finals lobby for everybody. They've got a break. This is a first to 3, best of 5, however you want to split that.
Yep.
We've just seen that go to a pretty slow map 4 in our previous round. If this goes to a map 4 or a map 5 for either of these 2 teams, that is like 4 solid hours of continuous Overwatch, whilst Wisp have had the chance to sit back, kick their heels up, and relax a little while. It is a long, slow drag here for both Solaris and Redbird Esports, and even when they win this one, they've got to go back up against Wisp. So this is very difficult stuff here.
We mentioned it at the very start, but stamina is going to be key for these teams. And of course, Wisp, they can sit back, they can relax as Redbird and Solaris get to play against each other, fight through each other, show Wisp all their secrets, and Wisp are sitting pretty right now in the grand finals. The question is, though, after being taken out of the game for however long this best of 5 is going to be, will Wisp go back into the grand finals cold, while Redbirds or Solaris, whoever comes out on top today, is going to be riding that high of winning that game and actually come into the game hot, right? That's what we see sometimes, and then the losers end up going on a tear.
I think there's probably more value in being rested after a long tournament weekend, because in the grand scheme of things, 2 hours is probably not enough time to completely cool off. And I'm sure they're like, I don't know, playing Osu to keep their muscles going in the meantime. And I'm sure we'll find out in maybe 3 maps, maybe 5 maps time. But we are starting this match at Lijiang Tower, and no surprises there. Seems to be one of the more popular map picks. In fact, probably the most popular map pick.
I think all 3 of our games today have started on Lijiang, Phil.
Yeah, they have.
It has been. I appreciate you trying to cover like this isn't the first map pick every single time, but it is the King's Row of control maps. Everyone loves Lijiang. Everyone knows Lijiang. Everyone feels super comfortable on Lijiang, and we're gonna be
like
getting
a warm blanket.
and like a warm blanket indeed. And we're getting what looks to be a pretty similar matchup than what we saw Redbird Esports go up against with Wisp on their attack. It is once again the brawl from Redbird Esports, and they're going to have to try to sustain through the Wrecking Ball from Rhino, the Farmercy from Tree, and Rack Attack. This is going to be tough, but they were able to do it when it was up against Wisp last time.
Like a well-oiled machine here. Everybody in Redbird Esports knows exactly what their role is, and they accomplished it mechanically and efficiently. It's up to Solaris to try and put a dent in the bars here on the cage that Redbird Esports have put themselves inside. It's a nice anti out from Lucamina, the Slayer, and RuPaul suffering from this one, and RuPaul is now down. So whilst Redbird Esports have got the initial cap, they're at a big man disadvantage. Moving Fish able to get through the TP and avoid the damage coming through from the power driver, whilst Lucamina gets focused down by it. So even Stevens, but Gig overextends, and more on 3, aka Roy will take them out of the fight. And whilst Redbird Esports built themselves a fine cage, Solaris ripped the doors right off them.
What a beautiful ante from Luke Mino to open things up there for Solaris and get themselves a point back. Luke Mino is one of the best supports in North America that is not currently on an Overwatch League team. So be on the lookout for him to just continue to bring the pain.
Tree is an absolute monster, and a great Barrow takes RuPaul and Vision out of it. Gig makes it to the point, but with one support down, basically impossible to keep yourself alive with the consistent, powerful damage from Solaris, and they just make that look so easy.
It's so incredibly easy. Though Rhino does use the mines on the point when you didn't really have to. The barrage had kind of gotten you all the value that you needed to win that fight, but you're not really hurting on ultimates if you're Solaris. You've got Pulse Bomb, you've got both support ultimates, and the Diva Bomb from Fred Wiener up and ready. Redbirds, they do have the Blizzard, but you don't have a Lucio.
Yeah, and now you don't have a RuPaul, you don't have your Bear. It's back to spawn for Redbird Esports. You're not keeping yourselves in that fight. And RuPaul actually got the Amp Matrix off there before dying. That's super unfortunate. Nobody got any value from it.
Yeah, 0 value comes from that ultimate, and Redbird Esports are left scratching their heads trying to figure out how they get back onto this point. With the poke coming in from Solaris, this is looking a lot different than how it did during Wispville.
It is, but we've got the nano boost. We're looking for the barrage. We get the direct rocket. There's no need for the barrage, but it's out anyway. It's fireworks time, but the freeze comes through. Still survives through that. Solaris keep themselves large and in charge on the point, and the Blizzard is only so much snow globe decoration in the face of Solaris, who round the 90% marker, and Redbird Esports need to get in touch to keep this alive.
What a beautiful Valkyrie from Rack Attack is able to stay just out of the way of that Blizzard and keep everyone sustained. And Dove has been on an absolute rampage, by the way, on this Tracer. These supports from Solaris and, of course, Dove on the Tracer has been doing work right now against Redbird Esports, and right now that is making the difference, up 1-0.
And we've seen Redbird Esports have a pretty good look with this brawl composition against DICE, and a pretty poor look against Wisp. I was expecting Solaris to be like the decider. I didn't expect it to be quite so decisive as that. Redbird Esports, we know you like the brawl, we know you got a good Reinhardt player, but these spam comps, these dive comps, these 6-man comps with the Wrecking Ball and the Sombra, they are not good for you. Let's see some swaps, please.
Unfortunately, it's looking like we're going to be seeing the same thing. They're going to say this worked on Wisp, it's going to work here. So it's back to the Cassidy Reaper composition for Redbirds. They have to get on that point first, though. And Solaris have actually put Luke Mino on the Lucio, which means they're actually going to make it to the point at the same time. Redbirds don't have as much space as they were hoping for.
There's an early hack from Dove, I think, didn't get the message that Vision was here on the Cassidy and gets scared away from completing the kill on the back of that hack. But Eiko is down. Dove gets in and disables some abilities and takes Eiko out of the fight here. So Solaris with a big advantage now. 250 HP and a heck of a lot of shotgun power taken off the table, but equalized as Tree falls to Vision here. Dove now getting some serious charge here on this ultimate, and Liar basically not even looking at Dove here, will survive through this, keeps it alive a little bit longer, and Dove is forced to translocate. But look how quick this EMP is! Vision's able to find Rhino and the cap comes through for Redbird Esports. Can they solidify and hold on to it?
It looks like they will, especially with Rhino coming back from spawn. Laris is forced to back up and regroup. Tree is actually going to swap over onto the Doomfist now. He's going to try and take advantage of all of the walls that are present around the point, try and knock around those tanks. Of course, Solaris does have that EMP ready from Dub, done especially fast, and it only gets one. It only gets Moving Fish.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate here. We'll see the manual hack come through onto Gig, but he doesn't care. He's still got the hammer. That ain't hacked. He can swing all day and finds the kills. Moving Fish deals with Tree, and that's got to be the reset again here from Solaris. Redbird Esports finally looking a little more comfortable.
And now that they have the space that they want, they're able to work around in it, and they are playing very coordinated, very well together. Their spacing as well has been super good, trying to make sure that Solaris can't quite get the sight lines that they are looking for. Tree is now back over onto that bar. That sort of indecisiveness from him has sort of hurt them, as now you lost all of that ult charge that you gained on Doomfist.
It's getting that sound barrier online. So it's the sound barrier. Self-destruct out from Pride, large and into the back, but doesn't find any connections. No, does get the D-back, and Vision's down here as well. And with a commitment of ultimate, Solaris will look to secure the flip, and Gig throws in the shadow, finds one, finds two with the primary fire, but Tree's back in with the barrage here. Can they make something happen with it? No. They acknowledge that there's not going to be anything happening with that, and Gig just took over that fight dividing.
I can't believe it. It was Gig getting pocketed by the Coalesces from RuPaul. No one from Solaris could do anything. No one could touch that Reinhardt, and now Redbird Esports are in range of going a 100-0 here on Gardens. Solaris, they have both DPS ultimates available. That EMP, that barrage,
look,
that both
just sitting there menacingly, and out comes the EMP, the barrage over the top, and that's Liar, Gig, Eiko, all down. What a set play here from Solaris to flip the point back in their favor.
That was crazy. Dope was just in position waiting for the call from the rest of the team, and once it came through, it was devastating. But still, Solaris are just starting their percentage climb, while Redbird are at 99%. They have to be flawless from this point forward. Gig's gonna swap over to the Winston, going to be trying to move things a little bit faster, trying to engage a little bit quicker onto maybe some of the vulnerable DPS and support players of Solaris here. If they can catch them out, that would be huge. But you really don't have much to work with right now other than Moving Fish's Diva Bomb, and you're playing into the mines and the both support ultimates on the other side. Tree's almost had another barrage, by the way, just mowing into damage with the rockets.
Moving Fish is going to come in with the self-destruct here, so at the very least, that's the second least of life for the Diva player. Gets right up close and personal there with the barrage, but it's not enough to save Eiko. The Rockets wend their way around the defense matrix, and Tree comes out on top, casually takes Moving Fish out with the direct rocket, and good grief. If you're Redbird Esports, you've got to have a better answer for Tree.
Yeah, it's just not happening right now. I mean, what do you do? Look at this composition from Redbirds. You're playing Tracer, Reaper, you're playing Winston, you're playing Lucio. The only person that can really do anything directly to Tree is Moving Fish, and to do that, Moving Fish would have to separate from the rest of their team in order to get anything done on Tree. Their plan right now is just to try and win the ground game and hope that the Pharah doesn't have much impact.
Great positioning on the minefield here, and Gig lands the stomp, but Tree lands another direct rocket, and Gig goes down. Dub has the EMP, out it comes, and there's no escape now for Eiko. Like Tree, directly in the line of fire of the
the point flip.
We do get the flip. Actually, Redbirds get on and flip this over, but it's going to be down to, I don't even know, Gig, Eiko to try and make this work. It's just not going to happen. Not with the barrage, not with the nano boost, not with your entire team dissolving beneath you. Solaris get the flip back, and now they've got only 10% left to gain.
They do get the flip back, but that flip does force a couple more ultimates out of Solaris than they were hoping for. I think they wanted to hold on to the barrage for this last fight here. They don't have it anymore. It's just the Diva Bomb from Fragwiener to try and get this over. And once again, so much pressure onto the point presence of this brawl composition.
That's embarrassing for Eiko, topped over the bridge by the concussive mine and down. And Solaris still in charge here. They've got the self-destructs. They've almost got the mines. Gig is down. Tree still piling in the damage, and we get 2 for 2 here. Solaris able to find one hit care of Fragwiener's self-destruct. Self-destruct now coming in from Moving Fish, but everybody from Solaris makes themselves scarce, and Moving Fish without The protection of the mech is out of the fight entirely. The Solaris have the numbers advantage here. Redbird Esports will be moving quickly back towards the point. Barash comes in and takes Eiko out of the fight, but Gig finds two. The airborne duo taken out of the fight entirely by a monkey. Fright Wiener, demeched by Gig here. Has Gig made the big hero play to secure the flip? Whoa!
So scrappy from both sides, just fighting for control, and it's actually Gig somehow on that Winston is able to just, with the AoE, the multi-shot capabilities of that Tesla cannon, is able to take Gardens and bring Redbird Esports to map 3 on what is conceivably their strongest map, right? This should be theoretically where they are most comfortable with the Reinhardt, with the Junkrat, with all those brawl compositions, and where Solaris is maybe sweating just a little bit.
I'd still be scared because you've seen how good Tree is with the direct rockets from the Pharah. I guarantee you that skill transfers nicely over to the Junkrat, and so
For sure.
Eiko versus Tree is the matchup to watch here.
Oh, Dove is on Tracer actually, and Friedwiener's on Winston.
What is this?
This is a really strange composition, Phil. Dove is
Okay,
going all
yeah.
the way to the back.
Double main tank, and Liar takes Friedwiener out of this one. Dove is in the back and peppering in the damage, looking for the kills, but it's been a little bit slow as Friedwiener is down and Dove is now down as well. So Redbird Esports coming out on top here. And what I want to say about direct hits with the shot from the Junkrat, look at Tree compared to Eiko. Redbirds are winning this fight, but Tree is going to have the Riptire in about 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's about to happen literally just now. It was an interesting experiment there from Solaris, but Dove is going to concede, swap back over to that Cassidy.
Nice amp, and Tree is down. So Riptire or no, you can't be using that whilst you're waiting to respawn. And Luke Mino with an amp matrix here as well, without the full weight of the team behind him. Yes, buys a little bit of space, but it's a little bit late. It's a little bit weirdly positioned. It doesn't really do anything for them.
It doesn't do much for them at all. Solaris are kind of stuck looking for answers here as they're back still at that first doorway. Now Redbird Esports are going to back up. They're going to let Solaris have a little bit of extra space. And Tree, this tire could be huge. It's coming out, but is instantly taken out from Eiko. That's brutal.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Big connect there from Rhino, lands the D-Mech, and Eiko finds Nerve. Rhino with the Shadow, but mostly into the Photon Barrier there. And now the Sound Barrier's online from Liar, as well as the Immortality Field. Ain't nobody from Redbird Esports dying anytime soon, and Eiko finally gets the tire online, cooks it, ults it in the middle, round the side, but as the Sound Barrier decays, it protects Rack Attack from that incoming damage, and Solaris start to find the fight to bring this back. They don't have ults anymore, but they don't need them. They're doing this with pure, raw, primary fire.
The front line damage from Rhino and Friedwiener is actually insane from Solaris, is able to eventually take control of the fight when Redbird kind of ran out of ultimates, ran out of steam there. But still 68%, still very respectable for first hold from Redbird Esports. They have several opportunities to take it back quickly, but this is what the Winston gives you, Phil. Friedwiener just flies in and does so much damage.
The off-tank Winston, who knew it was going to happen so close to the end of Overwatch 1, but Redbird Esports are getting the upper hand in this fight as Dove and Friedwiener are both down here. And we are looking at a cap here. Eiko on point. Nobody currently contesting him. That's going to be Rhino having to come in, but Eiko dodges the shatter. The tire in from Tree needs to come up big. Deals with the Immortality Field, but doesn't get much more than that. Actually, Moving Fish demexed. Moving Fish out of the fight. Immortality Field down, and Solaris swayed their way back onto the point here. They absorb the aggression from Redbird Esports, and they keep control of the point. And now there's an amplification matrix with a tactical visor and a Junkrat behind him. Infinite damage for infinite time here for Solaris.
It is infinite damage. That is the perfect way to describe it. There is just so much coming at Redbird Esports so quickly. Gig's shield, I'm sure, gets melted in about 2 seconds. It is actually insane how much they have going on. And now they have the ultimates. Now you have the tack visor and the Riptire and the beat available for Solaris to try and take this to the end. You take out Gig, taking out the Reinhardt in this. That's fight. It's over.
It's done. It's done. There's nothing more coming into this. If you're Redbird Esports, you need a quick reset to get back in here. They will have 2 ultimates to play with, but they've got to move quick.
They have to move really, really fast. Rack Attack does have that available. Oh no, Dove is found. Vision in the back is able to just barely get to the
Vision's
health pack.
ankles, and he's down! Eiko gets vengeance, so it's 1 DPS down a piece, and Eiko up onto the high ground. 2 for 2. There goes the Death Blossom, deals with the Immortality Field, but Solaris is still finding kills through all of this, and it's 99 to 68, but Redbird starts to punch back. Eiko and Moving Fish both finding kills. Rack Attack down, and we might be looking at a Redbird flip here.
They just barely managed to do it with so many low health bars. They are able to get the flip 75% and counting. This is probably last fight here, Phil. Redbirds, they have the beat coming up from Liar, but as of right now, you don't really have anything to work with. Solaris still have the amplification makers from Lukmino, and Friedwiener will very closely from now have that Primal Rage available.
Trees on the Doomfist, instant kill potential here with the right-click rocket punch. 1 kill here could really tip things in Solaris' favor. And now the sound barrier is off the table. Liar has used that. And Eiko didn't get it. Tree found Eiko and put Solaris into the 5v6 with its overtime at 99 to 99. The D-Mate comes through. Dove has the tactical visor more or less in pocket, ready to go, and takes RuPaul out of the fight entirely. And Moron 3, aka Friedwiener, has the Primal Rage, bullies people into the line of fire of the tactical visor from Dove. Solaris so close to getting the cap here. Only a few stragglers left from Redbird Esports. They knock them off the point. The charge comes in. We get a tag just at the last second here from Eiko, but somebody else needs to get in. There needs to be the touch. The punch connects!
Wow.
And that's no connect. Solaris take that. But if this is how the first matchup goes, we are in for a heck of a match dividing.
This is going to be a wild ride, ladies and gentlemen. And this DPS player here from Solaris Tree, that swap onto the Doomfist at the end, it's such a high-risk, high-reward character. You're either able to get into the back line and take out the supports all by yourself, or you use all of your abilities and then you're a sitting duck for the rest of the team to just get a free frag off on you. And in that last fight, is able to get the opening kill before the beat even comes out and gives Solaris the upper hand in that final fight. Playing Ryan Winston on Lijiang Control Center. Everyone's going crazy. I don't know anything anymore.
Yeah, it's we were saying in the last match, it can be occasionally a little hard to track exactly what's going on in these fast-paced Wrecking Ball comps, and then sometimes you get teams running Reinhardt Winston and going, well, I just don't think I know anything anymore. I think I've forgotten everything I knew about this game. But yeah, clearly Redbird Esports didn't have the answer for that. That Winston sort of off-tank style play, getting into the back and just harassing supports whilst the main tank continues to keep things up on the front line, is such a difficult thing to deal with if you're not ready for it.
You're almost playing Winston like Doomfist in that scenario, just jumping into the backline and just trying to do as much damage as humanly possible before you eventually run out of time and get taken out yourself. Almost like having Friedwiener and Tree jumping into the backline at the same time. I mean, as a support, what do you do about that? You can sleep one of them, you can maybe get the amplification matrix up, you just get punched out of it. It's almost guaranteed a kill if they're able to work in tandem together like that.
Yeah, we have seen previously in Contenders just how much work you can get done. Good coordination between a dive tank and a Pharah, particularly a Pharah with a pocket. Because that pressure coming in from the tank means that they can't aim at the Pharah where the principal damage is coming in. You get the cleave damage, you get the melees, and then you get the direct rockets from the Pharah, and you just get deleted. You only need to get one, and then your jump resets so quickly that you can get out again just as quick, that you can just rinse and repeat that all game long. And it's genuinely very oppressive to deal with.
It is incredibly oppressive. And hey, new map for the day. Hey! We're going to be going to Havana as our escort map. This is, of course, the Redbird map pick, which says to me, I don't really know. I mean, I think Havana is good for Brawl, at least at the very start, for those spawn camps. It's basically become the meta. After that, it gets a little bit more iffy. Brawl can work, but there's a lot of, like, Rhine Sigma that's played. There's a lot more sniper comps that end up getting played because Havana has such long sight lines for a Widow and Asha Hanzo to potentially play around. That being said, Redbird Esports starting off on the defense. I imagine right now they're only thinking about getting up close and personal to start off the map, just force Solaris back into their spawn and get as much time off of the clock as possible.
So here's the thing. We forgot to say at the start here, this is a rematch. Redbird and Solaris have already played, and they have actually played against each other on this map. And Redbird Esports came out with this adaptation to the spawn hold of having the symmetry there that lets you TP between the left-hand and right-hand side doors very quickly. And it did burn a lot of time off Solaris' clock, but Solaris are now wise to this. They're not going to be fooled by the second time. They are going to be coming out with direct counters straight away.
Yeah, you're going to be seeing Dove on the Hanzo, just trying to get that constant shield pressure onto Rhino. You're going to be, onto Gig, and you're going to be getting that one-shot potential on just about anyone on the side of Redbird Esports. And yeah, here we go. It's the exact same thing. What are Solaris going to be able to do? Dove has actually swapped onto a Symmetra of his own. Going to maybe try and use that to get a safe exit from spawn.
Yeah, look to basically pick up the defensive position on the offense here by using that Symmetra. Out it comes, and now we get the TP behind it, but the wall comes up, and I believe that might have interfered with the teleporter, which means that they didn't find any value with that. But Redbird Esports are now taking a lot of additional damage here from the Symmetra. It's not been enough to deal with them, as Rhino's going to fall here to Moving Fish. Dove's still up and is getting some value from this. Already has half of the ultimate they require to help him get out of spawn. And this is crucial. They have found picks here. They've taken the support and a DPS off the table, so Redbird can start to throw themselves at this a little more and get some cleave, get some ultimates and burn time. But they are almost certainly going to be losing this hold.
They will lose it, but if Redbird really wants to get into this, Gig is going to throw down the Shatter, knock 3 members of Solaris down. You don't get much off of it, but you do get a couple extra seconds of time off the clock while Solaris are on their backs for a moment. But there's just not enough follow-up. Too many members of Solaris have taken those picks, so they do finish it off, and they will get the point moving. Solaris also in a pretty good spot, actually. They were had a lot of restraint with their ultimates, didn't want to use any to try and get out of spawn if they didn't have to. I think it was just the application matrix, which means now you can use this Blizzard like this.
Very early Blizzard, and Rhino lands the pin onto Echo before their own can come online, and Solaris just surged forward here. Kill after kill after kill, and Solaris, I think we'll probably see one contest here from Redbird Esports, but it's going to be right at the end of this phase.
Yeah, and it's so perfect for Solaris because you get that early Blizzard, you get the kill, you get the win, and you don't have to use anything else. You're going to have pretty much 5 ultimates coming up in this next fight, but Redbirds are going to have 5 ults of their own. They open it up with the Ant Matrix from RuPaul, and Solaris are just going to kite out of the way of that, wait for that double damage barrier to go through before they go from there and engage.
Okay, early out with the photon barrier, but we get the Blizzard out. Echo was able to get that off, and the sound barrier comes through from Liar. Echo's Blizzard gets eaten. That's incredible. That's great presence of mind here from Fried Wiener, but we are still seeing Redbird Esports start to grind this out. Yes, we're probably going to see Moving Fish demech, but Redbird Esports have the kills here. They have regained control of the points.
They've regained control, but it's only like really squishy members that are still around, right? If you can demech Fried Wiener here, that would be huge. Yeah. And it looks like he's just barely going to be able to get out here. So now Solaris, they're back all the way to spawn. Is almost certainly going to give enough time for Gig to get back to the point and Moving Fish to get back into their mech. So it's pretty much set back to neutral here. Solaris are going to be coming in with the Ant Matrix of their own, as well as another Blizzard from Tree.
Moving Fish are going to be looking for the eat here onto Tree's Blizzard, but as Gig goes down, if you're Redbird Esports, oh no, we do get it out, and the freeze comes through first onto the Diva, and then the Blizzard comes out, and Solaris capitalize on that. Great understanding of the order of operations here from Solaris. Redbird Esports burn a little more time off the clock, and they've gotten down to 30 seconds left on the clock. That's not a bad point A hold.
Not bad at all. I think you usually see teams make it to the end of point A pretty calm. I mean, well, actually, first point holds do happen a lot more often than you'd think. But the fact that the main idea is just to try and get as much time off the clock as possible, and Redbird cannot be upset with that one, especially with 4 ultimates on board coming up here to try and put a quick end to this momentum of Solaris right before they can even really get started on point B.
defensive options available as well. We do have the photo barrier online for Vision. Might need that just to try and keep the DPS on the low ground alive, although Echo comes out of that with the Meteor Strike, and the D-Mech comes through. Pride Wiener out of the fight. Liar's able to find Rhino. Rupal maintains the high ground. No real pressure there, and that's going to be Redbird Esports having given over just a small amount of progress here in the Distillery.
They didn't use any ultimate sound. Like, I think it was just the Ant Matrix from RuPaul, and they used absolutely nothing else. What restraint from Redbird Esports to keep themselves with such a massive tank pool. RuPaul's probably going to get another Ant Matrix in this fight, gonna get them up to 6 ultimates here. Unfortunately for them, Solaris has exactly the same. The question is, who is going to be able to get the jump on who? In these brawl compositions, the first team to really get the jump ends up winning.
Big from Gig, out comes the Meteor Strike. Needs someone to do. Oh, doesn't quite delete it. In fact, just barely mistimes that one. But we get the Death Blossom out from Dove on the low ground, and Solaris are grinding up the kills they need here. But Redbird Esports are making them pay for it in blood and in ultimates and in cooldown. And they're not out of the woods just yet. They still find a couple of kills on the back end of this one. They might even get a decent recontest here at the end of Distillery.
Oh, they absolutely will get a good recontest here. Redbird Esports, they're basically already back, and Solaris are still waiting for a couple more members. They're gonna be forced back here, and control of the card has pretty much been ceded over to Redbird Esports once again. They have the beat to try and sustain themselves through this bomb from
that was nearly a perfect photon barrier, but Tree on the Doomfist takes Vision out of it. They lose RuPaul to the self-destruct. We are down below the minute marker here for Solaris on the push through, but they're winning this handily, and the card is making progress all the while.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take it to the end of point B here, but again, that time pressure. Still only about 30 seconds left on the clock as they are going to be able to add a minute 30 onto that one. 2 minutes to go to try and finish Havana, which might be the strongest defensive map, at least escort map in the game. Just insane.
Dove in the back, Immortality Field down, and really pressuring RuPaul. Eventually forces them into the line of sight of Luke Mino, who finds 2. Dove closes the distance, and their defense is defeated, in fact.
This is the second fight in a row that RuPaul has been taken out first here, and Redbird Esports, their comp just cannot sustain. They cannot exist without the AoE healing from their Baptiste. There needs to be a little bit more of an effort here from Liar, from Vision, from whoever's job it is to be able to peel for your flex support. If RuPaul continues to get picked off early, there's absolutely no way that Redbird Esports is going to be able to hold here. Oh, and Tree! Where even is Tree? Where did they find Vision?
Deep in the back line. Doesn't quite connect there, and Aker was waiting. Lands the headshot. Tree is down 1-for-1 with a heavily favored respawn here for Vision. Pride Wiener dodges the shatter, but it's probably going to be a little bit too late. They've lost Rhino here. Dove comes into the back line, has the Death Blossom. I think realizes it is far too dangerous. Gets the TP out of there into safety, and the Mega Health Pack will have that ready for the next fight. But we are now dividing down below 1 minute for Solaris on their push.
Yeah, 40 seconds left on the clock, and now you have to kite out of the way. Do something about the threat of this Ant Matrix, and you do it. Pride Wiener takes Echo out. That's a 5v6 now in favor of Solaris here, and you're empowered by the beat. You'll be empowered by the Ant Matrix. You're going to push forward.
God, what a wild ride Dove just went on. Survived through the blizzard and the attention from Gig, only to be stunned out of the ultimate at the last second. We're down into the dregs of the map here. We're approaching the castle. We have 14 seconds left. It's almost certainly an overtime cap here for Solaris.
It's going to be an overtime cap, and they're going to need to sustain through. We need to get a nice shatter from Rhino, but it's blocked by Gig. Beautiful job.
This is such good pressure. Catches all of Redbird Esports in spawn, locks them out with the wall, ensures the cap. We've only got Visions contesting this. Moving Fish down. Here's the cap in OT. I can't see a Cassidy and a Bap keeping that alive too much longer.
An incredible offensive effort from Solaris after getting shut out of point A for about 3.5 minutes. They managed to take it all the way to the end. Again, the Havana defensive spawn at the end of the map is literally right past those doors. It is so easy for defenses to just continue staggering onto the point. It is considered to be one of the hardest points to capture that isn't a 2CP map, because it basically is a 2CP map mechanically. So the fact that Solaris were able to get that convincing fight win at the very end that you need in order to take it all the way to the end. Absolutely beautiful from them, and now puts a lot of pressure onto Redbird Esports. In order to be able to keep themselves alive on their own map pick, mind you, they need to be able to equalize here and get themselves a full map completion. The question is, will Solaris be able to adjust to what Redbird Esports did when they played before?
But Dividing, we are caught in a time loop here. This is almost exactly what happened with Redbird Esports versus Solaris on this map yesterday, right down to vision sticking on Symmetra until the very end of the map. They took Solaris down to the end of their time bank, they completed with some time, and then held Solaris in spawn with that spawn hold we saw from them. So, Redbird Esports, looking to make us live through this day again, Groundhog style, will be coming out with the Symmetra again to try and TP into the defensive position.
Yeah, but Redbird Esports, they TP out of spawn instantly, get themselves into a favorable position, trying to sort of beam away at the shield of Rhino here. Then that Rhino is not going to be alive much longer.
No, there's so much damage out of a forward charge Symmetra that you just get melted by the microwave from Mumbai. The Symmetra cleaves through all of them, and they will get a very quick exit from spawn. Pride Wiener gets Rupal, but look where the respawn is. Who cares? You've got the carts.
Yeah, no one cares at all. In fact, Moving Fish, it's so close that you're just going to go back and get your mech back that way. Who cares about losing, what, maybe like 15-20% of Diva Bomb ult charge? It's whatever. You'll be able to get that back in this next fight anyways. But Solaris, for what it's worth, in that first fight, you're going to have the Ant Matrix to work with here. RuPaul, of course, will have an Ant Matrix of his own. We'll see which one is able to get more value here as both teams sort of staring each other down on these corners.
Well, that's one out first. I don't know if Aiko's got the wall to counteract Luke Camino's amplification matrix. Instead, they're just going to wait this out. Now in comes Rupal's. The wall up from tree. They delete it. They move past it. But they've only got a very small angle. But Vision somehow still winds it. Finds a straight pixel from Dove and takes them down. Out comes that photon barrier. And the teleporter takes them out of the line of fire of the blizzard. Redbird Esports weathered the storm and come out looking clean. And this is going to be a much, much quicker cap on A for Redbird Esports.
Listen, it's easy to laugh at Dove when you're watching it. Those Symmetra secondary fires are so slow moving, but when you're in a situation like this and you're trying to keep track of 5 things at once, it is so easy to accidentally just end up walking into one of those big old Symmetra energy balls and get absolutely destroyed by them. So now Redbird Esports, they go on to point B. Tree has swapped over to the Doomfist. Like I said on Leash Off, high risk, high reward. Can Tree open things up with an opening pick for Solaris?
Oh, what a shatter! Interrupts the high noon, swings through, finds 2, and the third. Tree goes down. Gig comes up big, and that's going to be the fight win here. Yeah, they're going to lose Gig, but he's going to be back ASAP, and it's revenge time onto Rhino. But the pin comes through, and Aiko goes down. Rhino lives through that, if briefly, to get a little bit of revenge.
Yeah, a little bit of revenge works out pretty well. At least it's going to weaken Redbird Esports' position a little bit. Aiko is going to take that Mei a little bit longer to get back into the fight, which is good. You don't have to worry about that Mei wall for a minute, which you like if you're Rhino with the Shatter available. You just have to try and get past Gig, right? Solaris, they're going to have that Shatter. They're going to have the D-Bomb. They're also going to have the Ant Matrix, which both teams actually use at the same time. But Rhino finds RuPaul with the powered-up Fire Strike. And again, you can't be losing your Baptiste early.
Yeah, slightly more dangerous painting in that particular frame, and Solaris find a bevy of kills on the back of it. Closing time of the out gallery as both of those go down, and Redbird Esports make their way back to the code room.
Yeah, 3 minutes on the clock, though. Redbird Esports aren't super concerned as far as time goes, and as far as ultimate goes either. You're going to have the Blizzard up from Aiko now, as well as the Photon Barriers. That's going to be huge to get yourself the space to try and section things off, and Rhino's Shatter is blocked. Gig is doing a fantastic job up front.
Yeah, that was fantastic timing there, and now Solaris only have the Self-Destruct and the Deadeye, and out it comes. That's going to be just the remake here for Pride Wiener, but still finds Liar somehow. Deadeye finds nothing, and Redbird Esports continue to spend into this one as Moving Fish finds a double. A great pickup here for Redbird Esports has really kept this going in a big way for them. Solaris getting a couple of cuts back here, but ultimately not enough to win out this fight. Tree comes in with, lands the Meteor Strike.
God.
Vision goes down. Great stuff here from Solaris. They look to be on the back foot, so close to cap here for Redbird Esports, but they dig deep and find the reserves.
And this is what a Doomfist can give to your team when you get those combos online. Trees in the front, trees in the back, trees are everywhere. You'd think we're in a Mr. Beast video right now with how many trees are all over the place, and you can't do anything about it from Redbird. You're just getting knocked around all over the place. But Solaris are pretty low on ultimates themselves. Doesn't matter when Rhino just charges in and takes out the opposing number.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big pick. Vision's able to take Rhino out here as the charge connected them, put them deep into no man's land. And Solaris are going to have to back out a little bit here as we see Redbird Esports continue their push to the left-hand side. Nice dive into the back, and Vision goes down. Don't think that's who Tree was aiming for, but you take what you can get when you're playing Doomfist.
Yeah, just punch at whoever is right in front of you. And Solaris trying to sustain here. Now, the time bank is starting to be a little bit of a problem. Tree waits for that immortality field to get taken out.
Wow.
And is doing a massive damage in the backline. Takes out both supports before being taken out himself. And Redbird are forced back to spawn once again with only 70 seconds left on the clock. Oh, actually, Rhino goes in a little bit too far. More than that Reinhardt can chew. And now you've lost your frontliner. You're going to get your supports back on Redbird Esports much faster than Rhino's gonna come back, so Redbird Esports are actually have a short window of opportunity where Solaris are gonna be playing 6v5 down their main tank.
We're looking for a big blizzard. We're looking for the mother of all snowstorms here from Echo to freeze up Solaris, but they're playing on the high ground, out of the typical range of the blizzard. Dove frustrated there by the wall as it comes up to block the high noon connecting. Solaris now holding onto a lot of ultimates themselves. Rhino attempting to get out of the way as the blizzard freezes him in place and takes him out of the fight here. Redbird Esports now only have RuPaul's amplification matrix to play with, but they're finding kills. They only have to contend with taking Fried Wiener out of the fight entirely. I don't think even went for the remake. They wanted to hold on to the self-destruct, knew they were going to need it for the next fight.
Yeah, 10 seconds left on the clock. At that point, you just gotta throw in everything that you have. Just try to make sure that you can get that all-important time extension. Actually, Tree actually wants to go in for this, and Rhino goes in as well, but those Symmetra turrets are doing so much damage.
Nice.
Yeah, nice stuff from Vision, getting those set up. There was absolutely nothing you could do there. And now, actually, you get a couple of staggers on board. Is gonna let Redbird Esports most likely be able to round that first corner, but you still don't have very many ultimates here from Redbird Esports, and only 70 seconds left on the clock to get all the way to the end of the map. It feels like a tough ask when Solaris have every ultimate except for the beat coming up in a couple of seconds.
If it's a cap, it's an overtime cap. They're not going to be finishing with time in the bank. I think physically impossible at this point. Instead, we see Tree get into the back, disrupt that composition, gets out of this with the Meteor Strike, looking to... Oh, what a teleporter! That was phenomenal from Vision! Out of the way of death from the sky, and then Gig with the Fire Strike takes him out of this entirely, but Amplification Matrix up now from Solaris, forces Redbird Esports back. A nice play it might have been, but it wasn't enough for them to win this, and we're at 30 seconds now for Redbird.
Yeah, there's still so much ground for Solaris to cover here. They have to make like 50 more meters on this point, and they cannot get off at this point. This is last fight territory right now. Any loss is pretty much going to mean Solaris goes up 2-0 in the series on match point, on grand final spot point. But for what it's worth, Redbird Esports are going to be able to get to the door of the castle with pretty much all 6 ultimates available for them. As long as they can deal with this Diva Bomb from Fried Wiener and this Deadeye, they're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, it's nice and timed there on the dodge of the self-destruct. And 1-for-1 trades, Tree and Vision both out of this. This heavily favors Tree on the respawn, but now they've got to contend with the Blizzard. They do that with the sound barrier. That will freeze all of Solaris in place, but that sound barrier should keep them alive. It wasn't enough. Rhino goes down live with the focus fire. The Shadow lands, and Fried Wiener is out of the mech, and the wall is up. There's nobody going to die to that self-destruct, and suddenly Redbird Esports in a much more favorable position to get this map completely and totally under their control and secure another round here on Havana. It's just down to them to dig deep and find the last few frags as Dove dies to the icicle on the right click. Aiko blocked out of the way, but still gets the freeze up onto Fried Wiener. Aiko's finding Dove. Gig gets Rhino, but Tree is still alive and continuously a threat. Do not count Solaris out as long as Tree is still in this fight. The Meteor Strike out into the back line, but RuPaul jumps out of the way with all the grace that they can muster. But Solaris is still finding the kills here. Gig down, and it is just moving fish on the ball to keep things going. It's not enough. Solaris moving to match point.
What? Meanwhile, I've been saying it from the beginning. Havana is such a defensively favored map, especially when you get close to the end of the map. You need a convincing fight win in order to secure yourself that completion. And Redbird Esports just couldn't quite do it. They lost a couple of members on their engage, and even though on pretty much any other point on the map that would have given them the advantage, that would have given them the fight win, the respawns was just so strong on the side of Solaris. They were able to come through. They were able to get the ultimate from Tree and Dove in order to get themselves back into that fight, get themselves back to match point.
We avoided another round of Groundhog Day here. Solaris taking this one. And that's match point. One more win here from Solaris, and that's them up into the grand finals. Redbird need to dig deep and find a solution here, because it's been very close, but it's not been close enough.
Yeah, not quite close enough, but Redbird Esports are sitting right there with Solaris. We know that they have the potential to take it to them and get themselves back up to a grand finals rematch against Wisp. But in order to do that, they are going to have to do a reverse sweep. Will Redbird Esports be able to do it, or will Solaris finish it out and get themselves to the grand finals? We're going to go to a short break and come back with the end of the losers finals after this.
Hey everybody, and welcome to another Map 5 podcast interview for the Last Ride tournament. And joining me this time is Kaulo, owner of Susano. Welcome to the broadcast. Kaulo, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
For sure. Thank you for having me. My name is Kaulo. I am a graphic designer currently for TSM. You might know me from being the owner of Susano, doing graphics for them, or doing graphics for Atlanta Reign more recently as well.
Yeah, I think Overwatch community generally pretty sad to see you step down from that. Hopefully it's bigger and better things for you from here on in. So to the meat of the interview, let's looking back at Overwatch 1 as a whole, we'll have a look and see, maybe you can tell us what your favorite memory or moment was from Overwatch 1.
Probably my favorite moment, and this will be related to a lot of people. It's not a precise moment, but I'd say there was a long stint in roughly about 2019 where there was no open division, and there was just a consistent tier 3 basis, all-man strength, nocturnal, lunaris, regen. If you guys remember those names, those were probably the best times in Overwatch, I'd say, for sure. Just 4 months of just constant rivalries, bunch of tournaments. It was just a lot of fun.
Yeah, certainly a long time since we've seen the old man strength comp in rotation, but yeah, lots of good memories from that. And, you know, we're talking about that period in 2019. Overwatch itself has been going on for about 6 years now. What do you think the biggest lesson that either you've learned or you think can be learned from that period is? And how do we apply that to what feels like a new start with Overwatch 2?
Honestly, I think in every aspect of Overwatch, just in the non-competitive and just in a game balancing stance, it's comes down to improvement and adaptation. I think it's safe to say that Overwatch has done a lot of first. You know, we had the first big franchise league in esports. Designers, I think we were probably one of the first to do 3D, and obviously GOATs, and all just a bunch of adapting and overcoming. And I think together as a whole for the Overwatch community, that's something that is unique to us. You know, you got Call of Duty having the same game every year, so that's probably the biggest, I guess, thing that we've learned throughout our game.
Again, looking ahead a little bit here to Overwatch 2, what are you most looking forward to with this upcoming game?
I mean, honestly, I'm a little intrigued for Overwatch League. Or not a little, I mean, a lot. That's probably the coolest thing so far, is just seeing, you know, everyone talks about how 5v5 is going to be so bad and everything like that. And some people are optimistic for it, but I'm more excited just to see how it goes in pro level. Like, obviously, it's going to take some time to get it down to science, right? So I'm sure in the beta and actually playing the game, it will feel like that kind of deathmatch feel. But Overwatch League, I'm excited to see pros play on it, honestly.
Okay, so to round out the interview, everybody is looking forward to new content, obviously. It's been a little while. What's your biggest hope for a new hero outside of what we've already seen for Overwatch 2? Like, if you could pick a mechanic or a character, what would you be looking for?
I don't know. I think a healer character that would be full auto, if that makes sense. So something like a soldier, but like a mix of Soldier and Ana, but you're shooting your teammates, right? Same kind of deal with Ana, but you're full auto, right? Obviously much less tick, but I think because I don't think there's very many tracking heroes aside from Baptiste, which even some people would argue is a little bit different tracking than so yeah, I think so the support category, just a very hit scan tracking based hero, I think would be kind of cool and interesting.
Okay, well, all eyes forward to Overwatch 2 for the hit scan tracking support character coming up. Yeah, I'd be intrigued to see that as well. But, Carlo, that's the end of this interview. Thank you so much for turning up, and thank you for all the work you've put into the community over the years. And we're going to turn you back now to the rest of the tournament. Thanks, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. What it is potentially the last map of the lower bracket finals here. Solaris currently 2-0 over Redbirds Esports. So a lot to play here for Redbird Esports. They need this win on this next map, or that is their tournament life over.
But the 2-0 scoreline really doesn't do justice to just how close these games have been, Phil. Both Lijiang and Havana came down to really one final fight that Solaris was just able to come up clutch with, either with clutch ultimates or with clutch respawn timings. Redbird Esports have a very important map decision ahead of them. It is going to be Numbani. That is an interesting one. I think that's new. I don't think we've seen that one yet. And I would have almost thought for sure that Redbird would have gone with King's Row, right? That's like their brawl map. But after what happened on Solaris, I guess I don't blame them for wanting to try something else.
Yeah, it's got to be. I'm sure it is a more nuanced decision than, oh no, we lost on King's Row, therefore we're not going to pick it, we're going to sulk. But it has to be at least a little bit demoralizing to not just lose to Wisp, but to lose to Wisp with an emergency sub mid-map who came in without any ultimates and still was able to help them hold off, right? You think, okay, maybe actually our King's Row isn't as good as we think it is. Let's move on down the chain.
Numbani is kind of out of left field. I think out of all of the, I think they're trying to make maybe Solaris a little bit uncomfortable here by playing the hybrid map that is probably the least played of all of the hybrid maps in Overwatch. If you're thinking about it, and one of the weirder maps when it comes to compositions. Of course, Numbani has just this ring of high ground that's surrounding that point A point, so teams really love to take advantage of it with either double shield, which would usually mean you'd have to have some kind of dive on the other side in order to counter it. And Solaris starting off on the attack. We'll see where exactly they are going to want to go with this, because again, I think the whole point here...
Oh no.
We've lost someone.
We've lost Liar.
We've lost Liar. But still, the whole point, I think, maybe not the whole point, but a big point of choosing Numbani is to try and force Solaris out of their comfort zone, right? Try and get them to play on a map, on a composition that they're not quite as comfortable with, and then Redbird Esports are hoping that their communication will be able to come out on top.
I think the other interesting thing here is looking at what we've seen, specifically the DPS heroes play for Redbird Esports, and this is only on stream. This is obviously they've played other matches outside of what's been on stream, but in their last streamed game against Solaris, we didn't see the Echo come out at all here. We've mostly seen Vision on the... Sorry, Echo on the Tracer and Vision on the hit scan. I believe Vision is now coming in on the Tracer whilst Echo picks up the Echo. So this is a big change in responsibilities here.
Yeah, it is a big change, especially on to Vision, who has kind of been playing that kind of longer range DPS up until now. Those Cassidys, those Ashes, those Hanzos. Then going on to Echo to sort of be the long range person, and then Vision kind of going up close. It's a little bit of a change in perspective. It's a bit of a change in play style coming out from both the DPS players. So hopefully we'll be able to get Liar back into the game pretty soon.
Hopefully.
We'll be able to get back into
the
this
tornado warning.
Wouldn't that be nuts? Just two individual players living in two completely different places ended up having to have a tornado warning in their place at two different times.
Yeah, it would be pretty strange. hopefully, I don't know, a router needed resetting or something like that.
Yeah.
Yes, as of now, we currently don't have any information as to what the nature of this technical pause is. Obviously, as soon as we have that, we'll pass it on to you. And it seems like everybody is back, and we might be just about ready to go back into map.
Yeah. Just a moment. Hopefully, we'll be getting back into Numbani, which again is such an interesting map to see how, especially on point A, to see how these teams try and play around the copious high ground that the Overwatch devs have decided to give to the defenders on this map, right? Redbird Esports are going to be trying to take advantage of it with a dive composition. They're going to be able to move from one side of the high ground to the other extremely efficiently, and that means Solaris is going to have to play something, either play something as fast-paced to try and match it, or go something a little bit slower to just try and hunker down and try and poke away at the faster diving composition. For what it's worth, looks like Solaris have opted to go fast.
Yeah, Tree with a very hopeful early pick on the Widowmaker there, not going to connect. And this is Solaris with an immediate advantage. The pocketed Echo versus the normal Echo. That's like the Echo versus the cooler Echo. This is a very difficult matchup to win.
Yeah, Tree is going, Eiko is going to be in a lot of trouble here when it comes to these dog fights up in the air. Tree is just going to have the extra damage, extra healing coming out. So Eiko, I think, is smartly just trying to avoid that 1v1 for as long as he can.
Big. That's big, and Giga's down, Eiko down as well, but notably not with the Mercy in the kill feed, but Solaris almost certainly taking this. Redbird Esports with two of the biggest parts of this composition taken off entirely. It's a very
quick from Solaris, right? Rhino is a lot more nimble, right, compared to Gig. Gig has to kind of jump across to the Solaris composition and then has to kind of sit there for a while, hope that the bubble is able to hold up. And if you don't, you have to kind of drop down and put yourself in an even more vulnerable position. Meanwhile, Rhino is able to just roll around no matter what's going on and have that consistent movement ability. So a Gig gets taken out early, and Rhino, in comparison, is 75% of the way to mines. And what an initiation here to knock everyone off of that high ground. Redbird Esports have to find a plan B quick.
And Tree with a very quick primal rage. The force bomb connects onto Laya, and they were juggled up into the skybox by Tree on the duplicated Winston, and keeping the momentum going here.
Yeah, now that this Streets phase is, now they've been knocked off the high ground on the Streets phase, I don't see how Solaris just don't roll their way through point B and have a massive time bank on point C. A nice little Battle Mercy kill from Rack Attack to get Moving Fish out before they're able to throw themselves off of the map. And that's it. That's point B. 6 minutes, Phil, from Solaris to try and finish this map. It is a blazing fast pace from them so far, and they still have 3 ultimates, including both support ultimates available.
And Rhino finally forced to use the minefield here. Mortality field pushed out as well, but already finding a huge amount of value. Solaris cannot be stopped. Their roll cannot be slowed here. This is an insane time bank as Eiko finally picks up a duplicate. Gets the dealer, looking to get a big self-destruct here, has Solaris in a pretty indefensible site, and Echo and Gig between them with tank ultimates start to find a little bit of space, a little bit of breathing room here for Redbird Esports. Finally, after a blistering A and B, they get some time to recover.
But it's only step 1 of like 8, Phil. There's still 5 minutes left on the clock for Solaris to get them the advantage, the momentum back onto their... Crazy start from Solaris has given themselves so much room to work with, so much time to work with to start off. And Luke Mino getting the pick on Division is huge to start.
But that's nice. Duplicate immediately taken off the table here as Gig deals with both the Duplicate and Tree themselves. So Redbird Esports again with big advantage at the start of this fight. Solaris, Dope throws in the force bomb, takes Laya out of it, and that's equalized. Gig and RuPaul down. No supports here for Redbird Esports, and the table starts to crumble as the legs are pulled out from underneath it. Solaris now with a massive opportunity to get back on the point and keep this going. Moving Fish 7. Forced to use the self-destruct just to keep themselves in the fight in a meaningful way. Will, at the very least, deal with Fried Wiener, but Vision's out and Moving Fish takes a huge amount of damage all the way through, and the cart is nearly at the end here. Less than a meter on the payload, and Redbird Esports need to find another gear here. Solaris continue to find the kills. It's Lyle with the rally into D-Meg Diva for Redbird Esports, keeping themselves in this that little bit longer, but Solaris just have so much punching power, ridiculously powerful biceps on this team, lifting themselves up across the team fight. Gig down, but it's all about just keeping the contest going. This is not a winnable fight yet for Redbird Esports. They need something big with this ultimate from Eiko, or this is them done on Numbani.
It's just a couple more staggers, and again, the defensive spawns are so close, but for just a moment they blink, they get off of the point, and Solaris have managed to finish Numbani with over 3 minutes on the clock. They could have done it with just about 4 minutes filled. They were going for so long, and my goodness, that there was an admirable stagger job there from Redbird Esports to continue to stick onto that and get an extra 40 or so seconds off of the clock. But at the end of the day, 3 minutes and 23 seconds on Numbani is crazy fast from Solaris. They have so much momentum from the last 2 maps, and Redbird Esports just seem to be a little bit lost for an answer here. They're trying to run this Winston composition into this Wrecking Ball composition, and it seems like they're getting outflanked, they're getting outplayed, they're getting outmaneuvered by the Solaris composition. So here's where we are right now, Phil. Redbird Esports, in order to at least get themselves in the extra rounds and continue to have any sort of hope at making it to the grand finals, you have to finish Numbani right here, right now. Don't even think about the reverse sweep that you have to do. Don't even think about what you have to do in the extra rounds. Just think about finishing Numbani right now to extend the series for just a little bit longer.
It's one metaphorical tournament foot in front of the other here for Redbird Esports. You can't think about the size of the mountain, you just have to think about the size of this next step. And good gravy, we get ourselves another pause here on Numbani.
Oh man, they were just coming out of the spawn room too, man. Why would you do that right when the doors open? Oh,
it seems
man.
like we are immediately back in here. I think somebody.
I'm like a balloon. I was inflating, and then he just, and all the tension just goes.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for that. Whoever DC'd or requested a pause, you've just robbed us of some very cathartic pathos in this tournament. But
you did get me doing a deflating balloon sound, and at the end of the day, that might be worth it.
That's excellent real material here.
So, Redbird Esports now on the attack here, going for a bit of a long-range composition here. Vision's going to be on that Hanzo, trying to find out Dove, who is on the Tracer in comparison. That one-shot potential from Vision is going to be something that Solaris is going to have to constantly be aware of, and Dove just wasn't aware enough.
No, that's very unfortunate, but losing the Tracer is maybe not the end of the world here. Yes, you'd like that additional damage, but Solaris can certainly do a lot to stagger this out here, give over a couple of ticks and come back in and defend properly. And they've already found Vision, so actually this is even Stevens here in terms of who is left on the point, but Gig goes back to run interference and makes it that little bit harder for Rakatak and Luke Mino to get back into this one, and Redbird Esports have nearly got this point on lock. Luke Mino down. And we are seeing a res come through. Rakatak brings Luke Mino back into the fight. Eiko desperately trying to get something done here with the finishing beam. And we even get the amplification matrix to Rupa, but it's not enough. It was nearly the cap. 91.6% for Redbird Esports, but a slower cap already than Solaris managed.
Rakatak saves that for Solaris 100%. Was so low, almost as low as Luke Mino when when Gig went into the back and just did a ton of damage to the backline. Manages to take out Diana, but Rakatak is able to evade capture, get healed up with that Mercy passive, and get Diana back into the fight. Without both supports, I don't think Solaris would have been able to retake the point like that. And now you have 5 ultimates available to try and keep this first point hold going.
Well, we've already seen one ult committed here as Gig drops the minefield. Fish at very low HP in a lot of trouble here, has to back away, and the self-destruct comes in over the top, and as the power drive connects, Vision gets deleted from the game. Rupal down here as well. We'll get a self-destruct out from Eiko, but everyone is able to make themselves scarce as all gets out, and Solaris maintain the hold. Less than 2 minutes on the clock for Redbird Esports.
The time pressure, I've been talking about it all day, Phil, and it's starting to close in on Redbird Esports. You can see the time slipping through their fingers. The more they wait, the more they try and fail to find an opening. But this is a good opportunity for them. You've got 3 ultimates on the board compared to just 1 or 2 from Solaris, and you're able to get a trade early on. That does kind of benefit you. Your spawns are a little bit closer here.
Yeah, but I think Solaris, Rhino with the pressure on this Wrecking Ball has genuinely been a revelation here for Solaris. Fish and Arupal both down to that, and Moving Fish at very real danger here of getting staggered.
Yeah, this is really tough. Yeah. Okay, you're gonna let Moving Fish go ahead and get off of the map, so that is good for Moving Fish, so you're not gonna lose any more time than you would have otherwise, but man, look at what you're working with if you're Redbird Esports. You've got just the Diva Bomb from Moving Fish, and if you can't find a pick with that or try and get an opening with that, then you have to deal with both DPS ultimates from Solaris. You're coming up on another Nano from Lucamino. This is like his 3rd one in 3.5 minutes. It's crazy. And this might be the last fight right now from Redbird.
It has to be. There's 30 seconds left on the clock, and Tree's going to pick up the self-destruct. Aiko's able to find one, but Tree can do so much to reset that and to pressure out. Rupal actually gets the self-destruct, takes out the immortality field, gets deduped, lands the stickies, and Vision comes out on top of that duel, but it's 14 seconds here, and Redbird Esports with a momentary advantage, but Rhino mines up the point, making it so difficult for Redbird Esports to get in on top of this, and Gig couldn't get the mines out. Aiko picks the duplicate onto the Ana, can't do anything with it. Redbird Esports so close to the cap, and it's Vision and Aiko that come up top trumps at the back end of the fight and secure a cap.
So, the tournament lives of Redbird Esports has been extended for at least another 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Once you're able to take point A, usually we see teams get through Streets phase without much trouble, but there's still a couple spots here where Solaris can get an advantage. You had a couple, actually a lot of swaps here from Solaris. You've got Tree on the Sombra now. You've got a complete support swap up here. You don't have the Echo, so the Mercy swap makes sense onto the Break for Rack Attack, and Lucamino is going to be onto the Zenyatta now, trying to use a Discord Orb to really melt down the members of Redbird Esports, but because of all those swaps, you really don't have very many ults to work with. It's just Fried Wiener's Diva Bomb into 3 ultimates from Redbird.
Yeah, Redbird can do a lot just to, even if they don't win the fight outright, drag it out and get some more progress. And Gig has had this minefield cooking up for a little while now. Spots that the high ground is there, but will not be able to engage. The self-destruct comes through. Nice attempt to roll through there from Rhino to knock Gig into the line of fire with the self-destruct. Now Gig gets the minefields online. Covers up entirely the front part of this payload, making it so difficult for Solaris to get in and do anything about its progress, but the fight's happening upstairs, and Solaris win it handily.
Yeah, when you just get everyone forced into such a teeny little room, that is where Dove starts popping off, just throwing in those pulse rifles and throwing in all that damage into the squishier members of Redbird Esports, and now you're not in quite as good of a situation. Tree has now had enough time to build up that EMP with only a minute left on the clock. That could be the fight winning, the series winning, the grand finals clinching ultimate for Solaris.
EMP can do a lot down. Even if you just get a couple of supports, that can be enough. Out it goes. Vision and Liar both caught inside that. Liar getting healed up by Rupal. The teleports keeping each other alive through this. Ultimately, the EMP not finding too much. And Solaris start to find frags. And Vision both have over the side. Rhino with a mine. 23 seconds left to go. He's going to want and to make it themselves on the payload.
15 seconds left on the clock. Redbird Esports are going to have one more chance at a contest, one more chance to get themselves into point C. They'll have both support ultimates to do it, so they will have a lot of sustain available to them, but Rack Attack is going to have a rally as well on the other side. You're going to let go of it first, and you have to deal with these mines as well from Rhino, blocking your vision.
Wow, Vision with the double there may have just opened this up here for Redbird Esports. Great presence of mind from Liar, stops Rhino from getting in and keeping this fight going with the minefield. They would have put Rhino is punished. Rack attack swinging on through, looking to try and pressure out Aiko, but the Pulsing Connected does come out, but Aiko's still able to find Luke Mino. The
EMP gets everyone!
Through, but Redbird Esports might just get this done with primary fire. They get it into streets. I don't know how Solaris got off the point for that.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. We've been playing for so long. Emotions are so high. You're trying to pick off the remaining members of Redbird Esports. Well, they were all hacked. It was such a good opportunity for Solaris, but Redbird Esports get yet another time extension, yet another life extension for them to try and take it through to the end. But this is where things are going to get even more difficult. The spawn advantage, the further this cart goes, the better it is in favor of Solaris here. So they're in such a wrong spot. And what is Dove doing?
Oh, no.
Going on a crazy flank on this Widowmaker right now.
Yeah, I think Redbird Esports have pretty much moved themselves out of the line of fire of that one. Vision has the dead eye. Trees wants to swap over onto the Hanzo now. Just wants the shield break to deal with Gig and find that quick kill potential. Redbird Esports do have ults here, but they've got to use them just right. We're starting things off here with the Supercharger. That's going to help Vision secure the kill here. Aiko gets into the back, but is now playing outside of the line of fire.
And they cap with time?
And Redbird Esports might get time here. Solaris just get wiped off the point. That was such a good supercharger from Gig that facilitated the entirety of that final fight.
I think Solaris just got a little bit too comfortable there, Phil. Dove going for some crazy Pine level flank on the Widowmaker. Everyone trying to set up for some sort of pile drive play on them before they were able to get under the ridge. But by the time Dove and Rhino and everyone were available for it, it was already done. They were already past that bridge and they had to rush to try and get back and contest the point. And Redbird Esports, despite everything, despite all of the struggles they had, they finished with time, which means there's a chance. It's a minute till 4, so the odds are very much against Redbird Esports here, but they still have a shot to take it here. First step, though, is that they have to get something done with these first attack or two onto point A of Numbani. They have to get at least a tick to keep a win condition available for them. And when it came to their first attack, it took them a couple of tries to break through the Solaris defense. We have to see a solid adjustment come out from Redbird Esports to try and deal with this Wrecking Ball, Echo Mercy kind of composition that Solaris has been using here on point A.
For Redbird Esports, you can get 2 fights here, but what that really means is you get 1 good fight and 1 whatever else you can salvage. There's not a lot of time for do-overs here. It basically needs to be 1 and done, or 1 and a heck of a lot of luck, and we've already seen them struggle against this Solaris composition. They're opting into something very, very controlling between the stun and the freeze and the halt, the fortify. Redbird Esports just want to shut down Rhino and Dove here and win out a slow, grindy fight. Vision needs to find an early frag, needs to deal with Tree or Dove, and instead finds Rhino. Dove down as well. This is looking great for Redbird Esports. This is a real comeback for them. Solaris just were not ready for this approach.
Yeah, they were not able to deal with the sustainability of the Orisa frontline here, and that's straight up it. Solaris are just going to back off and try and hold here on this first corner. So, Redbirds have taken point A. They have gotten themselves at the very least a win condition here, and they're going to continue to push forward here. Fragleader has been taken out. Solaris are going to be forced to back up even more. They're going to cede this first corner to Redbird Esports. The more staggers you get, the more space you give to Redbirds, the better it is for them. Now you have the amplification matrix from RuPaul to try and keep things going. Echo is getting very close to that Blizzard. There is staying power here in this Redbird Esports comp.
There really is, and of course this is like the shortest, least contestable streets phase in the entirety of the Overwatch map pool. And so if you don't shut them down here, they're guaranteed a crack on point C. They won't get any additional time, but that makes your 4-minute time bank not all that impressive to look at if you've got to get a lot done in that one. Aiko is about to come into possession of the Blizzard. Vision with the high noon zones out. Solaris stops them keeping the cart contest, has to pull the trigger. minefield. Sorry, Blizzard comes out, somehow dodges dodges Tree's defense matrix, and the car is keeping on going here. Tree finds one with a remake. There's the D-Mech onto Fish, and Solaris, despite everything that was thrown at them here, may put the brakes on the payload right here in point B on Numbani. Pulse bomb won't connect, but the kill is there regardless, and there is the golden box of victory, the line in the sand for Redbird Esports and their tournament life.
Okay, chat, can I hear a winnable here? This is absolutely doable for Redbird Esports to try and take this win and get ourselves to a map 4 in this series. It's possible. I mean, it's just a full hold that Redbird Esports have to pull off here. That would, of course, be the easiest way to do it. Once Solaris are able to take point A, well, then it feels like it's only a matter of time before they will eventually be able to break through just because of the nature of Street's Face and how good it generally is for the attackers. So frankly, I think that this defense is probably going to depend very much upon Redbird Esports and how long they can hang on to point A before Solaris end up breaking through. And again, we have this same adjustment. Gig is going to be onto that Orisa. You're going to be playing a much more sort of hokey composition where you're going to get your Orisa sort of planted here on this high ground. You're going to get your Cassidy set up behind that Orisa shield all safe and secure, and make sure that you just don't give up this space for as long as possible. If you can keep this core together, if you can keep yourselves with that consistent damage, keep yourselves healed up in the face of Tree from above with Rack Attack at his pocket and Rhino rolling in from the sides, Redbird Esports could hold on to this for a while.
Yeah, it's not outside the bounds of reason that this kind of very solid composition can last a long time for Redbird Esports, but Solaris know the win condition here. They know that just one single solitary dink in the armor here, one support off the table will secure them a cap onto point A without very clever pushback from Redbird Esports. And Vision's doing a lot here to zone out Tree. Tree still finding damage, but not anywhere near as consistently as they might like. And we're starting to see the pincer solidify here from Solaris. They're sending Fried Wiener and Rhino onto the point, flushing out value, and Gig is down. Arguably the least sacrificable player here for Redbird Esports. Solaris now in with a very good chance. Just every sticky in the book connecting there from Tree. My God, somebody get this guy an Overwatch League.
The damage from Solaris was just a little bit too much for Gig to deal with. Was so close to being able to sustain through that one. RuPaul almost got the amplification matrix as a reward there, but unfortunately, after just a minute of time passes, Redbird Esports give up point A, and now 80 meters separate Solaris from a spot in the grand finals. There are still two major sort of mini checkpoints that Solaris have to get past here, and that's both of these right-hand corners.
Yeah, a little bit overconfident there, thinking that your amplification matrix made you safe, but Redbird Esports have one of their own, and they use it to demolish Solaris. And now, this is a fantastic position for Redbird Esports.
Yeah.
This is a great place to be holding with this comp.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Now, you were able to hang on to this corner with the Orisa shield. You're in such a strong position if you're Redbird Esports. Vision has that available.
Wow.
Oh, but a pulse bomb from Dove is going to force the immortality field out from RuPaul early. That's a huge ability that you force out of your support line.
Oh my God, Vision just getting pressure to high hell, and the self-destruct takes Gig out of this one. This close hold, the point A spawn, done and dusted, but no, Redbirds with the clapback. Vision and Aiko get one apiece, and it's the high noon from Vision. Buys some space as the self-destruct connects, but Aiko wends their way onto the waiting pulse bomb and is gone from the fight entirely. Solaris now start to push back, and the payload keeps on rolling. 95 seconds left for Solaris.
Yeah, and you actually use everything on Solaris just to break that corner hold there. So you really only have the pulse bomb coming up from Dove, but you also only have a few more meters to go. Redbird opts to wrap around Solaris here, try and take them off guard with the Ant Matrix from the back, and it's working fantastically. It's taking down Lucamino, it's taking down Rhino.
Dove's able to clap back here, they lose Mech and they lose Lion. So Solaris, I think they acknowledge they've lost too many to keep this going. They don't have any ults. They will see what they can get with another attempt. They've got 1 minute left. and only 6 meters to push him.
1 minute left on the clock. Moving Fish is actually out of the mech right now. That is super big, especially for Tree, making sure that there is no one available to try and eat up those projectiles, get you that last 10% to that duplicate. Could be huge for Solaris, as well as the Transcendence from Lucamino. That'll be huge, and Aiko's Pulse Bomb does not find a kill, so now you're really depending on this Deadeye from Vision to find something.
Vision's Deadeye needs to come up tops here, but they get dived by Tree with the duplicate. Gig and Vision both down here, and we've still got another self-destruct. Plus Fried Wiener's self-destruct. That's gonna buy so much space, and look where the cart is for Redbird Esports. This has been a valiant effort. 4 minutes burnt off the clock, and it's just 10 seconds too few. Solaris, with a straight sweep, knock Redbird Esports into a definitive third and move on into the grand finals.
You can... The fact that this is going to go down in the record books as a 3-0 is frankly almost insulting to Redbird Esports. Yeah. This was such a valiant effort from them. All 3 of these maps came down to one fight at the very end. Valiant effort is almost not strong enough of a way to describe how hard this team fought throughout this game, and they should be really proud of the effort that they gave us throughout yesterday and today to finish top 3, finishing in the money. I mean, you gotta feel pretty good about that if you're Redbird Esports. But for Solaris, this is the main thing right here. Get revenge on the team that I believe knocked them into the losers bracket in the first place and get themselves a berth in the grand finals.
Yeah, Solaris versus Wisp coming up shortly. But before we move into that, we are graced by the presence of Rhino, who is here for an interview to discuss exactly how all that went down. So we'll be getting him in here very shortly and ready to go. In fact, in just a handful of seconds. So, Rhino, congratulations. Woo! Welcome to the broadcast. How are you feeling on the back of that hard-fought win?
I think I'm feeling fine. I don't know. It wasn't that hard fought. Like, it was...
Really?
Okay.
I felt like Redbird put up a pretty good fight on all 3 of those maps. It really kind of came down to the last fight at the end of it all. When it came down to the very end there on Numbani, and I think Redbird get a little bit further with a minute than you were expecting them to, how did you recenter for that last attack, that last engagement, in order to push things across the finish line?
It was mainly just like everyone, and Fried too. Fried helped a lot, just saying, just calm down, look at the time we have, just like build ults and we win the game. So that was pretty much it. It wasn't like anything too complicated strat-wise, just mentality.
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of value to having somebody with Fried Wiener's level of experience there to help calm things down in a frantic team fight. So you are now going up against Wisp, and it's been a long, long day for you guys. What do you reckon your chances are?
I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good. We've obviously like beat them before, and they've beat us, which is kind of unlucky in the past. But like, I don't know. I think they're kind of we're like hot right now. We are coming off a good game. Like, they've been chilling, so they may be cold. And I don't know. I think it's just gonna be fun. Final tournament, close it out. Just see. I think it's more gonna be about heart than skill. Just who has the mentality to win it out.
That's a quote and a half. More about heart than skill from Rhino here. Who wants it more? My final question personally is, of course, Redbirds were the team that sent you guys down to the losers bracket yesterday. So how does it feel to be able to get the win on them here in the losers finals and get past them overall?
So I was in Houston yesterday. I just did not play, and it was Mikey, and then Mikey just did not feel good today. So, and I was still sub, and I just got back today, so I just came in. But I heard that the entire team's like vibe was off yesterday, and I don't know if I changed anything or if they just got more sleep or whatever happened. But I don't know. I didn't feel that like hard of a game to me. So.
Okay, well, on broadcast, I can guarantee it was pretty action-packed. But I love the technical diagnosis of maybe the vibes were off yesterday and a little better today. But Rhino, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to let you go and rejoin your team and get ready for this final match, which is going to be coming up in a few minutes. So thank you again for joining us. Everybody else watching, unfortunately, if you didn't hear my massive coughing fit in the middle of that last map, my throat is at its absolute limit, so I'm going to have to bow out here. But we're going to leave you in the very capable hands of Bullskunk to bring you the grand finals in just a few minutes.
The last Rod tournament was organized in an incredibly short time frame. With the team working around the clock to bring you this broadcast, we thought it was only fitting to show the team in behind-the-scenes action.
So we're gonna have 12-hour days, randomized bracket seating, and did you gamers get the proposal that I sent, about Justice for Infected? For dice, they're gonna have to roll a dice to see what server they get.
Sounds good to me. I don't really care, to be honest. But for the stream, I did want to ask Chase, what the are you doing?
Why the is kid here again?
You're the one who asked for his help, so...
Yeah, because he has the coin and the money, and I probably shouldn't have asked Catnap.
I mean, we have a literal chai working on this now, so...
Yeah, and he doesn't know how to eat ramen. He works at a ramen company and can't use chopsticks.
Not to mention his stupid obsession with rats.
And he can't clean his room. Look at that shit.
I mean, he's too busy to clean, remember? He works in Overwatch League. Oh, wait,
Maybe instead of all that time on socials, he could have spent it touching grass.
No feelings were hurt in the making of this video, except for Chase's. He's actually really hurt.
Hey everybody, and welcome to another Map 5 interview here for the Last Ride tournament, and joining me this time is Frumple, coach from Dice Gaming. So Frumple, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Hey, I'm Frumple, is in-game name. I am coach for Dice Gaming. I've been coaching with them since October of last year, so last 2 contender seasons. I've been coaching for, I don't know, probably like 3 years now, so... and I'm still with Dice, so that's always fun. It's always good to stay with the same team.
Yeah, absolutely. And, in Overwatch contenders terms, like being there since October, that's a pretty good tenure here. So congratulations on, the 6-month anniversary?
Yeah, I feel like an old man compared to how long most people last on teams. So,
okay, so let's get straight into the meat of this interview. So, first of all, looking back at Overwatch 1, what's been your favorite memory from this period?
Oh god, favorite memory. I gotta say, I think getting like my first game in contenders, and getting into contenders because I kind of was climbing the ladder a little bit, and I got really close a couple times, and I didn't quite make it, and that for me was like a sticking point. And then we knew Overwatch 2 was coming, and I was like, I want to be able to say I got there, and having that first game on stream, watching it and kind of seeing all your hard work is always fun. I mean, it always feels good to see that kind of come to fruition.
What do you think we can learn from the past 6 years of Overwatch and 3 years of coaching for you that we can take forward into Overwatch 2 to improve the community and make things better for people?
I'd probably say that you should always look for inspiration in strange places, I guess, or maybe not places you'd always imagine. I felt like I learned the most from places I didn't think I would, or people I didn't think I would. But you can always look to improve, and you always should. You should always be trying to get better. But don't just look in the Overwatch space. Look in other esports or regular sports, anything like that. Because the wider your horizons, the more you'll be able to kind of improve. And I think that's important. That's my most important thing that I learned in my 3 years was to look at different places.
Yeah, exactly. You learn more from reading a bunch of books than reading one in extreme detail.
Yeah, exactly.
So having had a look at the past now, let's think very quickly about the future. What are you most looking forward to in the switch to Overwatch 2 and 5v5?
I haven't touched the beta at all. I haven't seen it, so I don't know how these maps are laid out or designed.
You wouldn't tell us even if you had those, so I...
I definitely wouldn't. But I am blind. I do not see, but I don't know how the maps are laid out or anything like that. So you're going from 2 tanks that can control all this space and off angles to 1 tank, and I'm kind of excited to see how that affects things. If we're gonna go into more like a deathmatchy style, or if it'll be even more condensed, you're kind of afraid to split off. Who knows?
Yeah, interesting. I guess we've still got a little bit of time before we figure out exactly what that's going to be like. One of the other things that's coming up, of course, hopefully soon. We know we're getting at least 1 new hero when the beta drops. Hopefully some more in the not too distant future. What are your hopes for new heroes for Overwatch 2?
I think I'd just like to see something that's like any design spaces that either haven't been touched yet or can really be like, I don't know, I want to say distilled down, because you have some heroes that it's like, I feel like Ball's one of the examples, right, where it's just like, it's just mobility, like to its like highest degree. I'd like to see maybe some heroes that like kind of tweak that, like little things all the way up, like maybe anti-heals like a little more, or debuffs just like a little bit more than we already have, just kind of like kicking everything into a little bit of overdrive.
Yeah, let's see some dialing up of some of the knobs that we already have in Overwatch 1. Okay,
Exactly.
cool. Yeah, well, again, hopefully we find out fairly soon exactly what all this starts to look like. But Thrumple, we've come to
I'm
the
very
end of
excited.
the interview. Thank you very much for joining us. And for everybody else, we're going to throw it back to some more action from the Last Ride tournament.
My pleasure.
And we are back here with another interview presented by Map 5 Podcast. I am joined by Ara Mori. Thank you so much for taking the time to do this interview. Why don't you tell the people a little bit about yourself?
Hi, thank you. My name is Aramori, as previously mentioned. I am a flex support player. I am currently playing for the Mochis, the Mochi Gang. I've been playing Overwatch since open beta, and I am a coach as well as a player, and yeah, that's a little bit about me.
Awesome. Well, get into it. So you've been playing it since beta, like I have. So you've spent 6 years playing this game plus. Tell me what's your favorite memory from the past 6 years? What stands out the most?
Like a competitive sense, my favorite memory is like winning open division and going into like contenders trials and stuff like that. So that was really fun. Yeah.
And that was with Hour Zero, is that correct?
Yeah. It was a while ago now, but yeah, definitely was a really fun moment. That whole team is like complete jokesters, so they were just like laughing and cracking jokes. So it's such a good memory in my head. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. I mean, and there's nothing like that feeling of victory, especially in a big event like that.
No, it was really cool.
Well, speaking of events, let's talk about community events a little bit. Tell me, what do you think is your favorite of the community events that we've had over the past course of Overwatch 1?
So I don't know if this really counts, but the Sigma Rock Challenge, whenever that was going on, that was so freaking funny. And I remember too, like I was streaming and at the time, and I was like, I'm doing it. And I was like, I'm not ending stream until I do it. And so I went and I like personally, I think I did like an hour and a half of just like sitting there trying to get this jump. And then I finally did it. And it was so, I just loved that. That whole event was, I think, like one of the more rare times where the community's all kind of been doing one thing collectively. So that was really, really cool. And then as for like actual official events, the Overwatch Empowerment Cup was amazing to take part in, and also, help cultivate as well. So, yeah.
Two very different events with two very different fields and purposes. And,
yeah.
That's awesome. All right, so looking back, let's talk about lessons learned here. What do you think what's the biggest lesson learned over the past 6 years? I mean, from a community standpoint, that we can take into the new game to help improve and keep driving things forward like you're talking about?
So I definitely think something that the community has been learning, or is like on the right track to learning, is like trying to treat everyone with kindness. I've definitely seen like with the more recent events like OWC and like I think the Last Ride tournament as well is just coming out of like people wanting to do right by the community and wanting to do things to be kind and to be good. So I think that's something that I hope we as a community take with us into Overwatch 2. It kind of feels like we're on like a turning point of being a better community, if that makes sense.
Well, final question. So that just drives us forward into Overwatch 2. We got new things on the horizon, a lot of change, set before us. What is something that you're most excited about that the new game could bring? I mean, be it a new influx of players, new metas. What's got you hyped up to go into Overwatch 2?
I'm definitely sorry. I'm definitely super excited to see a bunch of like the old faces, like the old streamers hopefully come back. Like that'll be so much fun, and I know how like hype that'll get the community too. So that's one thing I'm really, really looking forward to is like I guess like the hype or like the people returning, right? But then I'm also excited for the new generation of like Overwatch players who are going to come from Overwatch 2, like kind of like as like a byproduct. I kind of feel like tier 2, tier 3, we're getting kind of old at this point because the game is getting so old. But hopefully with Overwatch 2, we'll have a lot of like new younger players, and that'll be so cool to like kind of see the legacy continue of Overwatch. So that's something I'm super excited about.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking the time to come join us. We're going to get back into the action. More Last Ride Tournament coming at you shortly. We'll see you in a moment. The last ride tournament has come down to 2. It is Wisp versus Solaris for who is going to take the title here in our last ride invitational. My name's Jeff here with Dividing and to bring you this action. And, well, I'm getting shades of deja vu here between these two teams, Dividing.
Yeah, it feels like it's almost always Wisp versus Solaris at the end of it all, especially when it has come to these community-run tournaments for the Tier 2, Tier 3 scene. Redbird has always kind of been in the mix as well, but when it comes to the teams in Tier 2 to really look out for as we look forward to make the swap from 6v6 to 5v5, from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2, Wisp versus Solaris has been a matchup that has come up over and over again at the end of brackets, and it has been an epic matchup every time.
Yep, we're thinking back to the Winter Classic series, and we saw almost the exact same thing with we had Wisp and Solaris in the winners finals. Wisp moving on to Grands, and Solaris taking on Redbird Esports for third place in that tournament as well. And then the Grand Finals, well, it was a 3-2 favoring Wisp. So we'll see if history will repeat itself, or Solaris can come back in and get their revenge and claim this last championship.
I will say these two teams are coming in on very different situations, right? Wisp won the winners finals matchup against Redbird Esports, so they have just been chilling. They've been on break for the last hour and a half. They haven't really had to worry about going super tryhard in a game for a little while. Meanwhile, Solaris has been fighting through the losers bracket literally all day. It's been pretty much non-stop for them since 1 p.m. So this is now hour 5 of Overwatch. And I know a big thing for today was to try and keep things shorter for the players, make sure that you're not doing 10-hour days or whatever. But still, 5 hours is a lot of Overwatch to play, especially when it's pretty much non-stop. So how long will Solaris be able to sort of run on that kind of stamina, and or will being able to play straight through just be able to help them stay warm and stay active?
Debate as old as time. You know, you're staying fresh. I mean, we saw Solaris, just a nice clean 3-0. Tree popping off, the 14-year-old phenom showing up in a huge way. They're in that match against Redbird. And they're hot. They look like they just can't miss right now. So you're perhaps just staying warm, staying fresh, keep the hands from getting cold. My favorite Solaris here, but like you mentioned, Wisp has been able to kick back, kind of watch a little bit of tape, perhaps figure out how they want to make this approach and come in fresh. So, it's up in the air. Like I said, last 2 times these teams met, went to the final map. I would expect no less here today.
Oh, 100%. There are superstars on both sides of the coin here. On DPS, you've got Dove and Tree versus Thunder and Doomed, and on main tank, you've got Rhino versus J-Bubs. Both teams, I think, really love to play those Wrecking Ball based compositions. They can play the Reinhardt, they can play the Winston if you need to, but that's where both these teams tend to trend. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot of those Wrecking Ball Diva, Wrecking Ball Sigma kind of mirrors coming out from these teams for the most part, with some minor changes in the DPS and support side of things, but it's still the same general idea coming out from both teams. Can be really interesting to see how these mirrors kind of interact with each other.
Well, that's a lot on the who. Let's talk about the where as we take a look at our map pool. It is going to be Busan to start things off. It is not Lijiang. It's not Ilios, which is what reigned the day yesterday. It is indeed. We are headed to South Korea for our first map of the day. Losers pick through here on out. This is a 1st to 3 here in these grand finals. The stage is set. The championship is in the air. I am ready to get in this. And these two powerhouses going into 2022 facing off once again to see who will claim this final championship.
Yeah, no matter what happens today, you should keep an eye on these two teams, Wisp and Solaris, as Contenders 2022 starts up in the next couple of months, because these teams are going to be major players in the Overwatch Tier 2 landscape moving forward. But No, enough talk about the future. Let's talk about the now. And we are starting off on Busan Sanctuary here. Probably the most open of the 3 of the Busan maps, so which means that it really opens itself up to those Wrecking Ball compositions that I mentioned both teams really like to play. Rhino and J-Bubs are both going to have copious amounts of space to play with, to grapple around, to pile drive, to roll through and disrupt the other team's DPS, the other team's support players. But there is some key differences here. Fred Wiener's going to be going on to the Diva instead of the Sigma coming out from Crowy. And we see some DPS changes as well. I imagine probably Tree and Doomed are going to be going off of the Symmetra after helping their teams teleport out of spawn. But we do see a Tracer versus an Ashe on the other side.
Yeah, I'd imagine either an Echo coming out, and then with the side of the Ashe, that could be a Tracer to accompany that Ashe as well for Wisp. So yeah, the Sim teleports just to get out of spawn, not really enough enclosed space to fully get value out of the Sim turrets on Downtown in particular. So, or excuse me, on Sanctuary. So we'll see. We'll see what comes out. And, I mean, the DPS matchup, this is where my eyes are drawn. I think whichever DPS, particularly in these Wrecking Ball comps, the DPS can make or break the start of the fight, which dominoes heavily into, whoever gets that first pick.
Do you think that we might see some more of that Tree Doomfist that really kind of took over a bunch of the games in the losers finals? Because, man, there isn't as much, like, walls to slam people into on Sanctuary, but at this point, you may as well just play it because Tree was getting constant value out of that pick.
I don't know about Sanctuary, but certainly once if we go to Mecha Base or even on Downtown, I think it becomes more and more likely as we get more and more enclosed with these sub maps. So hey, there's a lot of options to our heroes here, to our players here, and I mean the Doomfist was quite dominant. I mean, you make a really good point. Like it's when you're playing Doom like that, you might as well just try to bring it out.
Yeah.
But again, you kind of got to play the odds a little bit, play the map even more. So
and, I wouldn't be shocked to see Tree maybe go on that far, that Echo. You have tons of open sky, tons of open space to play around, and just as much as Tree was able to pop up on the Doomfist, did just as much when it came to those flying DPS.
Indeed. And now I will say, with all of that airspace, there's not a whole lot of cover. And that's one of the benefits to having an Echo over a Pharah, is the Echo has a little bit more ability to kind of zoom in and out of cover and play a little bit lower to the ground, where the Pharah, you want to get up in that skybox as much as you can.
Right.
An Echo can kind of sit 10, 15 meters off the ground and find a ton of value and still manage to utilize the geometry to their best advantage. So that's why we see more Echo these days. As opposed to the Pharah, but when Pharah can shine, she can absolutely take over. We saw that there in the losers bracket final, particularly on Li Zhong. Indeed, we are getting Tracers out of both sides here with the swap off the Symmetra.
Yeah, so the big difference here is going to be Thunda on the Ashe versus Dove on the Soldier. It's going to offer Solaris a lot more consistent damage, a lot more maneuverability, but the one shot from the Thunda sniper shots cannot be understated.
Oh, it's Luke Mino. I was talking about how important that first kill is, and we see Luke Mino bookending this fight with the opening and the end pick. Able to open the fight up strong for Solaris. That third DPS in the back, the Zenyatta, very powerful.
Yeah, and this fight is almost certainly, I think, in most cases, going to come down to Thunda, because you need to get some value out of that Ashe utility, even if it's just by getting some nice dynamite. It's nice getting some, just a headshot onto members of Solaris to get them really low, or even kill them. If you don't, the more consistent soldier damage is almost certainly going to rule the day.
And we're seeing Thunder loop around to the left-hand side of your screen right now, trying to find an off angle. Now back behind Croy, and Whisper struggling to get in here, particularly with Doom going down early yet again. J-Bub's kind of off on their own, gets focused down by a group of Solaris players, and Wisp just have no room to work whatsoever. Dove is going to completely shut it down even further with this tac visor.
Yeah, the DPS difference right now is showing through for Solaris. Both of the DPS had their ultimates. Of course, Dove could have held on to it, decided not to try and zone Wisp away, and ends up doing what it needs to do. But the DPS for Solaris are having massive, massive value so far. But now Wisp are going to be coming up on ults of their own. Both DPS ults, both support ults, and honestly, J-Bub's coming very close up to those mines as well.
Rhino did good to get out of that fight, and it's coming up a pair of their own minds. It's going to be the Transcendence and the rally out from Solaris to start off this fight as they press the buttons first and move in. I say that, Mino's Transcendence was actually second and ended up being the better one. Bob dealt with on the point, and Wisp have spent a lot of their ults and don't really have anything to show for it. Kill feed, all Solaris right now. Rhino's Mines claiming the last victim. 82% on the board here for Solaris, and Wisp's chances of running out here on map 1.
Yeah, that's a brutal one to lose from Wisp. You put both support and both DPS ults into that one, and you get absolutely nothing with it. Now you've got to really try and get something out of these tank ults from J-Bubs and Crawley. And, I mean, first of all, you've got to get a touch right now. J-Bubs manages to get there, but is immediately taken out. Crawley is the next person up, or doomed, but you are just struggling to get that overtime with burning.
Yeah, Cry wasn't really able to get anything with the Gravitic Flux, so the tank ults fall to no avail as well. J-Bubs can't stay alive long enough to get theirs online. Solaris take our first sub-map.
Beautiful, beautiful plays from Solaris, and it feels like Wisp kind of went for a bit of a gamble with putting Thunder on that Ashe. Just wasn't quite able to get as much consistent value as Dove on the Soldier 76. And man, I feel like I've never ever said that before. Soldier 76 getting more value than an Ashe on a map like this, but worked out extremely well for Solaris, gave them consistent damage, gave them a lot more maneuverability, and they were able to, we didn't never let Thunder get into the position that they wanted to. So now that we move on here to downtown, we're getting to fairly similar compositions, but this time Dove is going to be moving on to the Sombra and immediately is going to take that, health pack for their own.
And what a huge health pack to claim. It means the theater is heavily in favor of Solaris, but trades back and forth, favoring Wisp at the moment. Discord on to Rhino right now. Dude trying to finish him off, but CJ goes down to the back. Tree able to show up and get that kill. Tree very low health, gets punched in the face as Doom sends them back to spawn. Wisp able to get some percentage going for the first time here on Busan.
Yeah, just a little bit of extra damage coming in from Wisp. Look at the ult charge from both sides. Doom 20% of an advantage over Tree right now. Just doing a little bit more to try and keep the team up and alive in terms of damage.
Free cap coming through. Solaris just walk in and flip the point for like nothing.
Yeah, I wasn't even looking. I was looking at the ults, but you're right. Solaris just walked in and took point, and Wisp straight up didn't do anything about it. And now they are being completely forced back by Solaris. Tree has the pulse bomb ready, is going to not use it right now, as all of a sudden Solaris just has point control, and man, maybe that might just be a little bit of Wisp coming in a little bit cold. They haven't played for a little bit, need a little bit of extra time to get themselves back into it. Just forgot about the point for a second. That's easy to do when you're playing a lot of really individualistic comps like this that really want to play outside of the point itself. But man, now Wisp really have to fight back. They have to put in both support ultimates and that high.
Yeah, Transcendence already used here from Mino, and it's not enough to keep Tree alive. They do have Dove with this EMP ready to go. CJ dropped their Transcendence early. This could be a free EMP if Wisp can't clean this up quickly. But CJ and Vega are able to take down their counterparts, so there's no supports left. Dove never getting a chance to press Q.
Not quite yet, and Dove will have the EMP for this next fight, though, which is huge for Solaris. Is going to be able to gonna be able to help them come back into this fight. At 56%, they have a solid advantage over Wisp when it comes to that when it comes to the point percentage, and it all goes back to them just losing, just a lapse in concentration for a moment, letting Solaris come right through and take the point back.
Yeah, I didn't see what caused them to fall back. They clearly fell back for a reset in that interim, and I'm not sure what prompted them to do that. I don't know if it was just a lack of focus or if it was what call was made, but giving over the point like that meant that during the fight, Solaris are the ones building percentage. Even if it's a losing fight, if Wisp are the one building percentage there, then they're an extra 40% on top. Not only are they denying Solaris any kind of percentage built, but they're getting an extra 20 of their own. So it's exponential growth to maintain that objective. Wisp are able to come back in. So, I mean, the regroup did work out. It took a couple of engagements. It wasn't that immediately following engagement, but they do come back in and flip it back over. A beautiful job out of the support line on that one. Vega and CJ doing a phenomenal job of shutting down the supports on the other side. Does not allow Dove to pull that EMP as early as they like. But now our teams are basically even here in downtown, and Dove still has that EMP ready to go.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big ultimate when we get back into the game, is that EMP. It's basically, I feel like it was one of the only ultimates still on the field there. Wisp used just about everything that they needed in order to, they needed to use just about everything in order to make sure that they could get that point back flipped over as it is right now. But that means you don't have the Transcendence, you don't have the rally available, you don't have a Brigitte at all, as Lucamino just gets a volley into that point and is able to take the Brigitte out of the fight. That's most of your healing if you're Wisp.
Oh, Lucamino's just so good. Lucamino was so good on this Zenyatta. Dove's able to find a pick as well. Self-destruct into the back. Wisp are clawing their way back into this thing. Thunder takes down Tree. Oh, disastrous. Now there's not going to be follow-up on this EMP. Dove is going to hold on to it for a bit longer, and Wisp are going to build percentage. It was looking dicey there for a minute for Wisp, but they hang on.
Yeah, luckily at least Solaris, they don't use any ultimates in that one. It seemed like they just weren't quite ready to follow up on Lucamino just getting a nice volley in and taking out the Brigitte, but now they're in a fantastic situation. You've got the EMP bomb combo available if you want to use it. You've got the Transcendence from Lucamino coming up momentarily. Tree and Rhino are pretty close to their ults, and what a beautiful EMP.
Huge EMP! Immediately 3 go down. I was worried CJ might be able to get another Transcendence up in time. I know Solaris are decisive in this one, and they move through and just completely sweep Wisp right off the objective. They're going to steal this thing right back over.
Yep, but 81% and counting for Wisp. Well, not counting anymore, but is able to get themselves to that quote-unquote one-fight territory. Solaris is just about there as well. At least they will be after this fight, and they have such the ult advantage here. Crawley's gonna eat another one of Tree's pulse bombs. This Diva's hungry.
Transcendence forced out by Rhino and the mines. Wisp circling all the way around to the opposite side of the point, gonna move down the far side stairs. Nice flash fan! Thunder takes Tree out of the fight, but Wisp lose their main tank in that engagement as well. Dove comes through with a pair on the back with some beautiful pressure from Friedwainer. Friedwainer now a little bit low, and Doom still poking and prodding from above. Solaris building up, 94%. Vega gets the whip shot off. Oh my goodness, Rhino goes flying off the side, and Vega now running into the point. Rally, bolstering Wisp as they move on to the objective. Official final fight here on downtown, and Doom has a lot of people in their sights. Pulse bomb lands. Friedwainer will not be getting back in mech. The follow-up on the Dove as well. Solaris are stuck in this corner. Have to pop a rally in these final moments just to stay alive.
Yeah, that's brutal now for Solaris. They have so few members. They've got to try and push into this high noon from Thunder. And I think there was a small touch there from Doomed in order to keep things alive. Sorry, from Tree in order to keep things alive. The EMP from Dove does get 4, though.
Is the follow-up there without their Tracer, though? That's the question, and the answer is an emphatic no. Thunder and Doomed just sent everybody packing. Solaris does not have the firepower to follow up on that EMP from Dove, and Wisp are going to send us over to Mecha Base.
Now this is going to be really interesting. Both teams have been playing the Wrecking Ball-based compositions over the first 2 maps. Now we move on to Mecha Base, which is the most closed in of the 3, the most traditionally Brawl-based maps. Now, you don't have to play Brawl on this map, but it is the map that does lend itself the easiest to it. That being said, it is super easy for both of these teams to potentially try and take control of the 2 high grounds that are kind of flanking the point itself and try and get a hit scan like a Soldier 76 or an Ashe put up in that position to just get free damage down. And it looks like that's what both teams are going to be trying to do, and it is Wrecking Balls and Sigmas for both sides.
Yeah, not often for the Brawl per se, but definitely a little bit of change in pace. A composition I like to call Rock and Roll, a bit of a split poke dive hybrid comp from both of our teams. But again, it goes back to Dove on the Soldier 76 with Thunder on the Ashe. We saw it on Sanctuary. Thunder was not able to maintain the range ideal for Ashe and that Viper because Solaris kept pressing the issue and getting up close and personal and getting in Dove's ideal range. And you can see Dove trying to flank around here. Point is unlocked, and we've got a couple of separate engagements going on. A bit of a split fight. Doom working the way around to the back, trying to focus down Fried Wiener in the back line, but Lumino takes him down, clears out that flank. Now Lumino just putting headshots across the bridge, and Solaris pressing the issue up to the stairs. This is exactly what they wanted. This favors their composition so heavily. Thunder finds some value, takes Lumino out of the back, but it's a little too late, as Dove and the rest of Solaris push through and claim first control.
Yeah, they claimed it 15 seconds ago, in fact. And again, props over to Lumino for getting that opening pick onto Doomed, opening up that flank and putting a little bit of pressure off of Solaris to start pushing forward. Now, you see the value that it got, because now Tree has the pulse bomb ready, and Doomed is still about 25% away from getting one of his own. Wisp, though, coming up a little bit closer to that Transcendence. If they let CJ get that last 10%, could be brutal.
Tree looking for the break in the back line. Lumino's down, but you take that trade for the Sigma. Thunder with a nice shot. Finds Tree right between the eyes. And now we're going to go in on the back of a Transcendence to start cleaning it up. CJ showing up at the feed as well, proving they are equally as strong as Zenyatta on this battlefield. And Wisp come through. Flip this point over to blue.
And they only use the Transcendence to do it, Bull Skunk. That is absolutely massive for Wisp. Just going super aggressive on the back of that Transcendence, on the back of that healing, and Solaris just end up crumbling under the pressure. Doomed gets in the back and takes Lumino out. He had Transcendence, could have lived if he wanted to, but doesn't end up doing it. That is almost certainly going to be Solaris hanging back in these choke points for a little while longer, waiting for the Zenyatta to get back. You have both tank ults and both support ultimates, but you just don't have all 6 players available right now.
I mean, that's a bit of a Sophie's choice, but we can talk about that later. Rally up as Lumino's returned to the fight. Sends the big Omnic Butler back on home. 2 quick kills. Wisp tried to play up close and personal, right where Solaris wanted him. And Dove is able to find a kill in that exchange as well, putting him up by +2 as Solaris move on to the objective, throw down the Gravitic Flux to try to close this out. CJ gets the Transcendence just in the nick of time. That came online while CJ was in the air, and Wisp are certainly not done with this. They have relinquished control of the objective, and now here comes the Transcendence from Lumino combined with Dove's Tac Visor, pushing Wisp further back. Kills coming through, and Solaris win the fight.
Oh, Wisp are in such a precarious situation right now. 75% and counting for Solaris means this is Wisp's last really good chance to try and take this, try and get themselves, keep themselves in the conversation for this Busan, for this map 1, but you really only have the pulse bomb from Doomed. You've got to get an opening pick out of here with this Tracer in order to keep things going, or else Solaris, they're going to come up on their mines and zone you out super quickly.
Doom getting checked by Tree at the moment. J-Bubs opens up. Hey, Croy finds one as well. But here comes Tree right back. Oh my goodness, the Tracer Phenom finding both supports before getting taken out of the fight. And a high value pick here for Solaris as they look to hold on. They've got 99 right now. Have to move to keep Wiz from picking up this point. Doom still yet to pull the trigger on this pulse bomb. Has Lumino in the corner alongside Fried Wiener, but can't push in, can't pursue because Rhino is smothering them, just keeping them at bay. Now the Bob, tossed it from the other side. Fried Wiener with a Gravitic Flux to come back into this thing. The flip comes through though. Wisp actually able to get control of this point as they keep Solaris at bay, but only momentarily. Solaris come back in, pop the rally, and have plenty of ults to work with. Trey lands the pulse. And this is Solaris with a massive advantage. Now point control. Ults to work with. Transcendence from CJ in a desperate attempt to hang on to this final sub-map, but Fried Wiener returns. There's the Gravitic Flux. J-Bub is going to get slammed down to the ground, deleted, sent back to spawn, and it is just Doomed, holding on with a Discord orb above their head. Eats a rock, eats some shots, has to use recall. Transcendence here from Solaris. Krar returning from the side. Is 8% away, almost has a Gravitic Flux. Could be the thing to turn the tide, but they go down before that Gravitic Flux comes alive. And Solaris will take map 1. It was down to the wire, but Solaris take it to the end. 1-0 here in our grand finals.
A solid attempt from Wisp, especially at the end, hanging on to that point, staggering for an impressively long time, but eventually that overtime timer just ticks down a little bit too fast to handle. And this was an incredibly close match, but the fact that Solaris ended up, for the most part, coming out on top of this Wrecking Ball-based composition that's worrying if you're Wisp, right? Because these are the compositions that you like to play a lot. You're probably thinking that you're going to be doing a lot of this kind of mirror. So we have to be figuring out, okay, how do we deal with the DPS combo of Tree and Dove, and actually DPS trio of Dove, Tree, and Luke Mino, just absolutely destroying you all the time. It's really, really tough to try and deal with all three of these players, because it feels like if you shut down one, the other two just start popping off.
And I mean, it's the Luke Mino versus CJ matchup has been something to watch, because the Zenyatta plays such a huge part in these compositions. The Discord Orb is instrumental in trying to take down the Wrecking Ball with all the health and the adaptive shielding, and then just the sheer raw damage output and the skill and accuracy of both of these Zenyatas on the battlefield right now. Like I said, it's just the perfect boon to the DPS lines. And I mean, Dove and Tree have been fantastic, enabling their team to take that first map. But I mean, Dune and Thunder are pretty outrageous in their own right. So it's a reason that these two traditionally, I mean, go neck to neck. You know, it's down to the wire photo finish every time they play each other. I expect it to be no different here. The edge to Solaris so far, which means it's Whip's map pick going into map number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you're playing against a team that is most likely going to want to play about the same things as you, it's just about being comfortable and playing the maps that you personally, as a team, feel like you will play the best on today. It might just be because you played well on it in warm-up scrims, or it might just be a feeling that, like, hey, I just really want to play this map right now, and I think we're going to pop off on it. So I think that's kind of what it comes down to here for Wisp on this map pick. Is just like, what map do you personally feel the most comfortable with, considering you're probably going to be continuing to play these Wrecking Ball mirror maps?
Well, and I can't help but wonder if, you know, looking at the losers bracket finals will play any part in this. This might be an area where Wisp being able to sit back and watch the tape gives them an edge, because they see what Solaris likes to play. You know, we saw where Redbirds chose to take Solaris and frankly didn't have any success with it. So do Wisp make the same decisions, or do Wisp have something else in the playbook?
Yeah, I mean, I would think Wisp would probably take us away. Oh, well, stand corrected. We're actually going back to Havana. That's the exact same place that Redbirds took them and did not end up working out. So Redbirds kind of put Solaris into a brawl mirror matchup for the most part. It was very Rind heavy, but Solaris ended up coming out on top in that one thanks to a fantastic end of map hold with the spawn advantage. Ended up really going in their favor. So I would hope, like you said, that Wisp have been watching this Havana map and have a different idea to try and deal with what Solaris like to play on this map.
I'm very curious. Like you said, the flavor of the map has certainly been, you know, playing some brawl, particularly in the beginning, and going for those close holds. We did see a little bit of double shield spattered in there yesterday. Just peppered in a little bit, double shield, double sniper, but for the majority of the time, it has been the Reinhardt with the Ice Queen composition that is the Symmetra and the Mei to hold the front lines, and we're seeing that one again here from Wisp.
This is the same thing. Is Wisp trying to do the same thing that Redbirds did, where they had the teleporter kind of set up between the left exit and the right exit so that you could TP back and forth? Because, to be fair, I mean, it did hold Solaris for a pretty decent amount of time when Redbirds did it, so I wouldn't be shocked to see a very similar situation here from Wisp. Just take a page out of the Redbirds playbook and try and hold Solaris and spawn here for as long as possible.
It's become a pretty common strat. I'm sure Redbird stole it from somebody else's playbook. I'm not exactly sure who originated it, but we've seen this a few times, you know, starting to rear its head over the past few months. Nice, well, oh no, J-Bubs feeling a bit claustrophobic. Somehow CJ got the immortality field down there, but it doesn't last long, and Solaris just bulldozed their way out of spawn. Oh my goodness, an emphatic first fight win. It took them no time at all.
My goodness, J-Bub's caught between an ice wall and another ice wall. Just absolutely nowhere to go for that Reinhardt. Just is forced to resign to his fate. And now that is going to start the cart moving here for Solaris, immediately taking care of that Symmetra spawn camp strategy, probably in the cleanest way that they have all tournament long. So beautiful stuff from Solaris, shows that they have adjusted quite well to that strategy, and they have advantage on the Shatter, the Photon Barrier, pretty much every ultimate. Luke Mino is actually almost 30% ahead of CJ when it comes to the Ant Matrix.
And I anticipate that Ant Matrix is going to come out directly. It's going to be a Ryan v. Ryan in the backfield right now. Rhino threw down the Shatter, and there's a couple kills on the back of it. J-Bubs will eventually kill them, but you know, not before Reiner's able to eliminate half your team. Solaris continue to march forward.
And it's only the Shatter from Solaris. You have all 5 of your other ultimates available to try and take this to the end, because it looks like Wisp are going to be going for a quick re-engage here to try and take this point back. They have 4 ultimates, actually 5 ultimates of their own to try and put this in. It's going to be an explosive fight.
Both support ults out from Wisp right now, but the Blizzard from Tree is keeping everybody at bay. Photon Barrier is blocking a lot of the incoming damage from the Amplification Matrix. And just an ult for the Asta on this point. Self-destruct gets blocked. And Wisp, so far, standing tall in the back of this defense, but they're running out of cooldowns. Immortality Field is gone. Vega off the map, and Wisp have nothing else to work with. Solaris burning them down in the neutral. It's just one lone Mei left on the point, trying to buy as much time as possible, hoping that a miracle will come through. J-Bubs trying to provide that miracle, takes Tree out of the fight. Fried Wiener is going to get debacked as well. J-Bubs is hanging on, and Wisp put a stop to Solaris in unbelievable fashion.
What a play from Doomed. First of all, just that classic Mei stall. Get on the point, get your ice block up, and then as soon as that goes away, throw up the ice wall. Just make it impossible for anyone to take you away and try and get a miracle, and that miracle came in the form of J-Bubs. Now Wisp are in a fantastic situation. Only 80 seconds left for Solaris, and they used just about every ultimate, thinking for sure they would have been able to take point A by now.
But Divine first pick. Shatter comes down. That one's going to get blocked. Rock Attack falls underneath it and will get taken out. So 5v5 on this objective with double damage from Wisp defense. Doom threw down to Blizzard as well. But there's not any follow-up on it. The Shatter comes through. Doomed is on the ground. Knocked out of the Immortality Field. But Roy eats the Blizzard on the other side. Defense holding for now. And Wisp using a sound barrier to try to thwart what remains of Solaris' ranks.
It's looking like it's going to be enough. Wisp continue to hold now with 35 seconds left. This is absolutely positively Solaris' last chance to try and get across point A. And Tree with the icicle just gets across and dinks Vega in the head. There's no Lucio, there's no speed boost, and Solaris look primed to take point A now.
No supports whatsoever for the defense. We made out with the Ant Matrix, toss the Immortality Field to allow Rhino to push forward. Dove is able to pick up one. Ult's coming online for Solaris, but it's looking like they're not even going to need it. Everybody just staring at that ice block, waiting to send Doom back to spawn.
What a play again from the maze first, from the maze. First it was Doomed with that fantastic stagger play, and then Tree opening things up for Solaris to finally take point A, but still, the clock is going to be against Solaris for the rest of this attack. Only 2 minutes on the clock to try and get themselves all the way to the end of point B. But they do have tools. They have the Blizzard from Tree and the Diva Bomb from Fried Wiener. Rock Attack coming up very close on that beat as well, should they need it.
Good Mei wall. Try to section off J-Bubs. Means they can't get aggressive until that is broken. Tree looking for a place to use this Blizzard. Everybody is stuck up top. Right, Waiter, go in. Self-destruct into the back. Tree coming in from the front, but Rhino goes down. Dove dropping the Deadeye from all the way across the way, but the fight's already moved outside. And Wisp are able to section off Solaris from the rest of their pack. Divide and conquer from Wisp. Working beautifully here, and they're going to reclaim some ground and be able to plant their feet in the distillery.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful plays from Wisp, going super aggressive with that amplification matrix from CJ, who, by the way, is already halfway up to another one. Insane stuff from the Baptiste of Wisp. And now you're looking at what was a really great situation from Solaris now slipping away. 70 seconds left on the clock, and Wisp now have every ultimate on the board, or at least they will in the next couple of minutes. CJ the furthest one away, and that 25% is going to go up instantly.
Yeah, with less than 60 seconds, Solaris have to win this fight if they want to complete this map. There's just no other way around it. Deadeye to start things out, coming in from the defense. Thunder drops down, has the skull, has Rhino in their sights, and the sound barrier is laid from Rack Attack. Returning the favor, though, Luke Mino picks up 2 and immediately puts Solaris right back in the driver's seat in the distillery of Havana. Push it forward, chases down, finds another Luke Mino with a 4K in this fight. What an outrageous Baptiste.
Lucamino says, fine, I'll do it myself. Gets 2 with the Amp Matrix and 2 without for a perfect bloodthirsty support moment. This Baptiste is absolutely unstoppable and just gives Solaris another dimension of explosive play that any opponent has to try and play around. Wiss is going to go for one more defense here with CJ's Amp Matrix, but Doom is already down.
Yep, Craw's out of the fight as well, but Lucamino is gone. I'm not sure it's going to matter, though. There were so many early kills that the sustain isn't even really necessary for this fight. Solaris can push forward, clean up the back of point B, and start making their way into the fortress.
Yeah, with getting into point C, considering how long it took them to get point A, is of course a great accomplishment, but of course you do only have 80 seconds on the clock to try and get as far as possible. Interestingly, Dove is going to swap over onto the... Nope, never mind. Just maybe went for a quick shot, ended up missing, goes back over onto that Cassidy. So, still same thing from Solaris, and Wisp is really setting up to try and hold here at this first corner. You don't really have any ults to work with, and Rhino has that Shatter at the ready.
Oh, but the Shatter gets blocked! It looked like it was their own Maywall that blocked that. Thunder just sectioning off Solaris, forcing them back a little bit. Now Lucamino's gonna drop the Ant Matrix in the back. CJ returns in kind. Maywalls to deny as much value as possible. And the tanks brawling it out right around the card. A little ring around the rosy here in front of this side tower, the Mega Tower. Tree trying to build up to this Blizzard. See if they can turn this fight. Dove is going to open things up with the Deadeye. Force back for Wisp and give Tree room to throw it down. The Blizzard is huge. Everybody is frozen, but Vega, who manages to get that sound barrier out, can it keep Wisp alive through this fight? Crawley's going to get D-Max. J-Bubs is about half health. The Shatter lays it down, but it gets blocked. The Maywall is perfect from Tree, and the sound barrier there from Rack Attack means Solaris are still storming forward despite Rhino falling in this fight. The overtime is going to start here. Will initiate, but Solaris will win this engagement.
They win the engagement, but so much time taken off the clock by Wisp by that fight. We are into overtime. Solaris still have to round this last corner, get past those castle gates, and get all the way to the end of the map without getting off the point once. And you've used just about everything. Rhino has a Shatter up again. Lucamino is very close to that Ant Matrix of your own, but CJ has it first, is going to try and get rid of Wisp get rid of Solaris before they can even get started.
Wisp have to get huge value out of this Blizzard. It's the only answer, and there's already opening kill, but Rack Attack goes down. Blizzard is there. Rhino gets frozen up, can't quite escape it, but manages to stay alive. Wisp, that's their backline coming through to save the day. It's not the DPS, but the 180 Shatter from Rhino is going to take J-Bubs out of the fight. The Maywall not in time to save the main tank, and Solaris hanging on here in the overtime.
So, man, with style, Rhino might have just given Solaris the little bit of push they need to get themselves all the way to the end. Is going to charge in, is chasing after that Diva, but actually it's CJ that takes out Tree. Tree was really close, and Wisp might actually be able to hold on to this one now.
Yeah, but it's the M-Matrix in the back, coupled with that sound barrier, and they do indeed hold. Stop this cart, despite Solaris' best effort. Whew. All right, down to the wire. These teams are so closely matched, dividing so closely matched.
It's so close. And just like last time, Solaris are... I mean, yeah, so it was actually not quite like last time. Last time it was Redbird who got stopped just shy of the end because of not being able to get that convincing fight win that you need at the end of Havana because of how close those defensive spawns are. Solaris, they had the advantage, but they just could not wrap up the remaining members of Wisp fast enough. They were able to get back with the amplification matrix and take out the remaining members. So now it is going to be Wisp on the attack with a clear win condition set to try and tie up this series at 1 apiece. Solaris is surely going to be going for another one of those close range holds. I mean, why not at this point? it's pretty much optimal to try and take off as much time as possible before the cart even starts moving. It's pretty much going to be the same thing that Wisp did on their attack. The question is Wisp going to be coming out with this Wrecking Ball composition, or are they just doing this to punk me?
Yeah, I mean, it's always difficult to talk about the attackers before they leave spawn, knowing that they're still discussing strategy. I'm sure they are anticipating this close hold. I've been very popular in the scene for quite a little while now. So far, no swaps. Still seems to be the Wrecking Ball Sigma composition and the teleport to put them in a long distance. That's just going to force Solaris to fall way back off the cart and get away from the spawn doors. A very clever positioning here from Wisp, and look at how they have surrounded Solaris, and this gives Thunder room from spawn while Solaris decide how they want to handle the tanks that are sitting 25 meters behind them. One kill already for Wisp.
Watching how these teams have developed strategies to deal with this spawn hold over the course of this weekend has been so fun to watch. That being said, I think Wisp may have kept things at tried to get things at a little bit short range, and now all of a sudden they're going down. They're going back to spawn here.
Lumino does have this Ant Matrix on the back of that kill. He's going to go ahead and throw it here early. And typically, I mean, even just one kill will get you out of the gates, but Wisp not able to follow up on the one pick they had. And kind of back to square one, but they have forced Solaris back to this corner. So Wisp indeed bought themselves a little bit of space, but here comes Solaris with the rotation. Amp speed is in, the teleporter's down, and they're diving on the back line. CJ falls immediately from that just rush down style coming out from Solaris. Now, an all-important pick did come through in the interim from Doom Godoa. Thunder's able to find a D-Mech as well. Doom follows up to be able to take the pilot out of the fight. So, Wisp have bought themselves a lot of space here with just a few picks. Doom starting to follow up on it now, starting to really warm up. Follow it in, looking to take down Dove. Dove has to run into the small room just to get away. Emerges back on the point, only to meet Croy as Croy finds a two-piece.
Yeah, and you only use the Bob as well. Wisp is going to have all 5 of their other ultimates available to try and push through the end of point A. Again, Solaris was only down to about 30 seconds or so left on the point before they were finally able to get it across. So being able to finish with multiple minutes on the clock would be huge. But Fried Wiener is able to take out Doom's pulse bomb early on. Very good stuff there from the Diva.
And it's benefits of having somebody as experienced as Fried Wiener on your squad. But Lumino falls, and mines are out. That's both supports down. And the backbone of Solaris have already been dismantled, and whatever is left is just filtering onto the point. Die on cart at this point is the call for Solaris. Wisp moving into point B.
Yeah, and with 4 minutes left on the clock, significantly better on time bank to this point than Solaris was on their attack. And they're coming into this one with the Bob from Thunder, with the Transcendence from CJ, doomed very close to the Pulse Bomb as well. Plenty of tools to potentially disrupt this brawl composition of Solaris. But Solaris are looking really good themselves. They're going to be able to split the point in 2 with that Photon Barrier, and J-Bubs has nowhere to run.
Transcendence is out from CJ. Thunder's in a bit of trouble, though. Can't receive any of that extra healing. And then Tree throws in the Blizzard after the Transcendence fades. And all those ults being used to great effect here from Solaris. But look at the clapback! Oh my goodness, Doom and Thunder getting right back into this thing. It's a late Bob that turns this fight, and the offense continue to roll.
I can't believe that Wisp have somehow been able to get back into that one, forcing more swaps out of Solaris now. Dove is on to the Sombra, maybe trying to find out Doomed or try and find out J-Bubs as they're a little bit on the side, try and take them out of the fight early on. But Solaris otherwise are still looking pretty good theoretically. They have the Ant Matrix and both tank ultimates up. Wisp don't really have anything to work with right now as far as ults go.
Ant Matrix is just going to zone Wisp off the cart for a few, but otherwise no value there. Does buy some time for those tank ults to come online here for Solaris. Righto. The 60-year-old main tank has been a staple for years here in the Tier 2 seed. Has an Earth Shatter looking to shut down Wisp as they approach the back of point B. Throws it down onto J-Bubs. Gets the pin. No! Misses the pin. J-Bubs able to get back into roly-poly form just in time. The Tree is in the backline trying to make things happen. J-Bubs ends up winning that duel, but is now manually hacked. Has to just scamper away with those 4 little short legs. Cannot find safety. And Solaris planting their feet, thwarting Wisp's attempt at the end of point B.
Just barely able to hold on here, and the longer you hold on, the better, especially at the end of point B. These offensive spawns are so far away here from Wisp. If you're able to fully get them out, it's going to take them a long time to get set up again. That being said, Vega's able to take out their opposing number in rack attack, and the Solaris tanks are looking a little bit worse for wear. You've got a couple of ultimates, but you don't have the numbers to sustain on this point right now. Dove is really close to the CMP, but I don't think it's worth using it at this point.
Yeah, this fight's almost pretty much done, but here comes the sound barrier. Solaris, nobody told them it was done. EMP over the top, finds couple. And the support's now gone with just less than a meter left to go. Solaris fight their way back onto this point. Never say die, never give up. Solaris win another fight.
Oh, and Crowy uses the Gravitic Flux to try and get things back to Wisp's side, but gets hacked out of it. That is a huge ultimate that you no longer have access to if you're Wisp, but they're coming right back into this one with the Transcendence. They don't want to get out of this just yet. Neither team willing to give up this point.
It has been scrappy. But in the end, Wisp finally get the job done. Solaris do a great job of eating a lot of time off the clock, forcing a lot of resources. Now there's just 2 minutes, and Wisp have a good ways to go.
Yeah, the problem is, I mean, Wisp did use a lot of resources to get that point, but since that fight was so long, they've managed to get some of them back. You've got Bob, you've got Pulse Bomb again. Vega's very close to that beat. At this point, I mean, Vega flopped on the Lucio at the start of that fight to just get back to point faster, but now you're so close to beat, you may as well stick on it. Solaris, for their money, they have the Pulse Bomb from Tree already ready to go, and you have both tank ultimates online as well in the next couple of moments, but you really don't have anything to deal with this Pulse Bomb from Doomed if you get a stick off.
Yeah, both DPS ults available, as a matter of fact, and Thunder's been spectacular with the bobs. The timing and the placement has been beautiful. Has an eye on Dove, who's also discorded. Dove trying to finish up the rest of that EMP. Meanwhile, Doomed over the top, putting shots down onto the support. Self-destruct out for Fried Wiener to get back in mech. Dove still under a lot of pressure, 99%, but Tree lands the pulse. Crowley's out of the fight. And the defense. Having a great start here. Dove now has that EMP ready to go.
Yeah, has that EMP ready, and CJ is 15% away from that Transcendence. Can Dove be really aggressive with this ult and get it before CJ's able to get that last 4%? And, oh, just barely in time, CJ gets it! What beautiful reflexes from the Zenyatta player! Completely saves Wisp!
And just avoids getting hit by that EMP. The positioning was just as good, and then icing on the cake, gets the kill onto Dove as well. Incredible play from CJ. We talked about the importance of these Zenyatas, and both of them have been spectacular. Look, Mino taking the tip off the spear, taking the initiation away from Wisp, and that means they're unable to continue to push. It's 4v4 left as both Zenyatas have been taken out, and this is anybody's fight remaining. Rhino coming through, trying to finish up the rest of the mines, tilt the fight towards Solaris in this defense's favor, but with Fried Wiener going down, everybody just has to fall back.
15 seconds left on the clock now, setting up for the final engagement of Havana. It's all going to come down to this, Bullskunk. Solaris do have the mines available from Rhino. Is going to be able to help zone people off the point really well as the rally from Rack Attack is going to be able to keep everyone all nice and armored up. But you've got to live through the Gravitic Flux first.
J-Bubs goes down early, and the Gravitic Flux doesn't get anything. Overtime is going. What a stick! Tree making magic happen. Oh my goodness, this kid is impressive. Absolutely phenomenal stuff from Solaris. They stop Wisp dead in their tracks to put themselves up 2-0 in the series. Match point, championship point here for Solaris.
That is now 5 maps in a row for Solaris in the losers finals and the grand finals. I don't know how many. I think they actually won 2 in a row as well against GeForce in the losers semifinals in order to get themselves to the losers finals in the first place. So with that in mind, this is now a team that is white hot, having won 7 maps in a row in crucial situations right now. Talk about coming up clutch when you absolutely have to. Solaris has been huge tonight.
Huge plays from the entire squad. Everybody looking phenomenal. And we heard Rhino say in that interview, it is more about heart than skill. And that heart was on display there in that defense. What a map. Championship point for Solaris, looking to close this thing out. We're going to take a quick little intermission, get map 3 set up. When we return, it's hybrid. We'll be back for map 3 in the last Invitational Grand Finals.
The last Rod tournament was organized in an incredibly short time frame. With the team working around the clock to bring you this broadcast, we thought it was only fitting to show the team in behind-the-scenes action.
So we're gonna have 12-hour days, randomized bracket seating, and did you gamers get the proposal that I sent, about Justice for Infected? For dice, they're gonna have to roll a dice to see what server they get.
Sounds good to me. I don't really care, to be honest. But for the stream, I did want to ask Chase, what the are you doing?
Why the is this kid here again?
You're the one who asked for his help, so...
Yeah, because he has the coin and the money, and I probably shouldn't have asked Catnap.
I mean, we have a literal child working on this now, so...
Yeah, and he doesn't know how to eat ramen. He works at a ramen company and can't use chopsticks.
Not to mention his stupid obsession with rats.
And he can't clean his room. Look at that shit.
I mean, he's too busy to clean, remember? He works in Overwatch League. Oh, wait, no.
Maybe instead of all that time on socials, he could have spent it touching grass.
No feelings were hurt in the making of this video, except for Chase's. He's actually really, really hurt.
Welcome back to another interview here from Map 5 Podcast for the Last Ride Tournament, and I'm joined in avatar format by Whistle, coach for Regen. Whistle, welcome to the interview. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Hello, I'm Whistle. I've been coaching for Regen since 2021. I think it was like November or something. Been a tier 3 coach since 2019. Yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Obviously, you've been in the scene a little while now, a lot of time to cover. In that time, what's been your favorite moment over the course of Overwatch 1?
I think it was practice open division with this 4.2 team called Mochi. Not the current Mochi. It's a different one. It was an EU. And because it was EU, I woke up at 3 in the morning because I'm an NA and for an open division match, and we're up against this 4-5 team, and we go down 0-2, and somehow we reverse sweep, and I'm trying to keep quiet because by the time the match is done, it's 5 a.m. Or 5 or 6 a.m. and I'm so tired trying not to scream because we hit a reverse sweep. But just the people, the feeling of accomplishment you get from a big match is always probably going to be a highlight moment in any esport.
What do you think we can learn from the last 6 years and apply that to Overwatch 2 for the betterment and improvement of the community?
If you look back several years ago, back whenever teams like Third Impact and Envious were around the time where they were really dominating in contenders, if you look back, what made the players that are on a lot of those pug teams now are the long-term teams. And I think that a lot of people get too fixated on trying to just get onto these pug teams and make teams, play tournament, rinse, repeat. And then disband right after. I think that a lot of people could just learn from getting together and being a real team, because a lot of the people who make up those big pug teams nowadays were once, on teams for months at a time, really bonding, really becoming teammates.
So looking forward to the future now, what are you most looking forward to in Overwatch 2?
What I'm sure a lot of coaches will tell you is that meta from Overwatch since its release has basically been about the off tank. The off tank has been one of the most intricate roles. It decides if you're going aggressive, if you're going passive, right? A lot of what your off tank does can make or break the team. I guarantee you, if you were to pick any role out of a team in 6v6 and decide okay, I'm going to replace this with an owl player, you're going to get the best results from an off tank 9 times out of 10. It's an absurdly influential role in the macro of team comps, in the way that teams are run, and not having that is going to dynamically change the meta. It's not like you're losing a DPS. It's way different. It is impactful.
What are your hopes for new heroes in Overwatch 2 as it starts to release fully?
A lot of Overwatch right now is just it's either burst damage or it's consistent. Very few heroes are good at many things. For example, Soldier's never been bad, but Soldier's also never been good. I would like to see an all-rounder hero that can actually, get stuff done, right? A lot of these heroes that are good at everything just don't make it. You have to be really good at burst, or you have to be really good at just playing this consistent. You can't have everything and make it as a character in Overwatch. And I want to see the meta shift and make those characters a lot more viable. Soldier's one that I already mentioned. Who's another good one? gosh, like Orissa's not bad by any means, but it's also like Orisa can brawl, Orisa can spam, Orisa has like these big bursts of value with pull, but it's like, you know, unless she's literally on the verge of being broken, like everyone's like, oh my god, nerf this hero. She's only been like playable, but not really like good.
Okay, that's a really interesting response. Thank you. That's more of like a design philosophy rather than a specific hero. That's really cool to hear about. But that does, Whistle, bring us to the end of the interview section. Thank you so much for joining us for this one. And for everybody else, thank you for tuning in. We're going to throw it back to some more action from the last Ride tournament in just a sec.
Solaris up 2-0 here in our grand finals. A phenomenal hold there on the back of Havana. And oh my goodness, the tenacity from both of these squads is just so impressive. And it shows. It shows with these big elongated fights we keep getting dividing.
Yeah, we saw it, of course, at the end of Point B, at the start of Point C of Havana. Both these teams just sticking in these fights for a lot longer than what would usually be recommended, right? They just keep on staggering in, just throwing in ultimates, throwing in abilities, trading blow after blow to fight for these inches of territory. And I keep getting brought back to what Rhino said during that interview, and that it's a lot about heart. And you can tell that both these teams want it so badly.
And, well, now, in order to make that happen, Wisp get our next map choice. They saw what Redbird picked yesterday, or picked earlier, excuse me, not yesterday, but the match prior, and went to Havana nevertheless. Decided they better change up their plan a little bit for map number 3. We're headed to Eichenwald, so no Numbani this time. Wisp looking to throw a wrench into Solaris' plans for a 3-0.
I love Eichenwald personally. I think it's just the craziest of the hybrid maps. It's very open. There's, of course, that massive bridge that is famous for just knocking people off, so there's some environmental kill opportunity there. It offers a lot of room for those wrecking balls to work, and a lot of long sight lines for both short and long-range DPS characters to pop off. A lot of opportunities for flying characters as well. It's just kind of the chaos zone of the hybrid maps, right? You can run a lot of different things and make it work, and that's why I love it so much. So super excited that Wisp decided to take us here.
One of my favorite maps as well. And funny you mentioned, the environmental kills, because the supports on both sides have been particularly just standout, highlight worthy. But I've got to focus back in on Luke Mino and Rack Attack. The more I see of this duo, the more I love it and love it. Rack Attack with that brilliant 4K on the Baptiste. That was stuff of legend right there. And then consistency, consistently dangerous. Luke Mino has been such a threat on that Zenyatta.
Yeah, and then on the other side, CJ has not been one to be forgotten about either. Has come up clutch on multiple occasions, both on the offense and on the defense. Both coming up huge with picks, and then also with clutch transcendences to get his team out of some very sticky situations. Vega, of course, is also doing a fantastic job on that main support as well. Is basically always there where the team needs them to be all the time. Generally, when it comes to main support, the less that they're talked about, the better for them. But Vega, I think, deserves shout out for how good they are doing at keeping the team alive.
Oh man, I mean, when you talk about clutch transcendences, I mean, there were a couple of big ones there for Wisp. CJ able to avoid an EMP, get one up in the midst of a gravitic flux to save the team.
Yeah,
that needs to continue. If Vega and CJ keep playing like they are, Wisp definitely have a chance to get back into this. But it's gonna, the rest of the team, I mean, no slashers in their own right. Not to throw any shade on this team at all, but I want to see the DPS duo step up and really start taking matters into their own hands as Wisp are gonna come out and start things off on the defense.
Yeah, I do like this composition here from Wisp. We're going to be seeing a lot of frontline aggression coming out from J-Bubs, Crawley, and Doomed. But Thunder on that Cassie is going to be really good. I think they're assuming that Solaris is going to be going on some flankers of their own. So that Flashbang, Flash Fan combo is going to be really good to help deter those flankers a little bit more. I do like the pick here, a little bit of a preventative pick from them to try and make sure that a Tracer or someone doesn't get quite as much value as you were thinking of originally. And yeah, okay. Then Solaris are going to be going on about the same thing. Dove, though, is going to be sticking on that Sombra that Solaris has gotten so much value out of in the first couple of maps. Is going to cause a lot of trouble here, especially for J-Bubs and Doomed if they get caught out and hacked.
Yeah, I mean, Thunder definitely needs to keep their head on a swivel to try to shut that down. But look at that attack from Rhino. Both Zenyatta's traded out here early. Thunder does manage to land that shot, though. Takes Dove out of the fight. And a very important kill means Solaris cannot continue to press this attack. First fight win goes to Wisp in map 3.
Yeah, you were mentioning you wanted the DPS to step up. Well, look at Doomed right now. 85% of the pulse bomb already after one fight. Just went into the back line and started wreaking havoc on the Solaris comp. That's going to be the only ultimate really available for this next fight. Doomed with this pulse bomb could get an early pick and end this second attack before it even really starts here.
Oh, he knows they're in there. Oh, can't quite land it. Good shield from Rack Attack. A dangerous position from Solaris, and they dodge a bullet. Now able to push out and start making their way towards this objective. Building up some ults of their own. Looking for Tree to respond to the pulse. Focusing down Thunder. That was a great priority pick. But here comes Doomed once again. Dismantling the back line. Rack Attack is gone, which means there's no protection for Lumino now. But Lumino doesn't need protection. Lumino's just going to kill Doom. This Zenyatta absolutely cracked out of their mind. Transcendence has to come out from Wisp to try to swing this fight back into the defense's favor, and it will send Solaris back for a reset.
Yeah, a soft reset though. Solaris want to get back into this one as soon as possible. A couple of people still working on getting back into the point on the side of Wisp, and crucially, CJ did use that Transcendence near the end of that fight, which means this will be a free EMP here from Dove. If the rest of Solaris can effectively follow up on it, this should be the first point capture here for Solaris.
EMP is out. It's going to fly too. Deadeye trying to deny the follow-up, and Doom takes Dove down. Deadeye doesn't find what they're looking for, but does prevent any deaths, any fatalities on the back of that EMP. Transcendence from Lumino in a 4v6 situation. Mine's out from Rhino as well. You take Crawley out of the mech, but still a player advantage. That's going to swing as Solaris is starting to get some work done. Doom has to use Recall, getting Lumino down very low, but can't quite finish him off at 3 health. Tree will find that final blow. And despite being low, Solaris claw their way back into these fights. Part of it's these Wrecking Ball compositions, but I don't care. Either way, these teams never give up. It doesn't matter how low they are in these fights. And it's brilliant to see. See Vega try to come back in. Here come the tanks for Wisp, but Solaris have just done too much damage already.
Yeah, there's no way I don't think that Solaris or that Wisp are gonna be able to come back into this one. Almost certainly, right? I mean, Doomed gets the ult eaten. You have Fried Wiener using the Diva Bomb on the point to zone everyone away. But man, Wisp just keep on flooding onto the point. They really want to try and get as much time off this clock as possible. Now J-Bubs is back in, and here's a Transcendence from CJ. They are putting everything into this fight to try and keep this going for as long as possible. Try and open something up for some sort of play, but this rally armor from Rack Attack is going to give them all they need. Solaris, it took a lot longer than I think they were expecting, but they do get the point unlocked, and they're going to start their route on Streets phase.
And Solaris managed to save a couple of ults. I'm looking at this Transcendence, most importantly, and still have a little rally armor. Not only that, but they've got high ground as well.
Yeah, because Wisp went into that fight so aggressively, it means that they don't have nearly as much time to try and get set up for a second point defense. That being said, after doing a little bit of scouting, Solaris do get off of that high ground. They're going to let Wisp take some control up there. And now that Dove has swapped over onto the Echo, that Dove versus Thunder matchup is going to be something to keep an eye on moving forward. That being said, this time around it was Doom taking the Echo out of this fight.
A stick! Oh, then Lumino gets a little revenge. Then pops the Transcendence, but Solaris have already lost so many reinforcements. I don't know if the value is going to be there. Solaris not really able to find any picks with that Transcendence up. And Wisp looking no worse for wear. Cart continues to slowly push forward. But Solaris, they've got to reset here. They've just lost too many.
Yeah, you have to at this point. With only a minute 40 left on the clock, you only have a very limited amount of time here, very limited number of attempts. You have the duplicate, you have the pulse bomb from Tree, you have the tools to push through. Never mind, you don't have the ultimate from Tree anymore. Crawley eats up another one, and now Solaris is in a whole heap of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, this fight's already won. I mean, unless Dove can do something miraculous with a Cassidy duplicate. Nah, that doesn't last very long at all. The rally from Vega in that tiny room was just too powerful, and they just absolutely overrun Solaris.
I mean, Dove uses the duplicate in a fight where you are already down a couple of members. You lose that ultimate. You swap back to the Sombra. Dove has been really fast with these EMPs, but it is going to take a lot, especially with everyone camping out on this high ground, to be able to build up that EMP in a minute. Meanwhile, Wisp have 5 ultimates, everything but the rally available for them to try and take out Wisp as they get a little bit more points on the board.
Dove in the back, needs to stay alive, try to build up towards that ultimate. Rack attack goes down already. Lumino gets hunted by Doomed, and the supports are already gone. Investing 1 ult, Wisp in another fight, 30 seconds left.
Yeah, and they only use the Transcendence to do that, so still 4 ultimates for Wisp. That is the ideal situation for them. Solaris, they're not going to get that EMP in time. It's just not going to happen, at least not before overtime ends up getting a proc. And with Rhino going down as well, I mean, it's going to be all or nothing here for Solaris, just throwing bodies at the point to try and keep overtime going. If you can keep it going, though, there are 4 ultimates coming up fairly soon. Wisp has 4 ultimates up already.
Deadeye from the high ground. Looking over the edge, knowing where Solaris are coming from, trying to just keep them off cart long enough for Wisp to deal with the tanks that are there. No kills as of yet, and Solaris have survived the first test, but there's still more to go. Mines now online. Self-destruct out from Fried Wieners. The mines are put on the objective, and CJ is gonna fall. Doom coming in from the back, and Lumino does it again. Finds Doom right between the eyes, and Solaris are still in this thing. Battle between Tree and the Cassidy. The Cassidy is the one to fall. Solaris live to fight another day.
That's incredible. Wisp just don't use their ultimates. They get down in members early, and they decide to just try and keep it going. Maybe try and use it for a recontest here, but Doomed and J-Bubs are taken out before they can even get out of the castle. So, Wisp end up losing point B, still with 4 ultimates on the board. That's something you might want to take back if you end up watching back this series once again, because now Solaris, they were in a rough situation. Now you have that EMP, you have the Pulse Bomb, you have the Transcendence. You're in a much better spot.
5 hit by the EMP, but it doesn't matter. Tree and Dove go down. Wisp apparently don't need cooldowns to take care of the DPS. Just landed some beautiful shots, their primary fire, and the EMP engage is thwarted immediately.
And Wisp, oh my goodness, now you're in a 6 ult situation. This is now going to be really tough for Solaris. 45 seconds left on the clock means this is most likely the last really good opportunity for them. Doom's Pulse Bomb doesn't get anything, actually gets found out by Tree, but Wisp should have the firepower to continue holding here with all the ultimates online.
Well, J-Bubs gets absolutely melted. What a shield bash from Rack, and J-Bubs doesn't have time to put out the mines. So Solaris make it to this point, 6 strong, and have a little bit to all work with in their own right. Deadeye out, picks Dove up. Vega has the rally on the battlefield as well. This is going to prompt Lumino to drop the Transcendence and try to push in. J-Bubs with tons of shields, drops the mines over the point, and CJ with a later Transcendence, and Wisp able to barrel forward on the back of it, find multiple kills, and denying Solaris their prize. They make their way into the castle, but they will not find the throne. Wisp deny them of this one.
But Solaris get through pretty solidly, considering how much of a defense Wisp put up, really making Solaris fight for every meter, every inch of distance on that point. And it's looking a little bit reminiscent of Havana right now, Bullskunk, with Solaris starting off on attack, getting to through point B, but not quite finishing it. It was the Solaris defense where they really came alive and was able to stop Wisp just before they were able to get to that golden box of victory. Will they be able to do it again? They weren't able to get quite as far on point C, so the defensive spawns aren't going to be quite as friendly to them. It's going to be a little bit more awkward when we get to the end of that map. That being said, there's plenty of opportunities to stop them before that even becomes a problem, right? You could full hold them, you could hold them any point in the streets phase as well. As Solaris, I mean, they are going to live and die by these Wrecking Ball compositions, and why not? Interestingly, though, Dove is coming out on the Ashe once again, so you're really trying to set up that Ashe on a high ground potentially, that one-shot potential onto the on the squishier players of Wisp could be huge if you're able to get that value out of it.
Solaris, if they can defend here, will take the championship in a clean 3-0. Wisp out. We're going to have something different as they pull the brawl to go on the attack here in Eichenwald.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything just in case they swapped last second, but yeah, they're going with the brawl here, which, I mean, historically, I don't love going into this composition because there's just so much that you have to try and sustain through. There's going to be Rhino pile driving on top of you, Dove getting headshots, Tree coming into the side, Luke Mino getting Discord orbs and getting tons of damage off. That being said, these are some clean rotations from Wisp so far. They've been able to get through almost to the point without much trouble.
Yeah, and that's the name of the game for the Brawl Cop is those clean rotations. And if they can get onto somebody, there it is. There's the results. Dove falls early in the fight. And anybody from Solaris who approaches this Brawl composition has so much damage to contend with as Rack Attack just got the brunt of the hammer and Wisp are going to want it done point A.
What an incredible adjustment there from Wisp. I doubted them, but they proved me wrong every step of the way. Their rotations to get around to the edge of Eichenwald and avoid the sight lines of Solaris was absolutely beautiful. And they take point A in an incredibly fast time bank. 5 minutes now on the clock here for them. A beautiful start for them and a must-win map.
Now the swaps coming through as Wisp go more towards a modern dive look. You still have the Baptiste, just to use this Amp Matrix and then anticipate a swap to the Zenyatta. A little bit of a poking exchange coming through from the high ground of Solaris. Thunder trying to build up the rest of that ult, see if they can get an early pick to get this fight started properly here for Wisp. Doomed headed to the high ground with Pulse Bomb in hand. Has Brig in sight. Rack knows it's there. Interesting little duel in the back. The 180 spin does not land. Pulse Bomb down low. Not much better. So both Tracers getting thwarted early. Deadeye from the low ground. A lot of damage coming from the side, but CJ with the protection. Able to keep Thunder alive long enough to force Solaris back. That's going to buy room for CJ to move in and drop the Amp Matrix, which is going to buy even more space. Solaris have to get aggressive on this, using a Transcendence to try and devalue this, but it's just so much damage in this tiny little corner. Self-destruct up over the top, coming from Wisp. Already down in numbers, and Luke Mino finds that kill before Crawley can get back in mech. Luke Mino continuing to make life just detrimentally bad for Wisp.
Yeah, and what a clutch rally there from Rack Attack right at the end of that fight to keep the more squishy members of Solaris good and healthy and sustained through the ultimates from Wisp. And now you are in a solid spot. That EMP bomb combo from Solaris is available if they want to try and combine them like that. Wisp has the rally, but CJ used the Transcendence in that last fight. You really don't have a hard counter to that EMP. Ooh, but Pride is going to take out Doom's Pulse Bomb, so maybe a way to follow up is no longer there.
EMP finds 3, including Vega, so the rally not an option momentarily, and CJ and Crowley both feeling the effects. Now Wisp have to push in down some members, and, well, J-Bub's doing good just to get out of there alive.
Yeah, just barely able to get out of there alive, but there's still someone on the point pushing it forward, getting a little bit more space for Wisp. And again, when it comes to a game like this, every inch that you can get, every little bit of space is so important. But it comes at the cost of J-Bubs' life right before you're going to get those mines online. That is brutal for Wisp. You're going to have to wait another 10 or so seconds for your Wrecking Ball to get back into this one. Or maybe not. Maybe you just want to use the rally and go in instantly. You do have those ultimates available to you. Doomed is coming up on another Pulse Bomb as well. You're able to open that up with a kill. That is huge.
Dove goes down, Transcendence out. That one from Luke Mino. CJ about to respond with one of their own. Rhino at 74 health has to get out of there. And Wisp with a bit of an advantage on the cart. Not necessarily on the battlefield, but in this engagement. Rhino returns quickly with a set of mines, though. Gives Solaris that edge right back. As they were hiding in the tiny room. Now emerging to just slowly but surely force back Wisp. Transcendence from CJ in response. Push it in onto the car. J-Bubs has both supports in there with mines. Doesn't want to use them just yet as they managed to take down one of the supports. Losing CJ along the way. Rack Attack with the rally coming back out. Lumino still trying to pepper this down. Contest is there, and Solaris moving in from the back, but Wisp are surrounding this card and making it exceedingly difficult for Solaris to get close. So certainly, with that self-destruct out, could buy them the time they needed, and Solaris maintain their contestation of this objective. Vega's gonna pop the rally in response. Nice shield bash, D-Mech on the Fried Greener. Tree and EMP ready to go. EMP finds 4, but Vega already had the rally out. It may not be enough sustain, but at the end, it just might. With that hack coming through, Cry goes off the side, and Solaris maintain their ground.
What a clutch play from Solaris, both from Dove and Luke Mino, getting up to their ultimates as right as they need them most, able to just barely hold on to point B here. And now with just a minute left on the clock, Bull Skunk, that time pressure is squeezing, constricting on Wisp right now. You've got to get something out of these DPS ultimates from Thunder and Doomed. It is all that you have to work with, and you have to make sure that you stay out of the way of these tank ults from Rhino and Fried Wiener. They're so good at zoning people away from the point, which is the last thing you want right now if you're Wisp.
Nice stick. And Lumino goes down early. They got value out of one of those. Checkbox ticked. Here for Wisp. Thunder heading to the high ground. Unleashes the Deadeye. Looking for Skulls. Has Tree, and Tree goes down. Turn the corner at the wrong time. Vega's able to pick up Rack before the rally goes online. Everything going right for Wisp here on the back of point B. As one by one, Solaris are dismantled, and Wisp flawlessly will break down these doors.
We needed a pop-off moment from a DPS player from Wisp, and we got one from both. Thunder and Doomed both do fantastic, getting a pick off on Solaris, and now a minute 30 left on the clock to get to that golden box of victory and keep us going into a map 4. That being said, Solaris have quite the ult bank to work with right now. The Pulse Bomb, the Mines, the Diva Bomb, the Rally. They have so much to work with and could potentially hold at the second corner.
And it's going to be the rally from Rack Attack to start things off. Pulse Bomb over the top. Doesn't land. Doomed is hacked and in a lot of trouble. The defense matrix not quite in time. You can't block a whip flail with the defense matrix as Rack threads the needle with that one to send Wisp back. Wisp desperately trying to get out so they can make one final chance at this castle at this grand finals.
Yeah, one last shot here for Wisp. 50 seconds left on the clock. This is for sure the last really good attempt that they're going to have. There's so many ultimates on both sides, but what I'm really drawn to is Dove right now, 3% away from that EMP, is going to have it. But CJ has a Transcendence on the other side. Can that Zenyatta avoid the EMP for just long enough to be able to get themselves that Transcendence off and avoid what would be a tournament-ending ultimate?
Dove removed from their stalking position, trying to find CJ, the most important one to EMP, and can't get it! CJ is still in it and has the Transcendence out. Luke Mino responding with one of their own, trying to clear the mine set before by J-Bubs. As J-Bubs goes into the back, it's so much damage, has to roll out. Self-destruct traded in, but J-Bubs cannot survive. Final fight, potentially, of this entire grand finals if Wisp cannot put this thing home. Rack Attack surging forward, finding tons of value, finds themselves a Tracer, forces out that recall, and CJ goes down. Wisp have no more supports left in this fight. Sustain noticeably absent for Wisp and Solaris. They have done it. They once again stop Wisp just shy of the box of victory. It's a clean 3-0. For Solaris, they find their revenge for previous tournaments in this offseason. And for the last ride, Invitational, Solaris are your Grand Finals champions.
What a performance from Solaris today. What a run from the losers bracket after taking a loss to Illinois State Redbirds at the end of day one. They go down to the losers bracket, but they fight back through. They get themselves a 3-0 in the losers finals and another 3-0 in the grand finals to secure themselves that $1,750 prize bank and a victory in the last ride invitational. Congratulations to Solaris. What a performance.
What a performance indeed. Well deserved, and a bit of revenge, and it's that heart. We just keep going back to that phrase because to me, that is the most important thing in not just Overwatch, but anything competitive. I mean, this spans across all of your lives and anything that you do. Having that heart to push through and never say die, have the tenacity to never give up. This is what Solaris put on display in spades today, and they are rewarded for this final championship. They wear the crown, stand alone on top of the mountain. Nobody can contest them on this day.
And again, it came down to what I think. I mean, everyone from Solaris played fantastically, but when they really needed people to pop off, their DPS players, Dove and Tree, as well as their support players, came up huge when they needed them to. Getting those the ultimates online, getting key picks, key 1v1s against the members of Wisp. And we do have a member of Solaris here yet again to give us a quick interview post-victory. Can we get Tree in here?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we can. Tree, welcome to the broadcast. Thank you so much for joining us. Congrats on winning the grand finals.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so tell me, what does this one mean? How is the squad feeling right now? Wisp has been a bit of an Achilles heel, a bit of a rivalry, it seems. What does it mean to take them down here, not just to win the grand finals, but to not even allow them to take a single map?
Yeah, to me, I don't think it means that much because last time Solaris played Wisp, I wasn't on the team and they got reverse swept. So, not to say that I'm the difference maker or anything, but that just may be what it is. But yeah, it was what I was expecting.
It's a subtle hint there, I mean, you did have an outstanding day, so I'm not taking that one away from you.
I mean, yeah, you absolutely popped off, but I have to think about how the fact that you guys got knocked down to the losers bracket at the end of day 1 and came up huge today on day 2. Of course, not only a 3-0 in this game, but of course a 3-0 in the loser finals, battling back from down 2-1 against GeForce to get yourselves to that losers finals in that case. So what do you think was different in Solaris today that let you go on such a crazy run?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, when I saw that we had 4 games to play today, I actually didn't think we'd make it because last tournament I played, we had to do that. I was so tired by the end of it, but I got better sleep. I think we all got better sleep and took care of ourselves better, and so we were able to stay in it for the entire duration.
You hear that, gamers? Sleep is good. You should do it.
On top of actually getting proper rest, what do you think was another big factor? How we all were able to maintain not just energy but focus and concentration to continue playing at such a high level after such a long day?
I think that we learned a lot from Saturday. I think we weren't necessarily playing great, but we really saw what we were doing wrong and whatnot. So we were able to work on that during the breaks that we had, and it got a lot better.
Nice. So just being able to review and come in was a huge factor, huh?
Yeah.
Do you think that being able to basically be playing nonstop was a factor as well? The fact that you guys were just continuously going through the losers bracket and you never ended up taking a break and you were just warm all the time?
Yeah, it's definitely part of it because once you're in the zone, no one can stop you really. You're just in there and you're going. You're winning every match.
100%. And last question from me, at least. Just take me through from a comms perspective how everything sort of broke down on that last fight, getting that key EMP bomb combo, and pushing that forward to what was a series victory.
From what I remember, it was kind of just a dogfight, really. Everyone's just screaming, same targets, which was actually a big reason we won. We were always on the same target. But yeah, it was a big dogfight. Everyone was just screaming.
Well, final question for reals this time. Going into Overwatch 2, so this kind of marks the end of an era, the end of a big era, as we have the beta coming out shortly and everybody's eyes are to the future. What are you looking forward to most heading into the new game as an individual and just as from the community as a whole?
I'm really excited for Sojourn. I hope she's a flex DPS, but I honestly don't think that's going to be the case. But just some new content in general would be nice, and it's going to be a huge refresher, I guess, to play a whole new game. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
The developers are talking to us again. Yeah.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Oh, man. Well, congrats once again. It was a phenomenal day, phenomenal tournament, and phenomenal performance from yourself. Any shout-outs you want to give before we let you get out of here?
Shout out to Fried Wiener for ringing like pretty much last second the day before the tournament, and Empress and all our staff.
I love it. I love it. Well, we really
Awesome.
appreciate you taking the time to join. Go celebrate with your squad and give them our congrats.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What a day, Dividing. What a day. What a grand finals. And I just wanted more of this tournament. I wanted more Overwatch. I was kind of hoping it might go a little bit further, but an emphatic performance from Solaris. So certainly not, can't take anything away from it. And you know what? Honestly, at the end of the day, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, Solaris came up massive at the end of the day. Of course, would have loved to see more Overwatch just like you, but Solaris came up clutch over and over and over and over again when they needed to the most, and at the end of the day, that is what ended up getting them through a lot of really sticky situations. Again, the fact that this is going to go down as 2 3-0s to end the tournament really doesn't do justice how close Redbirds and Wisp were to taking several of these maps away from them.
What a statement. What a statement to end out Overwatch 1. And it's been a joy. It's been an amazing few years. It's been an honor and a privilege to get to cover this game for you for these past several years. Massively appreciative to everybody here at the Last Ride Invitational. We've had Ink and Cynthia behind the scenes doing production and observing respectively. Been absolutely phenomenal. A big shout out to the entire staff, to all the teams, all the players. This is an amazing community, and we're doing amazing things. We're making so many strides in the right direction, fighting for what is right, fighting for just decent human decency and respect. And yeah, there's problems, and we have a long ways to go, but this community is really pushing the boundaries and showing the world what esports can do to bring everybody together. And I appreciate it, and I love you all. Thank you so much. You're the fans, the players, everybody out there watching it, hanging out with us, and enjoying this fantastic tournament. I thank you most of all. You are the lifeblood of this community, and we couldn't do it without you. That is going to do it. The Last Ride Invitational is done and in the books. We'll see you in Overwatch 2.
See ya, everyone.
The Last Ride tournament was organized in an incredibly short time frame. With the team working around the clock to bring you this broadcast, we thought it was only fitting to show the team in behind-the-scenes action.
So we're gonna have 12 hour days, randomized bracket seating. And did you gamers get the proposal that I sent, about Justice for Infected? For dice, they're gonna have to roll a dice to see what server they get.
Sounds good to me. I don't really care, to be honest. But for the stream, I did want to ask Chase, what the are you doing?
Why the is this kid here again?
You're the one who asked for his help, so...
Yeah, because he has the coin and the money, and I probably shouldn't have asked Catnap.
I mean, we have a literal child working on this now, so...
Yeah, and he doesn't know how to eat ramen. He works at a ramen company and can't use chopsticks.
Not to mention his stupid obsession with rats.
And he can't clean his room. Look at that shit.
I mean, he's too busy to clean, remember? He works in Overwatch League. Oh, wait,
Maybe instead of all that time on socials, he could have spent it touching grass.
No feelings were hurt in the making of this video, except for Chase's. He's actually really, really hurt.